to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in as I ever do. We got ourselves about a week here through training camp, so we've got enough time here for some headlines, news and notes, rumors, just the general ongoings of what you'd usually hear early in camp, some standouts, rookies and vets alike. So we'll be diving into a little bit of that news today and kind of discussing it and turning it over. I think we're also going to have ourselves probably a pretty strong debate as we finally, thankfully, got ourselves Devin Witherspoon back in the house here with Seattle, not missing too much time this training camp period. But now he is getting kicked again back into that inside slot role quite a bit. So I'm sure we're going to be discussing a bit more in depth of that. I do want to, at the top of the show, put a big thank you out to the Bleacher Report. I went over there on Friday and jumped on for a little guest spot for them. And you can find that link down in the description section of the video. You got to download the app to see it. But it's not costing you anything or anything like that. But do appreciate all the folks here from Hawks Nest who came on over there and showed your love in the chat and everything else. It certainly was wonderful for you guys to pop over there. Had a really good time doing it as well. So that was awesome on their part. As well, I don't know if you guys have heard, we've got a couple of just little news items here at the top before we get to training camp. We did get ourselves here a sponsor, and that would be Underdog Fantasy. So right now, Underdog Fantasy is going to be sponsoring us here through the next part of this year. I'm going to be doing a Saturday show this year because I do have it, not just because of the sponsorship, but because it's also highly requested. Doing just kind of a fantasy look kind of show, real short, quick one on Saturdays, Saturday evening, Saturday night. But they will be sponsored here by Fantasy. And if you use my code NEST right now, you can get over there to Fantasy, over there to Underdog Fantasy, and they will match you up to 100% of $100, your first deposit. That's a pretty good deal, and you'll be helping out the channel as well. You can go and get into games of, fantasy where you pick your team. It picks the best team for you. You don't have to know who to put on the bench or who to sit or, all that. Just, it will take the best guys and put them in the starting lineup for you. You just merely have to pick them, and it goes week to week. So if you do bad one week, you can do good the next. The other thing we've got going is the store is now open up here for the Hawks Nest, so you can also find that in the description section. And a long been requested item here is for some merchandise here from the Hawks Nest YouTube channel. I got an update on the logo, just enough to where now the old Hawk part of the logo's out. We've got something new in place. So now I can sell Hawks merch. I've got that up and rolling down there in the description section if you're looking to go get yourself some merchandise, Hawks Nest style, in that manner of things. So things continue to just keep percolating here in a variety of different fashions. And one last final note I want to let you guys know of too is I will be going over to Dan Vine's show here on YouTube tomorrow at 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So I'll be showing up over on his neck of the woods. Feel free to pop in there and show some love if you guys got some time. Check that out at that time. But I appreciate the invite from him, and happy to go over there and talk some Seahawks football and dive into it a little bit. So things going along. Got the website just about ready to roll here too, folks. So I'll be unveiling that here within about another week or so, hopefully. But things are always moving along here, Always got to keep the progress going. So let's talk a little bit about the top of the shop here as far as what's going on in training camp and what's been the news at the top of training camp. There has certainly been a good amount of it on top of Witherspoon coming back here after a little mini holdout. But JSN, Jackson, Smith-Njigba continues to be the story at play. He is making plays all over the football field, whether it's on bubble screen like you'll see here I'm going to show you, where you just take a simple little bubble screen, just gets up the field so quickly. Obviously, I know there's going to be people in the chat going, they can't tackle, they're not in pads. All very acceptable, as far as some of these highlights go, and it certainly will be in the next one I show too. But he does just so fluidly catch that ball out of the slot right up the football field. And beyond this cut up I'm showing you, it's more of also what you're hearing about him from the background of things and just from what people are seeing on the field level with him running route in and route out and just how well and just how natural he catches the ball. Of course, the one that got probably all of you guys oogling, got me oogling, got people ready to put him in the Hall of Fame was this post route one-handed reception he makes with Mike Jackson in coverage, where he just leaps up and almost effortlessly just rips the ball out of the sky like it's no thing. Like he does this every day. And another thing, again, where somebody will say, well, the safety would have come over and lit him up, Julian Love there in a given situation, or at least made it very uncomfortable for him to catch the football. I say to that, good point. And that's also why we don't want to get too much hyped on this stuff and getting too much over the moon about it, because, this is not what it is when they're going to be in pads. And that's, Jackson's not the biggest guy. So what happens, now when physicality comes into play? The good news, though, is that we do have a little bit of his film to go back on in college, and he held up pretty darn well against physicality even back then. But it still is impressive that you look at him through minicamp, he's balling out, plenty of cuts through that time that we clips through that time that we could look and go, wow, he looks pretty fluid, looks like an easy receiver, looks like he's got great body control, and that short area quickness that we thought that we would see is absolutely right there and at the forefront. And then he just continues that momentum downhill here into the year. If you're going to have a guy make first year impact as a rookie, and we're talking impact and being realistic here, you say, I want to get him in about, rookie receiver. If we get him, 750, 850 yards, that'd be great. You'd feel fantastic about a kid coming in and having that kind of impact. And he's capable of doing more than that, but he's building to that place to potentially give you that kind of production, I think, here with what he's been able to do here throughout this offseason and now into the start of training camp. So now just continue it through here into preseason. And again, you start then look back to the offense and you go, well, this is why the offense looks so much unstoppable, because this is a guy you're watching in these highlights who's going to be essentially your third receiver in there. The Bleacher Report was asking me a little bit about whether or not, he was actually going to push or compete to be like a 1 or a 2 receiver here. And I went, really, this is all the receivers are set in their spots. I do think Jackson's going to get a cup of coffee out on the outside. We saw in that clip there on the one-handed interception. He looks like he might be in a tight split, but he's technically the outside receiver there. That's why Michael Jackson's on him at that spot. So maybe they are going to use him a little bit out there to a degree, but I still think it just fits so well with the way you have your receivers set up. The X on the line of scrimmage, DK Metcalf, weak side of the formation, Tyler Lockett, your Z. He's a yard off the ball. Why? Because then you protect Tyler from any kind of press. He gets to use some of that fancy footwork to get himself free and get up the football field in that kind of typical alignment as you'd have with the first 2 wide receivers. And then you just move Jackson in and let him work. Let him cook inside. Let him feel his way around in there. And this offense will be able to attack you from a variety of different fashions if this kid can touch on some of his promise that he's showing here in training camp. That one-hand interception was pretty impressive. As much as just being the one-hand interception, it was just that it was the nature of, it just wasn't hard for him. It just seemed like just kind of threw the mid up and got it, and like, yeah, the glove does all the work. I just toss it up and it's got it. Another guy who's really having a good training camp here, and he certainly has had to, because unfortunately we have a couple of injuries in the nature of Kenneth Walker with a groin injury and Zach Charbonnet, who's got a little bit of a shoulder issue that they're still a little bit shaky on a little bit in the way Carroll was talking about him. So I don't know what either the prognosis is going to be long-term. It sounds like they're a little bit more optimistic with Walker where it stands right now, but Charbonnet is definitely dealing with something there in the shoulder. This has allowed Kenneth Walker to step forward and really get a good amount of reps, and he's taking advantage of them. I know many of you guys already kind of seen these clips, but I just want to show them again here, where he just presses the hole, bounces it outside, houses it up the field. Certainly would have probably been tackled a couple times over if guys had pads on and they were playing, full speed. But this is a notable play just in that he pulls in Darrell Taylor. And this is, again, why is Darrell Taylor not playing on the outside early rundowns? Why is he someone that comes in situationally as just a pass rusher? And for some of you say, well, I think he actually has good upside as a run defender. Some of it's just he can't root down. He can't root down as off the edge. But then the instincts. Darrell, why are you driving this play inside? Spill this inside. Set the edge and spill this inside. You have Bobby Wagner, and you have, I believe that's 28, 20, whoever 29 is there. You have 2 different defenders who are going to hit that hole. And if McIntosh goes through, he's done. But because Darrell Taylor loses contain there, that's what allows that play to bounce out. Also a brilliant play by Kenny McIntosh to get it outside. But watch again here closely. Darrell Taylor off the right edge, how he presses the hole when he doesn't have to. He's got Bobby Wagner, got the other player there. This is why Darrell Taylor, I know it's just practice, but there are things you can't take away from practice that do show up in games. That's the stuff that will show up at times with Darrell Taylor in games. It's not merely just one thing when it comes to run defense for him. It's just an all-around kind of thing with him when it comes to run defense. It's not to say he won't have a flash or two occasionally there when you ask him, that stands out, but I just don't know if he can consistently do it, because sometimes he will take that weird angle or just be unaware of where your help is, which is, it's pretty rudimentary when you're on that edge. You set it out there. Nobody gets outside your outside shoulder. Everything you push inside because that's where the cavalry is. You don't push the running back outside to where you got no help. And that's kind of what happened there. Still a brilliant run by McIntosh. Then we've got this little cut up that they've, of course, sent out where he just makes some brilliant cuts here in the open field. Both of these two runs showing off tremendous vision. I mean, he's got a guy at one point there dead to right in the backfield immediately on this play and just makes such a sharp, quick cut to get through there and then get through the hole. But he's not fast, right? But they said, well, he's not fast enough. Why does he fall to the 7th round? He's not fast enough. The thing I've pointed out continuously and why I've said that this is such a good pick for the Seahawks and why this kid's going to be able to potentially come in and provide some impact is because of the fact that it's about the 10-yard split at times with these running backs more than it is about that 40-yard dash. Is it nice to have the 40-yard dash? Is it great to have that tremendous long speed? Sure. Yeah, it's absolutely. But is it fundamental to the position? No. And if you've got a 10-yard split like he does at a 1-5-4, that's what you see there. This play that happens in a 10-yard space. He's doing some other work down the field with the cuts to break some tackles and, that are kind of the fancy style of the run. But it's that initial cut and then the burst that gets him there that can allow him, I think, to flourish here in the NFL, even if he's not necessarily a 4-4 guy, 4-4-5 guy, or even a 4-5 guy, I guess, in his case, because I think he ran a 4-6 or something like that on his pro day. Kenny McIntosh, though, has been impressive. He's had to have been impressive because we've got no Walker, we've got no Charbonnet, and the beast mode curse continues like the rattling bones of a voodoo priestess. I just continue to hear it in my ear. Every year, we just can't keep these running backs healthy, contact or not, padded practices or not. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I need a shaman, I need an old priest, and I need a young priest. Stat. Because this thing continues to just bite us every single season. It's horrible. In other news, we've got Olu getting some first team snaps. Who saw that coming? Who saw Olu potentially starting this year coming? But Oluwatimi, the Michigan kid, the Remington Award winner, is finding himself some starter snaps out there. Now Brown's getting his share too, so it's not like Oluwatimi's overtaken him here. But still notable that I think that the rookie already here is pushing Evan Brown and right at his heels. And Olu is only going to get better here as the weeks go by. And I continue to believe that when it comes to, if not by game one, very early on in the season, he's going to ascend to becoming that starter. And he'll play pretty well at the position. Not saying dominant, not saying star upside to him, but he'll play really solidly, I think, at the position, even immediately. Because he's well built to do so. He's got a thorough enough track record in college where this isn't some young kid who's only got the one season of starting. He's a very refined player entering in as a rookie, which gives me the hope that here in this first season he can come in and really maybe take that job by the horns and run with it, which would be ideal for the Seahawks to get that position cemented down. Eskridge, stop me if you've heard this one before, but Eskridge is looking explosive. He's making plays. I think I read that he caught a bomb from Geno the other day. And so he is continuing to, from how he looked in minicamp, you'll hear that with me say this with a couple of these guys, because some of these performances aren't just, first week of camp, but it's also them building on what they were doing in minicamp, which is the part that starts to get my attention just a little bit. Eskridge is going to have an interesting outlook here for this season. Jackson Smith-Njigba has been the star of camp. Yet maybe he's been in the top 10 of the best players that have shown out early on for them before we've gotten pads on. I think once we get pads on, it's going to be a bit of a different story on who's a riser, who's a faller. And that list maybe expands a bit. But what is Eskridge's outlook going to be here for the season? Where's he going to go? What's he going to do here? If you've got Jackson starting that slot, is it merely just to kind of hold out there until DK or Tyler get injured? And then even then, I'm not sure that's, you probably just bounce Jackson outside and put him into the slot at that point, frankly. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays out for Eskridge, if he can stay healthy, if he does look indeed as great as a lot of people are saying that he does look. But it is notable that he is definitely playing well. Little note here that I was reading from, shout out, I think I got field goals on this one. I was reading this thing. I was up there in person talking about a couple of sequence of plays that I thought was notable. It started in a red zone period when quarterback Geno Smith threw to DK Metcalf on 4 straight plays with Michael Jackson in coverage. The first pass was batted at the line by outside linebacker Darrell Taylor. The second pass was a go ball that fell incomplete in part because Jackson boxed Metcalf out as the two ran step for step towards the back pylon. On the third attempt, Metcalf found space in the end zone and nearly caught a touchdown, but Jackson swooped in at the last second to knock it away and then roared in celebration. On the final play, Metcalf got a step on Jackson, who grabbed his jersey and held on to it for about 7 yards until the go ball fell incomplete. The official drew a flag. During a 2-minute drill later in the day, Smith threw a jump ball to Metcalf in the end zone. Jackson jumped with him, got a hand on the ball, jostled with the receiver, and poked it away at the last second. Smith and Metcalf got Jackson at the end of practice with a touchdown strike in the back of the end zone. But we have continued to hear with Michael Jackson that he continues to play well, as another guy like Eskridge that was, as Carroll said, almost looking dominant at times in minicamp, the star of minicamp, who continues to build on that performance now here in training camp. I raised this possibility to you folks about a month and a half ago when I heard Carroll speaking of Michael Jackson in this way. And I didn't at the time take it as Carroll just trying to kind of pump up one of his guys. This was a very specific guy that he was locking into, and based also on some of what the reporters were saying at the time, it added up with what they were seeing. But I think it's also him just recognizing that this is a kid that's maybe taken a step in his growth and development. Not to maybe start him, but has taken a step forward for whatever that's worth, whatever that means. And this is really pushed forward now in this discussion by what goes on with Devin Witherspoon now next. Because Witherspoon comes in and he's already getting snaps in there where he's competing with Kobe Bryant. And a lot of people are going to be upset about this, as they were when I raised the subject about a month ago, in that he's supposed to play on the outside. This is his best place. The thing I've always said with this is that this doesn't happen in the vacuum of Devin Witherspoon and his best position is outside. You know, he should be on the outside because that's his best position long term. That's where he can have the greatest impact on the team long term. That's not really what this decision boils down to. It boils down to what's best for the team in 2023. And if it's best for the team in 2023 is for Devin Witherspoon to play in the slot because Michael Jackson is on this team, because he has ascended, for whatever that means, to the place wherever he's going, a little bit better than last year, a lot better than last year. We'll see where that's actually out when we get to the live fire. But what it does mean is the Seahawks are trying to look, which I think is very smart here, to getting the best players out on the field at any one given time. And I know that some people are still going to be upset about this, but as I said again a month ago on this, go look at the first round picks in the first 10 picks across the league and see that all of them are, in their own way or another, outside of maybe the top guys like a Bryce Young or a CJ Stroud, all of them are going to basically be playing in kind of a role. Not everyone's going to be just thrown out there as the starter day one, and that's in a prime position and getting 94% of the snaps. And if Devin Witherspoon ends up in this slot, remember last year we had both of our outside corners playing about 93% of the snaps overall, defensively speaking. So if you talk about a slot coming in there, how many snaps did they play last year? We played our slot about 73% or so. So you're 71 or 73%, but it's about 20% difference in snap count for a slot over playing outside corner, which I don't think is significant and would not diminish the value of Devin Witherspoon nor his potential impact in on this team. But it will be interesting to see how that battle unfolds. I think it's one of the main battles here in camp. Michael Jackson, Witherspoon on the outside. Who is going to be the man that can win it out? But I do think that Jackson right now on top of the holdout, which probably didn't help Witherspoon in this respect of things, is it just gave Jackson more chance to kind of show out a little bit. It's going to probably come down to the wire on this one for sure. Vi Jones, another name that's been popped out there a little bit. Looks very much, I guess, improved from where he was the prior year. Off-ball linebacker for the Seahawks, a guy that had to come in and play for us. I think even start for us in a couple of games because of where we were from a depth standpoint at the position. But he's making some plays, looking quick, looking athletic. Don't have any notable plays to call upon with him, but he's been looking okay. Maybe a guy to keep an eye on when we get to the preseason games, because that is, of course, a position that we certainly need some help at, which was also illustrated by the Seahawks going back and signing former University of Washington middle linebacker Ben Burr-Kirven. Ben Burr-Kirven was a tackling machine at the University of Washington, and he came to the Seattle Seahawks at a time when they were still in a 4-3 defense, picked in the 5th round. Suffered a torn ACL, and then he had some nerve damage, I suppose, what Carroll was saying, on top of that, which then put him in a predicament of not being ready just 1 year after the torn ACL. It took him all again of last year to seemingly get recovered from the injury. However much recovered he now seems to find himself. But his signing is, I think, a representation of where Seahawks look at the depth of that middle linebacker position. I haven't heard anybody getting blown away by Devin Bush to begin things here. We'll see again once we get to padded practices and they're hitting and doing that, if maybe that's where he starts to shine a little bit. But I think the coaches are probably acknowledging, bring back in Ben Burr-Kirven, that they need some help here. And I don't know if Ben Burr-Kirven is really going to be a fit as a guy that is really, to me, tremendously undersized if you're trying to transition him into a 3-4 middle linebacker role. I don't know how he's going to take on second-level blocks consistently at that size. I just think he's going to end up getting swallowed up if you've got to play a bunch out there. But he is potentially a really good special teams player for you on that. And the Seahawks are always looking to build that up a little bit. Maybe they're counting on him as kind of, maybe if we come in, he could maybe be a good back-end guy on depth just to be in that special teams role. But the Hawks did go back out and take a look at re-signing him and bring him back into the fold. And so we'll see how that goes with him and if he is fully recovered. Early on, Drew Lock hasn't been fantastic necessarily. We've got 3 early interceptions on Drew Lock through the first week of camp, which is not ideal. One of them was not on him. It was a play where he threw it into his like full running back's hands, some fifth, sixth end back end roster guy. Threw it in his hands, bounced off of his hands right into the cornerback, and was picked by Joey Blunt for a pick 6. Not really Drew Lock's fault on that one. I didn't see the other interceptions, but many of us are looking at Drew wondering, okay, where are you at on your development with the main thing that we have to worry about with you? We know you have the strong arm. We know you have the mobility. We know that you can push the ball up the field and make every NFL throw. But your decision-making, protecting the ball, keeping the turnovers removed, that's something that's got to be at the forefront of his mind right now going into this camp, is that's really the mainly and maybe the only thing he really does need to kind of, fix within his game to be ready to maybe be a starter in this league. But if he can't fix it, then you're not going to see a guy that's ever going to be like on the field and be that kind of starter. It is only training camp. It is just the beginning of things, but it's only been a week and he's got 3 picks. It's not an awesome look for Drew, and hopefully he can get into preseason games, really lock it in. I'm expecting he's going to look really good and get a lot of running, I think, in the preseason. There's no real reason to do that, I don't think, with Geno at this point, where you'll kind of know he's got his chemistry. They've worked through all that. He knows his guys. You don't wear him out for the season, so you're going to get a lot of Drew, I think, in this preseason, which is good. We're finally going to get the good long look at him that we didn't get last year with only the 3 preseason games, and the fact that he was out for the one with the sickness and then probably wasn't at 100% health in the next one. The PUP list, we got some updates with this. Noah Fant has just been activated back off the PUP list. He's out there practicing fully. So if we are to believe Coach Carroll at his word from a couple of days ago when he gave a press conference where he said these collection of guys the small collection of guys that we have on the PUP list are all due to be coming off of it at any given time. Nobody has had a setback, or we're just unsure that they're not going to be ready to go. They're all going full speed, and that includes Jamal Adams and Jordan Brooks, who I think are the 2 most important of that list. And he had Noah Fant on that list at that time. So a couple days later, they're activating Noah Fant off the list. This does back up to what Carroll was saying, which does give me a little bit of optimism then. The Jamal Adams and Jordan Brooks being included in that group means that they are indeed really close, that they're practicing they're not practicing full speed, but they're working out full speed to get to the place where they'll be ready to practice, is what Coach Carroll said. And if that's the case, this will be very nice for this defense if we can get those guys back on the field sooner than later. Devin Bush, I do bang probably pretty hard at times on Jordan Brooks, especially for what he does in coverage, but I do think that he's probably a step ahead of Bush, and getting him back onto the field sooner than later at this point, will benefit this defense overall. Coverage liability issues or not. And I'm putting a video together where there's some coverage snaps I'm going to show you guys with Brooks where it's just like the feel. It says like Darrell Taylor in the running game is Jordan Brooks against pass coverage. Just the feel sometimes just is not there when he's trying to do it back there. But hopefully we get those two guys back and back fast. We'll see what the timeline is with it. But I would expect, I don't know, I can say within the next week, but probably within the next couple of weeks on both those two guys. And that might then open up more of the door wider to Jamal Adams and Brooks maybe being ready game one. And if not ready game one, game two, if you're looking at that Rams game from a Seahawks coaching perspective and thinking we can, maybe get this one at home opening week without those two guys and give them one extra week, one less game of wear and tear on them for the season. Maybe a possibility. We'll see how it goes with that. The defense seems like it's looked really good in practice overall. Offense has also had its moments where Geno's hit some bombs that we showed you a couple of cut-ups there with the running game and finding some holes in that respective things. Does sound too like a little bit at the forefront of the defense, and what they've shown off so far has been a bit of a penchant for taking the ball away and getting those interceptions. And so Geno, I think, got picked by Michael Jackson the other day. I heard two on top of the 3 picks I was telling you about with Drew Lock. So defense is showing some opportunistic nature to them, which is good because this is a carryover from last season. Maybe wasn't good all the way down the line with the defense, especially in stopping the run. But a couple of places were actually pretty legitimate. They got to the passer pretty good. Pass rush was pretty solid last year, and they created a good amount of turnovers last season on top of that. So if you can bring those things forward, then build upon where you maybe had your little bit of your issues last year. This is maybe a bit more of a closer pathway to this defense, taking some steps forward and becoming actually top 15. And dare I say, maybe even further ahead of that if things really broke in the right fashion. But that's about the total of what we've got as far as news and notes go. Nothing as far as anything going with any sort of trades, news, or speculation with that. Nothing imminent. I think that Schneider is sitting on that money now and has an opportunity to, sit back and be kind of the guy who waits maybe to the cut deadline. Maybe he waits to the end of training camp and there's a team that's willing to trade a guy that if they can't trade him, they're going to cut him and he can come in there and say, hey, we'll just pick him up. Just trade him right over here. It is confirmed really with the Uchenna Nwosu deal that it wasn't really any kind of savings on the deal. The Seahawks did lower down his base money to this year, like just under $2 million. But you've got the new bonus money that is involved in this deal spread out over the number of years this new deal is. So you add that to it, and then you had the final year of the bonus money on the 2-year deal that he originally signed 2 years ago. Take those 3 items and put them all together, and his cap hit basically stays the same at what it would have been prior if the Seahawks didn't sign the deal. So this is really a deal that to me has some incentives. So there's definitely something built in here for Uchenna Nwosu to continue to push and try to get better as a player and not just sort of get fat and happy and I got my pay, I got my one contract and I just got to ride it out as long as I can. I don't think he's got that mentality anyway. But the Seahawks, I think it is notable in some of these deals, like we saw with Geno Smith, is putting these kind of escalators in place, these incentives in place to make sure that they can kind of create some hunger there for the player, just to give them that carrot, I guess. Rather than hunger, let's call it a carrot, in order for them to always kind of keep the pedal pushed down. But it is, I think, the Seahawks looking at Uchenna and saying, this is a guy we have faith in. This is a guy that we got off the free agent market last year who was a depressed asset because it was a deeper market of edge players. And we got him, and he's come in here, and he lit it up for us. Coach Carroll said exactly what I said a little bit with him throughout this offseason, which is that he played too many snaps last year. And that did remove down his effectiveness. That would have lowered down his PFF grade. That would put a bit of a not like a dark cloud over last season for him, but it didn't put the season up in the proper light it should have been. Because there was at one point last year with those next-gen stats, not PFF, next-gen stats that were showing him as leading the league in pressures really deep into the season. When he was able to be fresher, when they weren't trying to work him 24/7 on every snap. But because you, of course, had some of the thinness for the position, you had a rookie in Boye Mafe, you had Darrell Taylor not able to really play early rundowns. So some of those were really tough snaps on Uchenna last year too. It weren't just the fun, I get to rush the passer, pin my ears back snaps. It was the, oh, holy hell, I got to hold up against this 330-pound Goliath and try to throw him away and find the running back and drag him down. But I think it does speak to how much Seahawks look at him with putting this deal together, and that they didn't save the money in this deal, and that they're giving him, because it's almost like the team could have played this, and again, where I give the Hawks front office credit on this, because they have opportunities to play it cutthroat in a way that players talk about with organizations. But I can find these examples that come down over and over again where you go, yeah, but if they were operating that way, they would have done this. The Seahawks were operating in a cutthroat fashion with this. They would have just allowed Uchenna to go through this full season. And if he truly went out there and took that extra step to ball, put him on a franchise tag for a year. But instead, they stick him to this long-term deal because they're not going to play it that way. That's not in the way that they're trying to put the team together. And I think it's nice that you got a team that goes this way. And I think it does resound with players out there. You would think that it would be something that players would eventually start to take into account when you can find so many of these notable examples with an organization, a front office, and a coaching staff that's been here for 10 years and has many of those examples to provide kind of like this. It's also Seahawks betting on Uchenna and loving what he brought to the field and loving what he provides as a player. So it's all of those things kind of mixed in, but no money necessarily saved on the Uchenna Nwosu deal here, unfortunately, on that. So it'll be still at the same price. And right now we're going to eventually have to do a show a little bit around it. Next year's cap situation is looking a little bit tight at the moment. We're going to probably have to do a little bit of cutting and trimming and restructuring if we're going to create some space, because some of you, I know, have said next year's the go for it year. Next year's the year where I want to really spend. This year's too early. Well, when you start to look a little bit at the numbers you have on the books now and what you're going to be due to pay out and all of that wrapped up, it's going to get a little bit tight. And they've got some flexibility. They've got some ways and means to be able to get the money freed up at that time, but it is going to be a little bit, they're going to have to get creative in order to do so. Let's just put it that way. So that's basically what we got going down here at training camp so far through this first week. Do me a favor, folks, if you like what you're watching today, please do hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. It helps the channel grow. We're on the road here to hopefully get to 15,000 this year. That's the goal in mind. So I'd love to reach that mark if we can hit it this season, and we're right on track. So if you're not subbed up to the channel as well, please do get subbed up. I would really appreciate it. And other than that, pretty much open discussion today. You want to talk trade? You want to talk what's going on in training camp? You got a tidbit that you want to offer that you're aware of, and that I maybe didn't cover on this? Please put it in the chat. I'd love to cover everything that we kind of. We're gonna have some probably breaking news coming out of today's practice too here, as I think it just fully kind of finished commencing just a little bit while ago. So I'm sure we'll get a little bit more coming through, bleeding through with that type of stuff as well. Ski Nation, how you doing? Since I haven't caught a live stream in a month since I switched back to Graveyard Shift. Let's go, Ski Nation. Got you live. Robbie Red in the house. How you doing, man? Running back room in shambles. It's the beast mode curse, I tell you. It's the bloody curse. I don't know who to blame. It's probably a Niner fan. It's probably San Francisco, Oakland beef, and we're just catching strays. Logan Simpkins. Oh, finally made it to the beginning of a stream. What's up, Logan? 360. Go Hawks. Go TheSeahawksNest is my Sunday service. Let's go. And you shall, my son, be baptized in the ways of football. 360, how about both our top two running backs hurt already? We are in the non-contact part of training camp, I thought. It's where people will tell me at times, we're fine with Walker. Why do we need Charbonnet? Well, we're fine with Charbonnet. Why go even with McIntosh? What do we want to trade one of these guys? Should we dangle one of them out there? No, we should not. We've got 3 rowboats on our single vessel, and every last vessel we've taken out from the last 7 years has gone down under and been scuttled. I ain't trying to offload one of these rowboats. We might still be stuck in the middle of the sea. At least we got a rowboat then. At least we're above the water still at that point. So when people talk about, doing that, this is the beast. I joke about it, but it is what it is. It's the beast mode's curse. It's a literal thing. I've watched it every single year. It doesn't matter who the running backs are in there. It doesn't, I don't know who did it. I probably let a Niner in the locker room. I'm going to guess that. one of those Santeria practicing, Niner fans came in there. They brought a goat and a chicken. I'm not going to talk through you know what happened next. I don't have to tell you. But that's probably what caused this. There's no other explanation. No other team gets decimated in this manner. So no team that is so thoroughly built up the resources in the manner the Seahawks have. Hopefully the guys get back to the field fast, but something is afoot. Something is afoot. I think we need to call the Vatican and get Russell Crowe out on this. Sean Lee, such great news hearing our top 2 running backs already injured. We're cursed at the running back position since Lynch retired. Geesh. How about we just do this? I know he's old, but Marshawn technically said this offseason he's not retired. I'm just saying, if everybody else turns into Mr. Glass that follows him, let's go to the Bruce Willis character in the other movie, right? Let's go to the guy that was unbreakable. Remember that whole thing? I forget the whole movie, but like a superhero movie. But the Mr. Glass character breaks on every little subtle thing that he hits, and then the other character is the unbreakable. Duh. Let's get the unbreakable guy. Okay. He's in his 40s, he's about to go in his 40s. Okay. He's probably had some fun here in retirement. Probably not in best primetime shape. But my God, at least he will remain standing. 360 Inspiration, what's the reports on JSN and Witherspoon at camp? JSN looking awesome, man. I mean, every bit of what you hear about him is just gushing praise. And certainly the cut-ups and film that we're seeing that come out of camp are backing this up as well. I don't think that this goes back to minicamp. It's just, it's unlike, I think, anything I've heard of a receiver, maybe even surpassing like DK when he came. Like DK was getting praise and all of that, but this is definitely one where it's like kind of on another level at the moment and how it seems. Maybe it's just that it's more in the media age. It feels like this. Witherspoon's too early to tell. They're definitely going to be working him in, but he's working out of the slot. He's working a little bit on the outside as well. Megan says Witherspoon balled out and JSN is the camp star. Yeah, JSN's definitely camp star. Sounds about right. Logan, JSN has reportedly been the star standout of camp, not a single flaw, and Witherspoon is being tested at slot and outside depending on the coverage called. No reports on play. That's interesting. Very interesting. Depending on the coverage. Maybe depending on if it's, they think they're getting a run play in there. Take advantage of Witherspoon's run stuffing ability as a defensive back. 360 Inspiration heard Mike Jackson matching up with DK and getting the better of him. If that's the case, I don't mind having Witherspoon at the slot. This is my theory with it as well, 360. As I read in that little bit of blurb just at the top that I'm sure you heard because I know I'm behind in the chat. So it's what my takeaway from this as well is it's not shade at Witherspoon. It's sun at Michael Jackson. And I think that you look at players and we all certainly get an early opinion on a player and we decide, that's who that guy is. He's in this box. I'm going to put him up on this shelf and that's who he kind of said is in. But it's kind of a human nature thing that we really shouldn't think of when it comes to football because football is so much more of a constantly in motion structure when it comes to player development. From the raw rise to the refinement point to I lose some of my physical ability and now I have to get by on even being more refined in my learning and understanding of the game. And how you can kind of measure that a little bit. But you have the place where Jackson's on that chart and he's past the raw point. He's at the spot now where it's right about heading into where his prime would be from a physical standpoint and understanding the position and being here multiple years. Players don't just get set from what they were 2 years prior. And that's the place where with Michael, I have a little bit more room for that growth to come in than I think some of their fans do, is they're just caught up in that. Well, Witherspoon's got to be he's got to be the guy out there. He's got to be the one that's got to roll this first season. That his pick of a 5 is a failure. He's a bust if he doesn't do that. And I don't believe that that's the case at all. Especially when you're backtracking again to the thought process of what drove you to draft Witherspoon because you thought he was the best player on your particular board. And you went to value. And that's what we want teams to do. And one of the things that's going to be very hard to draft in a value state of mind, got that value state of mind and not the need state of mind, is when you're not really regarding where you're at from a positional depth standpoint. It's why you can't really apply it with 100% certainty at every pick, that value methodology. But that's why you try to apply it wherever you can, because ultimately you'll build the biggest, best, baddest, strongest team. And the ways of the need are the ways of the dark side. Logan Simpson says, Y2 confuses me. Why is the live chat button still there but has no function? And you have to click the comment section instead, laughing out loud. Just remove the live chat button. They could make it a little easier on their UI on the platform, that's for sure. It's a little clunky, especially compared to, it seems like, some other places that do a little bit maybe more fluidity. 360 says, I heard McIntosh is being very dynamic at camp. Can't believe we got him in the 7th round. I can't believe either. That he dripped down to the 7th round was pretty silly to me. But a lot of the reason you get guys sometimes drifting in a draft too, where you start to go, this doesn't make any sense, so he can't be that good. He might just be that good. Some drafts you get these guys because you've really been able to take advantage of the depth of that draft at a given position. And the year that he came out, unfortunately for Kenny McIntosh, he's coming out in the first draft we've seen in how many years that we had 2 first-round running backs? How many running backs in depth and quality were there throughout that you get all over the place in this draft? So it was a little bit at his detriment where if he came out in a given year, like maybe even the prior year, guy might go 3rd, 4th round. But this year with the stack of running backs, and then the fact that those teams then get into maybe 4th, 5th, 6th round, and they've already taken the running backs. They've got other positions that they have to address of need, right? This is the advantage you're taking advantage of in the market, because many teams are driven by need. Everyone tells you that they're value-based in their selection, but they're lying to you. They're fibbing. These NFL organizations have front offices and coaches that have a clock ticking over their shoulder, and owners looking at him and then looking at the clock and then looking at him and then tapping their wristwatch saying when. They don't have the patience point built in to be able to lean in the value structure, because if you're in a need structure, it's because your chair is warm beneath you. You looked at your mailbox slot there in the NFL facility and you thought you might have saw a pink slip there. But no, it's just a note from somebody. So that pressure pushes them to need. You have a running back like McIntosh that then drops into 7th round area of things. But their dropping of the ball is our gain because the Hawks jumped on him and took him. But he's a great talent. And you watch the film out of Georgia, explosive, great vision, hard to bring down, runs bigger than he is, and he's a great back. We haven't even seen these cuts we're showing right now, what he does out of the backfield. You might even not even seeing what he does best, at least in what he brings to the team this year, and his ability to run routes like a receiver, but yet he's a running back, and all the ways you can potentially take advantage of that. It's very exciting. Very exciting. A says our running back room needs a yoga instructor. Facts. We need a new age. We need the new age kind too, with a lot of hippy dippy stuff that they can bring to play. Saijin, what's up, man? It's good to see you. What the smell? We're gonna need K-Mac. Looks like it does look like that. It's inevitable. Logan, the McIntosh is built to be a 3rd down back, size, quickness, receiving capability. Not sure how he'd be as a 3 down guy. I don't know if he'd be a 3 down guy either on that point, Logan, but what's nice about this is if you need him, and this is going to be the new, I think, modern NFL viewpoint of the position. This is why it's continuing to become more tremendously devalued, is it's less about having the one front horse pulling the cart like that big old Budweiser horse they had in the commercials, right? You're not just looking for that. Now let's get a stack of horses. Let's get a team of horses. Let's get ourselves a stable, and let's lean on that instead. And so what that means within it is that you'll have a guy that might have the most carries at the end of the year, but throughout the course of the year, the ups and the downs, the injuries that come into play, you might have that 3rd guy now that starts for you for 3 games over the course of the year. He ends up with 60, 70 touches maybe on the back of it, but I think he could give you that. A couple of games a year, starting in there, along with being that guy who plays a role player week in and week out, where you get him a share of touches just to see what he can do with it. And easy touches at that, because you can really, just kind of manufacture to him at that point. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. How you doing? It's good to see you. Space. Hello. What's up, man? Hunter's crack pipe. We got... we we kind of win the Super Bowl. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Chad's raw today. Okay. I gotta get over that one. Fun pieces. I'd love to see Witherspoon play strong safety. Yeah, I think there's some pundits and analysts that believed just that Witherspoon's best long-term place may eventually be safety. I don't know if at 190 pounds he'd be big enough at that typical strong safety. I mean, that's probably about 15, 20 pounds lighter than you'd like to have over there. But the safety position is becoming more ubiquitous, interchangeable, and, you could have kind of both. I've wondered if free safety might, for instance, be another spot that he ends up going to on that tip of things. But no, not sure. It's possible that might eventually end up being his landing spot. Benelli says BBK is a ball hawk, and my chat kind of updated there. So if I lost your guys' question in there, I'm sorry. Sometimes we'll update off the early rip on that and pull the messages off. BBK definitely is a good football player. I wouldn't discount that. He knows how to play. It's the worry for me is the size, but the man was an absolute tackling machine at Washington. He was a 5th round pick for a reason. Logan says, my goodness, Witherspoon is playing outside the report simple. He's been used in dime packages as a slot corner. A team does not play dime every single snap. Stop overreacting. Yeah, it's no big deal here. We don't have anything to get freaked out about with this. It's let's see how this team plays out. Let's see how this year plays out with that. And, it'll tell the tale of us here. It'll tell the tale of which way this is going to go with it. But I know that's going to be a bit of a thing that I'm going to be trying to do, Logan, is talk some folks off the ledge with this. But there will be some folks on the ledge with it because they look at the 5th round pick. They hear the reports coming out that Jalen Carter's lighting up in Eagles camp. And it starts to make people a little bit, perturbed. I get it. I can see where they're coming from with it, but you're right. It's not time to overreact. John Stillwell in the house. What's up, John? Thank you for the $20 donation. I do appreciate it, brother. I hope you're having yourself a great night, and thank you for the support as always. This is, hi, Brandon. Can you say, and at free safety, Devon Witherspoon? So John's with me on this same kind of thing where if he's going to get moved out of the slot and eventually he goes to a safety position, it's probably going to be free safety. That place is where he eventually lands. And this is going to provide a lot. That'll just continue, John. They're already a little bit, annoyed to him going to the slot. Then he goes to the safety, and you spend a 5th pick for the free safety. And I get where people are coming from, and they get a little bit annoyed if that's the final resting place there of Witherspoon. But if he's impactful and he's being one of the best safeties in the league from that place, maybe you wouldn't like to do a 5th pick with that at that point, but what was also the other, picks that you could have taken there? What was the other guys with the other upside that existed that would have been the better selections to have been made? I get the Carter folks. I'm no more pro Carter guy than me out there. So, you don't have to tell me that would have been, I get that. But there wasn't a lot of other guys out there that stood out that was, they suddenly had passed on or dropped on that was, going to come in and like Tyree Wilson. It's like real raw edge rusher. You don't know when he's going to be ready to pop. I'm doing some research right now on, these 2nd round edge players because I'm doing a Boye Mafe video, and these guys in the first year don't often pop. And so you're going to be waiting, and you don't know how to, you're going to get way more production of Witherspoon this first year than Tyree Wilson, and maybe in the long term because you don't even know if Tyree Wilson's ever going to, reach any kind of his tantalizing upside. But John, I'm going to be okay with it. I'm not going to be happy that they did the 5th pick for it. Certainly, if Carter ends up, tearing the league apart, and we end up finding Witherspoon landed his 3rd position before he finds success, that'd be tough. But like Logan says, this is really in training camp. They're trying out different things. You don't have an opportunity to try stuff out in the season. Now is the time to see what a guy can do, where he can do it at. And the kids just walk in the door. So, they're going to use them in all over the place. And I kind of like this. It's a way where you can, if you think about it, folks, if they go to the 3 safety packages that Julian Love talked about in a recent interview with 710 KGR that I would highly recommend, where he was talking about, why would I even go to Seattle when they called him up on free agency. And he said, you guys got Quandre, you got Jamal, why do you want it? And then he said, but the more I talked, the more that I got it. It was about getting the best athletes out on the football field. Exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not speaking about this stuff in some just, this is my opinion and what I'd like to see. The team is telling you this as well. Their team is telling Julian Love in their sales call to Julian Love to bring him over as a safety here and to bring him into play. We're going to get the three of you on the field. And so what if you have between Jamal and Witherspoon and Julian Love, you've got three guys that are all on the field at one given time, but you don't know what any of them is going to do or where any of them is necessarily going to align. You can't just go, oh, number 30, that's my strong, Like, you can make this a little bit more confusing in the way you route this, especially with pre-snap to post-snap looks. So it could end up making this the best defense and kind of making this change for a season. We'll look at it long-term for what it is long-term and see where that all goes. But if just for a season he's moving around a bunch, I don't think it's for the worse on the defense. And I don't think that doesn't mean that Witherspoon won't be able to find productivity within it. Megan says, when do padded practices start? I think you got another week. Tomorrow they start, says Logan. There we go, Logan. Thanks for the note on that, Logan. Herbicide says it's hard to stay healthy as a cornerback. I'm glad we have the depth. Me too. It's a lot like, to your point, a lot like the running back position. It can get thin very, very fast. And it's smart to put that depth together. 17-game seasons, this is the new reality. 2 Thursday night games a year, this is the new reality. You've got to have a team with the depth. You can't just lean into being top heavy and go, we got our starters. Let's cross our fingers. Cross our fingers, we stay healthy. And if we don't, we suck. Smart team looks at that as a place you can get an advantage. Well, if we happen to build that depth, most teams around the league won't be afforded to be able to do so. We'll be able to take advantage of that. We'll catch those teams who actually are very strong, note for note with us on a talent standpoint. But because their talent has maybe had a couple of those injuries as we come to play them in week 7, we've got the depth to call upon to where we can, push over the top of them. I can see kind of the plan within that a little bit, and it's a smart one. Mike says, D been injured twice. Right one was a concussion that can happen to anybody, and the other one was a legitimate injury. It's true, Mike. It's true. He had a hand injury. He's had a couple others too. He had, I think, a hand injury coming in, and I thought he had a foot thing too. Nitro Hawk, how do we reverse the running back injury curse? Run on the 1 yard line? I don't know. I'm saying we just pull in priests and shaman of all backgrounds. We tell them that they're there for, we lie to them and we're like, hey, we're having a religious day, come down to the VMAC. We'll have a buffet, open bar. And then once you get him in there, Pete Carroll slams the door shut, takes a bar, runs it through the double doors handle, right? And then Jody Allen comes in the room smoking a cigarette. Good evening, gentlemen. Tosses the cigarette away as she blows it out of her nose. You're here to cease this curse. Get to Sajin. That's how I see it in my mind, at least. Magic Vlogs, I just drafted Charbonnet an hour before the report came out. Ouch. Pete looked a little somber in talking about Charbonnet. So we're unsure, but it was also sure, but you kind of also seemed a little dour, Pete, on this one. Sean says those 3 interceptions goes to show you just how good RD is going to be this year. You know it, man. I hope so. I hope you're right. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation. I haven't caught him live, but I've seen every video multiple times over. I'm going to be trolling all in good fun, says Ski Nation. Got to get it out of my system. Starting with Tariq's new name. It's Reek now. I'm not, and people are going to be correcting me and driving me crazy, I'm sure, in the chat. You go say Reek. He wants you to say Reek now. No, I can't do that to me. You can't tell me if this is your name. I say it for a year and I'm talking Seahawks freaking 24/7, right? So I'm saying the Tariq name quite a bit. And now I've got to learn to say Reek. I'm going to try, but I will not commit to that one. That's one I'm going to fail at many a time. I just got to go to Avatar. We just got to stick to the one one true nickname in order to then you're in safe zone on that one, no matter what, Ski Nation. But appreciate you watching whenever you can, brother. Appreciate you watching whenever I can, and multiple times over at that. So you're awesome for doing that. I really do appreciate you. We're having a hell of an off season, and it's just been absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much. Appreciate the dono too, and do your troll thing as you need. David P with a $5 donation. Thank you, David. Says whether Ken Walker and or Zach Charbonnet are out and miss a game or two, after seeing a little of McIntosh, I'm so down to see him start a game or two. Well, thank you, David, for that $5 dono, and I share your mindset on this one. He is certainly looking impressive. These are between the tackle type runs, where he's making a cut using his vision. It's certainly in his wheelhouse, and this is what he did at Georgia, when he would get his runs. This is how he ran. But I certainly, as somebody else said above in the comment section on this one, David, I wouldn't say this is a guy that you can run out there for 250 touches for a season. I don't know if physically he would hold up over the time with all of that. But could he be a guy eventually gets up to 150 a year, 150 total touches? You work him 50 catches, you get him 100 carries. He's a third down back extraordinaire. Yeah, I think he can absolutely fit into that type of role. And it's heartening to see him do this, as we do, as you talk about, know that we have these two injuries that are 1 and 2 backs, our 2 second-round running backs. Our 2 running backs that are a rookie and a second-year guy, respectively, are banged up. So you go, boy, that's just not again. So at least he's stepping a little bit to the forefront. Those are legit runs. I know it's training camp. No, there's no pads, but those are legitimately impressive runs from him. CR Crazy Forever has subscribed to the channel. Thank you for doing that, Mr. CRZ Forever. Appreciate you. Dakota Elish, LESYT, thank you for subscribing as well. So Dakota, I appreciate you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. You're awesome for doing so. Kelly in the house. What's up, Kelly? She says, hey, B, Kelly here. Just got back from camp. Met Kenny McIntosh and Uchenna. Uchenna is the sweetest, and Kenny looked good. Trey Brown as well. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for the 2 months of support on the channel, Kelly, as a member of the channel, and thank you as well for the little tidbit from training camp. It's good to hear those guys are being nice and get out to the fans, giving them a little bit of love. And Trey Brown, a little Trey Brown love dropping there. So somebody else on board, we got some really, really, really good depth here with this corner position, and you are stacked up really well. I think Brendan Nelson on his side was talking a little bit about would they maybe be able to pull off a trade in this respect of, you've got somebody out there that's looking at the Seahawks depth there at corner going, would they potentially hand us one of these? And maybe that's an asset that you can also utilize in that fashion too. On top of that, Trey Brown had I would say one of the more impressive rookie years from a cornerback position, not named Sherman or Tariq Woolen, in the entire time that we've seen here from Coach Carroll. And you knew he was going to need to bounce back off that, Kelly, with that knee injury. It's going to take that extra year from him. This is happening with some of these players in the league where they come back that next year, but they're not completely right. They need that extra kind of full year to get themselves turned around and back to kind of feeling what they like themselves, like they were prior. And if he's able to bounce back like that, it's just going to be nothing but helpful having all this depth in the secondary. We're going to have teams that are going to run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, so you're going to need the 3 corners. You have one injury, that means you're going to need the 4 corners. So you need this injury. You're going to go to it like we're seeing with the running back room. Stuff happens. Long season occurs. You're not just going to be able to always ride with the starters 100% of the time of the year and just think that's the way it's always going to go with it. So it's good the Hawks have done this and realized that this is the way that they got to attack it. But I hope Trey Brown can kind of reclaim a little bit of that promise that he showed that first year. And that's cool. Uchenna was cool. I'm sure Uchenna's feeling pretty good too, signing that new deal. He's got to be loving life right now where he's standing going, this ain't bad. I could deal with this. And Kenny's going, hey, I'm getting my chance to shine. I know I'm gonna find a roller in this backfield with the way I'm looking this training camp. Appreciate the note, Kelly. I wish I was out there checking it out as well. I was trying to get out training camp this year. I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to try quite make it. I'm still trying, but it's been a little bit tight this year, so I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm gonna get out there or not. Not this year. I will definitely be out there next year, like 24/7. Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Or sorry, Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, will the Niners lose a regular season game this year? Yeah, I think they'll lose a game this year, Taker610. I do think that they're going to be a really good team. I mean, talking to Jesse, I have us at 12 wins. I've got the Niners right now at 13 wins. Now, if they have a particular season like they've had in recent years where they get just decimated by injury, they don't have the kind of depth to lean on where I would still stay at that record mark. But if they do stay healthy with their top end guys, with their lead dogs, relatively speaking, I could see them at 13 wins, but they'll have 4 losses in there. You know, you'll have four in there that you don't show up for a given week. And the other thing of being the Niners and where they're at from a reputational standpoint is they're pretty much always going to get every team's best punch out there. So it's not like teams are just going to kind of take them softly or lightly. They've got to bring their A game every week, which for some teams they can kind of sneak up. And I'm sure we did it last year to a couple teams thinking we're a rebuild year. And Seattle, they don't got Russ or Bobby. We could walk over them this week, you know. So maybe you get a little bit of that, but yeah, they're definitely gonna lose a couple regular seasons game. They don't have they don't have the Miami Dolphins 72 vibe coming off this team. Thank you, Sick Taker. Appreciate you though. Corey Olson with a $2 donation says, "What do you see going on with Jacobs and JT?" Jacobs and JT. You got me confused on this one, Corey. I'm sorry. I might need you to elaborate in the chat a little bit more on your question. I appreciate the $2 donation. What do I see going on with Jacobs and JT? Sorry, Corey. I'm not sure what you mean on that. We don't have any Jacobs on our team. So I'm not sure. I'm kind of spacing. I'll look for your comment as I go through and definitely just post in the comments if you can elaborate just a little bit more on what you meant by that. I'll think about it too. If maybe I'm just a little slow today and it takes me a second to kind of set in what you're meaning on that. Jacobs and JT. I'm not sure. I'm not too sure what you mean. Sorry. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Ski says Geno will regress. I don't know how or when or where or who or what or why, but my gut, it's just the gut. Ski coming in hot. Ski coming in hot with the troll game. I appreciate that, Ski. That's good troll game right there. And thank you for the $5 donation. He knows that's one of my things. That's the common sentiment I get being a man who rewatches these streams, as he said, that you get the people saying Geno will regress, and you go, how? And they go, I don't know. And you go, why? And they go, I don't know. And you go, well, what are you building this upon? I don't nothing. So just your gut? Yeah. It's pretty much what you get when you ask folks that in that manner. You know, it's the Geno syndrome, really. You know, the inability to see a quality starting quarterback in the NFL. Thank you though for that $5, Ski Nation. I appreciate it. Good troll game there. John Stillwell coming in with another $20 donation. John, thank you again for the double drop of the 20 donos. You're awesome, brother. As always, I appreciate that support. You know I do. Says Brandon, I like the new look. Well, thank you on the logo. I went out there and got a little fiver done on it, and I wanted to have something done where we just reconstruct the logo, but changed and still looks fierce, on the attack. About to go hunt a Niner. They're down there in the creek, panning for their gold. It's never going to come. You're never going to get the gold Niner. You're just going to sit there and keep panning. You're going to be panning here for years. And we're coming down talons out. But thank you, John. I appreciate it, man. I think it's going to look pretty good on a hat and shirt and stuff too. So hopefully we get some merch going this year. That's definitely been something people have been getting me for. So when you get it going, let's go. So we'll get some more of it. The store's kind of just getting started with some stuff on it. We'll get more and more stuff. And if you guys got any recommendations on things you'd like to see item-wise in there, we can certainly, absolutely expand it. But thank you, John. I appreciate that $20 donation, man. The double dono, double twans. You're awesome, brother, as always. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, brother, too. And it's good to see you on here. Hope you're having a good night. Says that Brandon, congratulations on being invited to the Bleacher Report. You definitely deserve it. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much, Alan. That's really kind of you to say, man. I was honored to go out there to the Bleacher Report. I've been, like many of you, reading their stuff online for years, going back to many younger a day when it was wee lad. And so it was really cool to go over there and be able to do that stuff for them. And hopefully I get to go back. I'd love to do it if they offer ever again and want to set it up. I'm definitely going to be game. So I wasn't sure I was going to be able to fit into the half-hour format. You know, you folks know with my long-winded approach that it gets tough for me to snip and cut the things down into a nice bite-sized form. But I felt like I was able to pull it off okay, and it was I had a good time with it. They did a good job of making me feel comfortable and getting everything set up too. So it's good. It was really good, man. But thank you, Alan. I appreciate you. And I saw you on the practice stream earlier. I said what's up, but it was right at the end of the stream, so I don't know if you saw. But what's up? Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you, Robbie, for that dono, and very kind of you for that. You guys are always awesome. It says, what position should we target in next year's first round pick? Well, you know with me, Robbie, I'm a big guy in value. So if I'm always going to be a big guy in value, I'm going to stay consistent with that, which is value pushes you strongly into the direction of not seeking to reach for need. What do we need? No, I don't want to think of need. I want to think of value. It's the best value on the board. And I'm putting together this new website right now that I'm going to be unveiling. And part of the website's going to have a whole scouting reservoir there of notes of what you can kind of see on these players that are going to be coming up this upcoming season. And what is very notable about this upcoming draft that everyone should start to be thinking about for a variety of different reasons, because it's important, is that this may be one of the strongest drafts we've seen in years, in the way that last year's draft was one of the weakest drafts we had seen in years, especially when it comes to top-end talent, blue chip talent. And so even if the Seahawks are going to be this year picking 32, I kid. Let's say we're in the 22 range, whatever we're at, it will be a little easier to pick there than it's been prior for the Seahawks in picking in that range because of the level of quality of players that exist in that spot. So while I am opposed, Robbie, to saying I want to target this one particular position, one thing that is nice about as it stands right now in this draft and the way that it is lining up is that the early strengths look and appear to be defensive line and middle linebacker. Those are at least two spots that are certainly standing out that, and I'm watching some of the tape and there's some impressive guys. Both of the Clemson kids look great. Tommy Eichenberg, there's almost some flashes at times watching him of Kuechly when you watch him. He's not that as talented as Kuechly, but you can see some of that stuff to his game. So there's a lot of talent in the place that we're going to have a big need for. Though I don't want to get driven in need, it might be very well that you're looking at a defensive tackle that you like every bit as maybe the next best player you have on the board there being a receiver. And you're like, yeah, this defensive tackle is just as good. They're equal on the board to us. Let's go with that DT because he's just that good. But Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle, is maybe the top guy. Mason Williams from LSU is another guy who's a year removed from injury, so harder to place, but he might have the biggest upside of any of them. Tommy Hall's a 3-tech Ohio State kid that can just, wreck shop from the inside, is kind of just that. He'd be a 4-eye guy for us in a 3-4. He'd be great with that little role. Some good players on the defensive line, looking at them early too. So some real active guys that are very interesting. I'm missing a name too. But I've looked at a couple of them already out the gate. There seems to be some really good talent at that spot of things, which could be interesting. But you got guys too like Cooper Bebe from Kansas State, where if Damian Lewis goes in for agency and the Seahawks want to take, the best left guard that's come out in recent years, and he drops down to the 20s, which is normally where the best guard in the draft is going to drop, that might be the better pick to go with because he just has such good upside for the position. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez in the house. What's up, man? He says, I'd rather have BBK than John Radigan. That's fair. As long as BBK's back from that injury, as long as he's actually, fully back to where he was before. Guy very reliant on quickness and speed because he doesn't have that size. Fun pieces, Hawks Nest. See anything positive from Anthony Bradford or Cameron Young? Nothing mentioned so far, Fun P, but this is more a symptom of the lack of pads popping. You'll start to hear more of those reports once that occurs. These guys can't go 100% hard in the blocking drills when they aren't in the pads. They're instructed not to. So you're trying to protect each other a little bit with that. So not as of yet. But soon, they're putting the pads on by tomorrow. We'll start to hear probably one way or another on that one very, very soon. Logan says it was alluded to from when Pete was asked before and after the draft about Carter. He was not impressed by the interview. John Schneider shared a similar sentiment. Work ethic was hinted at as well. I still will have faith in their decisions to go away from it. I will, Logan. I'm not definitely backtracking in the respect of, well, we should never take him Witherspoon out. I think I'll trust their choice on this one. But I can understand the people, too, that are looking at Carter and the way that situation plays out and going, that talent was so sure by what you saw in the field. It was so obvious what this guy could be. Getting hung up on a bad interview or being uncertain, it may be right. It may be valid. We may come to find that out. And that'll be the good part of this, is that the truth of this will set us free when we get to the games played and what happens. But I think they'll both be ballers at the end of the day. And I agree with what you said, though. I think that was their thinking on it too, Logan. Mr. Isaac says, wow, you look different wearing it in a different shirt, laughing out loud. I got to change it up on you guys every once in a while. I can't just rock all the same old shirts all the time. I have some style. I don't have a lot of style. I got a little bit here and there. A smattering. Whitebird, I'd rather have Colin Kaepernick, Matt Ryan, or Tom Brady, Teddy Bridgewater, etc. as my backup than Drew Lock. I do the Matt Ryan Brady. Bud Pieces, I got to say, I'm really happy about Diggs restructuring. Me too. I'm glad they cleared the cap space up because it's going to free them up for the flexibility to go make a move now if they want. And they don't have to feel impelled to make it right now. But they also don't have to run into having a potential of being able to make a move, having terms on the table that work for both teams, but being unable to make the move because you don't have the cap space. Yeah. Fudby says, who's the best guy left available? Clowney. Probably, yeah, Dalvin Cook, Clowney, if you're talking about just positionless, who's the best right now. It sounds like Cook's going to go to the Jets. But yeah, Clowney would probably be the best left available out there on the open market. Maybe Shelby Harris, depending on if you think he's a better fit in this scheme. Travel Nature Fanatic, who will be starting running back last week of the season? Oh, only a psychic in touch with Gaia would be able to answer such a question. I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker, find his way one way or another through this year by the end of it. Because they'll be able to protect him throughout. They won't have to overload him, I don't think, throughout. But I will maintain that one. And change my mind to Shrub. I wouldn't mind bringing back Clowney either. Sign me up. Looking at PFF the other day for Mafe scores and what he was doing off the edge as a run defender last year. Clowney's still a very, very, very good run defender who gives you a little bit of pass rush. But he would help to maybe hem that up a little bit. I don't think it's likely to happen, but. Travel Nature Freak, Kenny McIntosh or DJ Dallas? I think if we're talking about we're down Charbonnet and Walker, I would probably lean to trying to find those guys into the roles where, with as much as you're probably going to pass, if I'm in shotgun, even if it's early down, I go to 3 wide receiver looks. I'm going to bring McIntosh out there. If I'm into more 2-3 tight end packages, then I'm going to have DJ Dallas out there as an early down runner and then mix their carries up a little bit. But by that point, you're down to your last 2 backs if the other 2 guys are down on the forefront. So you've got to kind of manage both of their 2 loads. Flash says we have to devolve these young edge guy rushers, so I wouldn't want to sign anyone. I wouldn't want to sign anyone anymore. I think you'd be playing Clowney more like a 4-eye guy. You wouldn't have him as a stand-up edge if you brought him in. Brian says Shelby looking more likely than Chris Jones now. It's true. I think that's probably always the most likely of guy that they probably look to try to grab. Nature's Hawk should have kept the good one guy for kick returns. I don't know if he would have done that. He kind of gets beat up pretty easily, does Goodwin. Oh, you mean Godwin. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of Goodwin. You said Godwin. Yeah, I agree, Nate. I saw that he signed with the Falcons. He was a really impactful guy for us. in the kick return game last year. One of the better ones we've seen come through here in recent years. And sucks that they couldn't find a way to keep him on board, because this is a team that does value kick returning in that way. Then again, maybe they're changing with the times on this one, Nate, where the new rule that comes in place where you can fair catch it, maybe the Hawks are going to lean into that a little bit more this year than they have to, like, let's say, taking the downs, taking the 25-yard line like some teams do. John says, I think the number of snaps a lot of our players took is the reason why they doubled up on several positions. Agreed. I think that they're recognizing that depth is more of the requirement in this modern age. It's only one mere game, but it's actually a stack of things. It's one more game. It's the 2 Thursday night games. It's the only one bye in each conference. There's now a lot of ways where you're going to have to maybe potentially play an extra game where you wouldn't have had to before, or play a game on a shorter schedule than you would have had it before. And those Thursday night games, it doesn't really get talked about enough of how brutal that is for players to try to get them right and ready after just playing on Sunday. And if you can call upon a guy that you can pull to who's very close to starter quality and provide, and then give that starter then that week off, you're giving them basically the 2 weeks till the next game. That's a big benefit, I think, to a team, and keeping them fresh throughout the course of the season and looking through the marathon lens a little bit there, John, right? Rather than the sprint lens. I think it's good. Again, the team is doing smart things. And Flash, I agree. Teams will always find a way to work around the cap. Some teams are more willing to be more flexible than others, though. Some teams are more willing to, stretch things out from the future to the present a little bit more aggressively. Jamal will probably be gone next year, so free money. Jamal is definitely going to have to get rolling this year, because he will be one of the prime candidates to cut that money to free up some space. Whitebird says, would we take Jameis Winston if the Saints cut him? No, they're going to roll with Drew Lock now. They'll stay with him. John Stillwell says, we'll still be partying this year's Super Bowl when next season starts. Big facts, John. I won't. I'll be like, what, we're week 3 the next year? I'm sorry, we're still busy winning our Super Bowl. Are we even playing games this year? Did we just let them have it this year? We got ours. Revac, Sharp's out indefinitely. He is indeed. He is indeed. Herbicide says Cook is still available. Do we want to go for Dalvin, folks? If we go the hell with your beast mode curse, we'll go 5 deep. What now, universe? What will you do now, voodoo priestess? Rockman drums, the league should raise the cap for inflation. I mean, it's a thing. It is a thing. I mean, technically, they do basically raise the cap every single year. So it does raise fairly decently every single season. I think it gains $10 to $15 million, if not more. I agree, too, with change my name to Shrub. Jameis Winston is a backup at this point. That's what he is. And if we're having a problem with Drew Lock throwing interceptions, the guy that you do not then go to fix the issue is Jameis Winston. Purpose, maybe we get Josh Jacobs. There we go. Josh Jacobs, Charbonnet, straight up. Central Valley Kings, honest question to you Hawk fans. Is Mr. Unlimited Russ so fake and soft that paid Manning everyone but his diva personality? The Legion Boomer right. It's a hot topic, Central Valley Kings. I'll let the chat weigh in on their thought process with it. I have mixed feelings when it comes to Russ, but I definitely talk about him probably enough that I've covered it 18 ways from Sunday. I wish him luck, hope him the best. Michael Panikowski, the Hawks Nest, opinion on Jaren Reed at nose tackle. I never really thought Jaren Reed was a real fit, Michael, when transitioning him away from his college roots as a one tech, which it's not that far away from being a one tech to a zero tech. You're basically asked to do the same thing, which is remain immovable, take on double teams. It's not about penetration. It's about you holding at the point of attack more often than not. And so when I saw Reed at Alabama, that's what he did really purely. And he gave you a little bit of pass rush, just a little bit of pass rush. A little more than you normally get for a player of that type. But those are his roots. And I think Michael, those are the roots that he should fit back into now, as I don't think he was ever really that much of a consistent force inside as a pass rusher in this league. He transitioned to that. It probably got him paid. Bravo to him. But to get the best version of Jaren Reed, I think you need a guy locked in on stopping the run. And that I think he can be a pretty strong presence in that respect. So I like the change by them moving him in there. I think it's going to be accommodating him very well, since he does absolutely seem to have bought into it as well. It doesn't seem like he's just going, oh, I guess you're going to make me play there. I really want my sacks. But, I mean, whatever, I guess I'll go in. Here we go. He seems on board with it, which is good to see. John Stillwell gifting some memberships out. Thank you so much, John. Very kind of you to do so. CJ Kurzman, Master Chief, Jesse Bond, D-Man W, Nathaniel Parks, Engineer X, Maxwell Stern, Michael Negrete, Ryan Myers, just Michael Negrete. You guys have all been gifted memberships by John Stillwell. John, thank you for doing that so very much. New members of the channel, we have a Thursday show every single week, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So do keep an eye on your community post board for those updates on those shows. But John, thank you for putting out those memberships, man. I appreciate you doing that. Members of the channel, we're going to continue to, raise those membership benefits as we continue to do more shows throughout the course of this season. So thank you, John. I appreciate you, brother. You are awesome. Awesome as ever. Odd and Ryan Tatum, you were also included on that list too. So welcome on in, boys. Welcome to the Hawks Nest membership program. It's going to get real. Herbicide, any free agent running backs you guys like? I mean, Cook's great. Herbicide, from my perspective of things. There's nobody really on the market right now. I think what would be the better way to go with this would be to wait for the cut deadline, because this surge of the league trend of devaluing the running back, the surge of saying, if you've got a guy in the books who is costing you money now, get him off your books. I have a feeling that that's going to cause something to go down right around the start of training camp, where you're going to get some teams that do cut some pretty quality running backs at that point that will be better than what's currently available on the market. And it will be in the best interest of the team to then wait, especially because then that gives them time, Herbicide, to figure out what's really what with Walker and Charbonnet. That'd be my preference. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Seahawks taking Cam Ward with their first round pick. Well, thank you for the $2 dono, man. And Cam Ward's a fun player, man. He's a gunslinger from the position. A lot of moxie, a lot of fearlessness with that guy in the pocket to just, let it rip. I like his arm strength. He's got some pretty good movement back there as well. I wouldn't call him a highly mobile guy, but he can move back there in the pocket. I don't quite have him up in the range right now, Snail, as a first round pick. But I do have him in the top 3 rounds after the first look-see on him. So I do have him actually up there, relatively high. And if he goes out and has a really great year this year and builds on last year, he certainly has got the ability to, I think, elevate himself up a bit. But first round's a little tough for me to make the call on that one, man. That's a little high. It's a wee bit high on that one. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Appreciate you, William. He says, in John and Pete we trust. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. William, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that donation. And yeah, it's in John and Pete. We're definitely getting to that place of trusting him. I've been hard on both those two guys throughout the years. I've been hard on them for specific reasons, for specific issues that labored the team, that continued to sort of like warts just pop out all over the skin of the team, and they couldn't get rid of them. You're going, it's on your hands. It's growing off. Somebody get some lasers in here. So they finally started to deal with those things. And part of why you'll see me so much more supportive of this team where it goes, even if it's a year, as I've said a few times with this, where we don't get to have the fruits of this great rebuild just this upcoming year. The fact that to me it's coming very soon is because they have smartened up their process across the board, and then even done it to more of a minute level, not just on big item things like changing offenses and changing defenses and changing the manner by which they approach their draft, but also going down to those small little elements, building the depth, being forward thinking in that aspect of things, bringing in a BT Jordan, a pass rush guru, to help improve on their pass rush development, especially as they now have 2-3 young edge guys that they're trying to bring along and get the most out of here on their rookie deals. So all across the board, you see them doing this stuff and doing it so smartly. And it is worth applauding. It's why I'm going to show my support and will continue to show my support in the future. When the team does dumb stuff, you call them on it. When the team does smart stuff and does smart stuff all the way down the line, you got to praise them on it on the other end. If we're going to be true and call it in that way, we got to. And so that's why I'm in that place, William. That's where I stand in that spot too. It's that you've won this back over by showing me you will finally, it took you a lot of years. And there's a lot of Hawk fans that still get, certainly the folks that are big Russell Wilson backers get very still bitter and looking back at that area of 2015 to 2020 and going, you waited a long time. You waited a long GD time to finally get these things addressed. But once they finally decided we need to address some things, once they decided we got to refresh this through and we got to recycle this sucker, then they went whole hog and all the way, and they haven't stopped since they began the process a couple of years ago. Props to them for doing so, and let's give them credit on it. Absolutely. Devin Martzall, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you, Devin, for that dono, man. Very, very kind of you as well. Hope you guys are all having a great night. It's good to see you in the chat, too. He says, hey, Brandon, great to see you. Getting in late here, but here for the duration. How concerned are you about Walker and Charbonnet? Maybe being extra careful? I hope. Go Hawks. Let me get a little bit of coffee. I'm going to answer your question here. Just one more coffee here. Well, thank you again for that donation, Devin. And my thoughts on the running back position are it's not surprising to me to see us dealing with the injury at the running back position, because that, after all, has been something we've been dealing with for literally 7 years. Even going back, I think the final year that Marshawn was here, he finally got an injury. And I think you're signing like DeJuan Harris or something off of the streets for a playoff game against Minnesota. So it's not a surprise to me that they get beat up. This is also with Charbonnet and Walker, not you taking two guys that had some sort of huge injury histories and bringing them in here. Look at what Charbonnet's done the last 2 years at UCLA and his productivity. It is concerning to me that you started out camp here and that you already got them beat before they've even put pads on. But I do think that you're absolutely right in your question from the standpoint of, they're being probably very extra cautious with both of these two guys. They're probably being very well aware at the forefront of their mind, like I am, that we've dealt with this in recent history. And we want to try to avoid this as best we can. I've said there's only so much you can do if you're the Seahawks front office and coaching staff to build up for this problem. You've devoted 2 second-round picks, a 4th-round pick, and a 7th-round pick to the position. You have guys in over varying years. And you have to hope one of those guys can keep upright and stay healthy. And if they get broken early, and I was discussing with Herbicide, you get to the point of that final 3rd preseason game and you're just before the start of the season, and you're like, man, I don't know if we're going to have Charbonnet this year. Walker seems like he's going to be carrying this injury thing with him. Then you go and you be aggressive at that time and you adjust to what is happening. But you can't go to 5 or 6 running backs on an active roster over an offseason just trying to go over the top for the situation. You go 4 deep. You build the 4 deep as much quality as you can and hope you can ride on that and lean on that throughout the course of the year, as most teams are usually able to do. Eventually, this is going to be a regression to the mean. Eventually, we're going to have all 4 of our running backs healthy for the whole season. I don't know if it's going to be maybe this year, but they are hopefully being a little extra careful. Carroll's look, Devin, when he was talking about Charbonnet, was a little disconcerting, and reading Carroll's face through the years when he's talking about injuries and when he gets a little bit morose a little bit that gets me a little bit like worried. And he seemed a little more positive with Walker than he did with Charbonnet. So that part I was like, what's going on here? Is it really that bad on this shoulder? And shoulders can be ones that can be a little bit sticky in there when you got to go in there and operate and do that, and those can be long recoveries at times. So hopefully it's not a loss for the season kind of situation with Charbonnet on that shoulder, but I think just extra careful. Let's stick with that for now, and hopefully that will be the answer. Thank you, though, Devin. Appreciate the $10 dono. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall, for that big time dono. I do appreciate it, brother. And I hope you're having a great night out there. It's hot as hell here. We got the fires going out here in the east. Hope you're doing good out there in the Midwestern part of the state, brother. He says, bro, liking the clean white polo. Just got back from the Oregon coast, back to the desert heat. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. It is hot. And boy, the fires don't make it any easier. How concerned are you about the running back situation? Think it's probably precautionary and we wait and see? How you hurt your shoulder with no pads? I'm going to guess that it's probably a weightlifting injury as much as anything. Maybe going a little bit too hard in the weight room and you lose your form and you can definitely injure your shoulder doing that kind of stuff. That's for sure. I'm going to hope that it's not something that he's just been dealing with and, he's just been kind of waiting to when he can be like, hey, shoulder's hurting. And it's like, it's been busted up a while, but I'm going to act like it just happened. I don't think it's that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that it's not that. But probably weights, I would say. And they're still in there kind of bang. They can be some banging around a little bit, and you do your weightlifting, you go up there and try to catch a pass, you turn your shoulder a weird way. Sometimes things can get a little bit tweaked in there, and hopefully it's just tweaked. So I am concerned on it. Part of building up this great offense is having a running back room that can be a difference maker back there versus what other offenses are able to trot out there, especially with the depth of talent that you had, especially with the mixing of Walker between Charbonnet of the lightning and thunder aspect, with the one guy between the 20s who can open it up and bust off big yards, and then the guy that's in the red zone, the guy who can get it into, break third and goal. He's from the 1, he's going to get it in there. Third and goal from the 2, you can trust to hand him the rock, and he's going to be too hard to bring down. He'll get you 5 to 10 touchdowns over the course of the season playing from that role. But is that in question right now? It's a little bit in question. These guys have gotten hurt both this way. I imagine we'll get probably at the very least one of them back, but we'll have to see on that shoulder injury. That's the one that I'm a little bit with Walker on the groin too. Groin is one of those injuries where you rest it and you just have to rest it. And even as a guy is getting close to being 100%, you're still telling him to just stay off of it. And so that's one that can be a little trickier in judging when a guy comes back, especially a team like this. They'll be conservative with this injury because you want it to be 100%. There's no little, it's slightly still biting. It's okay, but it feels a little tight in there. You want to make sure that the player's 100% good, and it can just take some time, to make that happen. But I'm not concerned yet. And I do think, Randall, that if this does happen this way, where that becomes a problem for both of those two players, where both look to have a little bit of something endangered for this upcoming season at the running back position, that the Hawks will then make a move and be able to find guys around the end of training camp to fit in there. It's not the worst times for this to happen. The worst time to happen is when it's week 10 or 11 and you're down your two backs and everybody's been signed off the street by other NFL teams and you're past the trade deadline, so you can't go, deal with it there. That's the worst case scenario for when this happens, is that you're looking at that. So they still have some time to adjust to this if it goes this direction, God forbid. But not yet super concerned, just mildly worried, passingly concerned, I would say. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Snail says all Cougs are first round this time of year, Brando. I forgot, Snail. And what threw me off the trail on that one, Snail, was you didn't reference him as Washington State legend Cam Ward. If you had referenced him with your normal inclusion on that, with the normal titles that are usually involved, I would have recognized and jumped right on that one. Thank you for the donation there, and appreciate you as well, Randall, for that $20 drop, man. Good to hear you back from the Oregon Coast. Oregon Coast, underrated beaches out there. Middle of summer, water ain't going to be the real warm, but, when you're talking about as good of beaches as you're going to find once you get up from California, probably that's it there on the Oregon Coast. No doubt about that. Idyllic looking beaches. Water is cold as hell, though. Snail, thank you for another $2 donation. Says Seahawks go through running backs like Niners go through quarterbacks. It is. It's just our thing, man. And that is their thing. We all got to have a thing. At least we're consistent in both franchises. So, I don't know what it is. I do not know what it is, but it freaks me out. D's Bear Nuts, thank you for subscribing to the channel, and that is one hell of a name you got there, D's Bear Nuts. Very creative name. Greg says, do you think you could do a Crockett and Tubbs for Miami Vice impression? No, I don't have that one in me. I dressed as Crockett one year for Halloween a couple years ago for a Halloween party. That was a hell of a party. JT might soon be available. That's the second JT reference I've seen. I'm not picking up the JT. Jamal Adams, Jordan Brooks. Maybe I'm missing. What am I missing with that? I'm bad with acronyms and shortenings. Rockman Drums, Chris Carson was so awesome. Damn, sucks he got hurt. It does. One of the worst stricken of the beast mode curse. But now it says Getty McIntosh was a steal too. Our running back room is nasty. Nasty. Rick Gostelli says, woof, that was rough. HB says, didn't Jonathan Taylor grow up a Hawks fan? He did indeed. In fact, he wanted the Seahawks to draft him when he was coming out. Maybe a little Colts for Taylor, Charbonnet for Taylor swap, Colts straight up. We got to pay him. You ain't getting more than that. I don't even think the Colts would get a second rounder for Taylor, though. I was hearing with where the value is, they might not get much. Logan says Kareem Hunt, Zeke Elliott, Leonard Fournette are all guys still out there. Cheap all-around backs, goal line, pass catchers, just not going to be the guys they once were. Well put, brother. Well put. Whitebird says call Beast Mode back up to run it through the A gap. That's all I'm saying, Whitebird. You got McIntosh for the edges at that point if you lost your two guys. Just get him in here. You know, it'd get the locker room lit. Who says no? Who says no? Gosh, he says Seahawks helped make the Georgia-Delphia Bull Eagles in the draft. Boy, did we ever. That's Georgia North out there. Logan says, Jonathan Taylor's not happening, folks. Dream all you want. Colts won't take anything less than a CMC Hall. Age, production is a huge factor in compensation. Contract doesn't matter in negotiations. Well, matters a little bit if the guy's holding out. Whereas, McCaffrey, I don't disagree, number one, with your bottom line point. It's true. It's not going to happen for a trade in bringing in Taylor at this point. But McCaffrey was also traded under different auspices where he was on his contract. He had already signed his big market deal. He had gone through a lot of it to where the Niners were going to get 2 years of cheap club control on a player that was still very, very good. You're not getting any cheap club control on Taylor if you're signing him to a new deal. So it's a little bit of a different scenario there, but your bottom line summation of it is still correct. I do agree with HB, though. I don't think that makes him more than probably a third to fourth rounder in regards to the returns that you can hope to get. The running back value is dropping through the floor. Through the floor. Change my name to Shrub. Beast Mode is the break glass in case of emergency. Well, I'm hearing alarms. The water's pouring from the above fountains above us. The sprinklers, fountains, sprinklers, whatever they are. The water that leaks from above. Georgia-Delphia is a very funny joke. Georgia-Delphia Bull Eagles was a good one by the chat on that one. Dom H says, good day, B. Loving the channel growth. Thank you, Dom. We're rolling. Andy Arnold, good to see you in the chat. He says, I can't believe people want to put assets or resources into another running back. They're fine. They're always cautious. Well said, Andy. Even keeled thought on that, and I agree with you on it, man. Being cautious, probably above anything else. Brian Meyer says, Lynch would be ineffective at best. Big no. Yeah, I know. It's true. Maze Guru, I'm in the middle of packing and loading up a U-Haul for my move to Montana. Anyone from Montana here? I'm not from Montana, but I lived in Whitefish for about 3 or 4 years. It's beautiful up there. Get through the winters, you'll be fine. You'll love it. But the winters are the real deal Holyfield. Logan says reports on Woolen is still a ways away. Carroll said no later than a couple of weeks, and he's known for being optimistic. Well, maybe give a little more time for Witherspoon and Jackson to figure out what's what out there on the outside. Get them both rolling. Nobody has to sit down against ones and whatnot. Let the best man win. Byron P, has anything happened to our running backs? Charbonnet is got a shoulder thing he's working on, and Walker's fighting through a little bit of a groin. Greg Kemp says, who wrote Mike Jack's getting the best of DK? It was a blurb I caught off of field goals. Somebody that was at practice. John says, I'll be at practice after. I'll be at practice a week after next, and we'll bring in a report. Hell yeah, John! I better get some notes. I need some of those insider note reports. Ethan Brandon question: if the team does a lot of 3 wide receiver sets and JSN takes off and dominates, do you think defenses will go away from not doubling DK every play, or will they still say double DK at all costs? I think you will require defenses to stop being as simplistic in their manner of the double teams and the way they draw it to DK. You're still going to see them get a high prevalence of them, but you'll see defenses have to work in a little bit more differences of coverage to make the Hawks have to think, right? Because you're taking away the deep shots. You're leaning into that as hard as you can, but then like with anything on defensively, if you do one thing, you're usually robbing yourself in another place. So if we're going to double team DK, the X receiver over the top, so the free safety is going to twist to his side. We're going to have a strong safety that we may or may not completely trust in coverage then, who's kind of then the other guy in the other space over there, if not running kind of a quarters look. So at that point, you're dropping with depth with your coverage. You're going to leave the underneath stuff open for a guy like Jackson Smith to eat all day long. And if you don't make that transition, you better have a really great slot corner, or you better have linebackers that can cover like hell in there if you're going to try to stick to things. Because some of this also counters to Ethan, what do defenses do? When you go to your nickel, do they go to nickel when you go to 3 wide? Do they stay in base? Some of that could dictate where you go with the matchups, but it'll pull some of it. But I still don't think that teams are going to go away from it totally there, Ethan, because even if JSN is being really effective, okay, he's being effective catching you, 7-yard hitch, or, a 9-yard slant route, or a 6-7-yard drag route underneath, right? Whereas DK, when he beats you, he's going to get you for 60, 70 over the top. So it's really the prevention of the big play and more willingness of that, I guess, to let the guy kind of dink and dunk you a little bit more from underneath. But all the more reason at that point, JSN remains really productive throughout, and potentially in his first rookie year, puts up a lot of yards and catches. Change my name to Shrubs, as Jonathan Taylor is requesting a trade, by the way. Yes, that's where, again, the situation changes a little bit differently from a McCaffrey one. It's one where I don't think it'll happen. Seattle's not going to want to trade for him, and then he still wants to be paid if he's traded. And maybe there's a way that a trade happens with Jonathan Taylor where a team like Seattle, not Seattle trading for him, a team that would be a contender trading for him, says, okay, we'll trade for you for this year. We're going to play you on the final year of your deal, but we then agree to not franchise tag you after this season. That can then allow for a deal to commence without having to pay any extra money, and then you may not have to give up as much compensation because the team trading him understands that that's the part of this that has to be added to this deal to get it done for all camps. Andy Arnold says defensive tackle is way more of a need in my opinion. Spend the resources there. Agreed, Andy. Agreed 100%. Flash says, but they said the same thing about Penny Hart. He was an all-star in training camp. He had some good days. I don't know if he was an all-star. He got noted a little bit, but I don't know if he's an all-star. He didn't have a camp like this. Sean, do we think Pete will continue to experiment with the secondary on into the season? I think it's possible for sure. Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't think that they're scared of kind of trying things out even into the season. Mark Capricorn, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. A fun piece is Witherspoon hits like a strong safety and is a better ball hawk than Adams. That's true. Logan, Colts have the leverage on Taylor. A team can't get away with lowballing a trade. Colts have no reason to accept it as he's under contract and do for an FT. Agreed. They do have the leverage on this type of stuff. So it can go a couple of different ways with this. It definitely can, and they've got the strength of position here. But these kind of having a running back reach that point too, where organizations also don't like to hold on to players, Logan, that are in the situation where there's been a breaking of the relationship, and we've got this over you, and we're going to force you to this. It doesn't lend itself well to a situation that's going to breed nothing but contempt in the long term. And sometimes teams will just say, okay, let's get out from under that and go, no, we don't want to do that. A little bit of the same circumstances that could cause a potential Jones deal, which I don't think any of these are likely to happen, but the conditions are there for it to potentially happen with the way this stuff can play out in recent history. Joe Lopez says, howdy, Brandon. How you doing, Joe? Great job on being on point. What's your perspective on Geno? Thank you for that, by the way. What's your perspective on Geno throwing 3 interceptions today? Is it something to think about for the season, or is it iron sharpening iron? And I think I got a little bit below there on... I cut you off there a little bit on your next one, but I'm sure you're below. Just put it in there below there, Joe. And thank you for the kind words. The interceptions are a little discouraging. Drew Lock's thrown a couple of them as well. I would like to think that it's a little bit like spring training, where you send out a starting pitcher and you say, the starting pitcher goes out there and he goes, I'm not going out here trying to work my A1 100% stuff. I'm going to work on this pitch. I want to get my curveball locked in. I want to be able to hit both sides of the play with the curveball. I want to make sure my movement on it's nasty. So I'm going to throw it at a lot higher rate than I ever would in the game. And I go into spring training game and I get crushed. There's a couple times my curve's hanging. I'm throwing it too often. The hitters are starting to look for it over the course of me pitching through the first few innings. Now, does that mean that pitcher, when he gets to the regular games, is going to still get hammered that same way? No, because he's working on his pitches. So, for instance, in relation to this, I was reading an article at the top of this, Joe, about the Hawks working it to DK down in the red zone against Mike Jackson. And this makes sense. You're trying to. It was literally something I talked about in the in the training camp preview, where I said one of the places this team needs to improve upon and where they're going to try to work on is their red zone efficiency. They were not a good team last year in red zone efficiency. They moved the ball well, but they weren't good about punching it in. And one of the places specifically you can improve upon in that is DK and Geno getting more centered up, more on the same page when it comes to down there in the red zone to better take advantage of DK's big ability down there, size, things that normally for a guy like him help to make you a real good red zone asset. So there's going to be times where maybe you're really forcing things in there in a way that Geno's not when it's going to come to the regular season. So I won't get too freaked out about it, neither with Drew Lock's picks quite yet. Let's get to the point where we actually have pads on, and let's get to the point where we're in even preseason games to make really the ultimate determinations with that. But I think it's just... if making a guess, it's probably him working on some stuff that he wants to kind of improve upon. That this is the only way to improve it is to try to test and see how far you can kind of push things in practice, because you don't want to do that in a game. John Stillwell says, I've never heard a wide receiver pumped up as much as this OSU guy, Jackson Smith. Steve Smith was just raving the other day, and he was no slouch. Smith is over the moon with him, John, that's for sure. And there's a lot of guys that were former pros, Greg Jennings, a lot of former guys, receivers especially, that's played in this league that talked about Jackson Smith-Njigba in a real special manner as the draft was approaching. And Steve Smith was one of those guys as well. I think it is when you hear these former pros, and not just pros, but guys that played the sport and played it well, speak of a guy in the way that they spoke of him and really kind of talking him up in a manner where a lot of these vets will sometimes be like, he's got to prove himself. He's got to show his way. But this was a guy that a lot of guys going, no, he's the real deal here. He's got the goods to get it done. Greg Kemps is on that one-handed catch. JSN made the safety help. Safety help on DK first and was late on the play. So great. This is the representation of what that double team creates, isn't it, Greg? Because to your point on that, you have a single high safety situation there on that play with Julian Love. And so he has DK to one side of the field, and so starts to arch to one side of that field in his first couple of steps, but that's all it takes. His first couple of steps to bracket coverage DK to one side then makes him late to getting back over to a post route on the other side of the play with Jackson Smith-Njigba, which will now be open. Because if you just think about it from a leverage standpoint there, Jackson's breaking in on the post route right to where the free safety would be if he was in a single high look situation. But because he's taken those steps over, removed himself just enough for the play, this is where double teams free other guys up. Also part of the reason why, Greg, I tell people at times, it's not about forcing the ball into a double team situation with DK. It's about actually finding the free and open space that's going to exist elsewhere on the football field if a team's going to choose to double DK. You don't try to, ramrod it. You don't force fit it. You go the easy path, Ryan White is looking at Lumen now, getting excited. Go Hawks. Let's go. David says, debut, y'all forgetting McIntosh? He ain't okay with giving the rookie a chance to start if need be. I'm good with him, David. I'm all good with him. Changed my name to Shrub. Seems the entire NFC West has a problem somewhere. Niners have quarterback issues. Us have running back issues. Rams have no players, and Cards hate their quarterback. You put it pretty well with that. That sounds right. Sounds right, David. Well, of Kenny misses a game or two. I don't feel like we need Taylor. Waste of money and capital with what we have. I agree. I'm just talking to David on that on the possibility of it, but I'm not necessarily saying I'm in favor of doing it. I think that the sentiment too about defensive tackle being more the position and we need to be honing in on, be it on those final cuts or all the way up until before the trade deadline. That's the spot to address more than it is the running back room. I think we'll be okay there. Brian says all three backs are going to get plenty of carries. It's all good. Well said. And John, I agree. I think DJ Dallas absolutely is going to 100% make the team. He might make the team just because being the last guy standing at the back position at this point. If how many running backs do we carry? Usually 4. And that's a pretty locked in number. Mr. Isaac, thank you for mentioning that. If you guys do like what you're listening to, do me a favor. Sub up, like up, do all that good stuff. Helps the channel grow tremendously when you guys do those little things like that. Joe Lopez, who would you like to see as an addition by the time the regular season starts? And do you feel the Seahawks management group could pull the trigger? I would certainly, Joe, love to see a big swing along the defensive line. If you can't get guys in your sights like a Chris Jones or a DeForest Buckner, then going to take a look at a guy like Leonard Williams and see if maybe you could talk the Giants into that wouldn't be the worst way to go either. Even to go down to Grover Stewart that we've talked a little bit about from the Colts, who's defensive tackle with them going into his final year. Hey, if the Colts are needing to free up some money to sign a Jonathan Stewart, maybe you can go make a trade over there for that and get a guy that's a really good run stuffer from a position that you need some help at right now. So something like that would be the move that would be at the forefront of what I'd be looking to make. Probably aren't going to be able to make a big splash. Does the Seahawks management group going to allow them to pull the trigger on a big trade? Uncertain on that, Joe. I'm not really sure where things are at as far as how soon or how far away this team is going to be sold or if they are going to be sold. I think that I've called the Blazers the canary in the coal mine for the Seahawks situation because the Blazers are going to be the first team sold. And if there's a pressing need to get these teams sold quick and get the deals done fast, then that would mean that we would see the Blazers sold in short order, which has not been the case. Jody Allen's taken her time with that, which would lead me to believe she'll take her time with the Seahawks, which would lead me to believe that the management group would not try to hold the team back from making moves because there would be some impending sale. Flashes, I think, will easily have a top 5 offense. I agree with you on that, Flash. Top 5 is right where I expect this team offensively to be. Dakota Ellis, how you doing? Thank you for subbing up the channel. Appreciate you and hope you're having a good one. Mark says this will be a top 3 team this year. Like and sub for that hard-working man. Thank you. Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you for reminding me of that too. Very kind of you. I like the confidence. DVN, remember when the NFL a few weeks back criticized us on our draft because we had too many running backs? I do, DVN. I do. Yeah, it's also somewhat I would hear from even in the chat on it when we first drafted them, where it's like, oh, we already fine at running backs. Like, are we fine? Look at the last couple of years, we are not fine. We are not fine. Georgie wants Grayson McCall. He's fun. Kareem Hunt did sign somewhere, so Sam the Great. So it looks like Kareem Hunt's out. One piece is Pete and the Hawks are sly, though. This might just be giving our stud running back a rest and letting McIntosh grow. Could be. Boy, Walker is still young, though, and you'd love to have him be working on some things that you needed him to work on from prior year, too. Kevin Zorbo says, don't worry about the running backs. Marshawn Lynch is still available. All I'm saying is he said he didn't retire this offseason, so he's technically still active and available. I know he's probably shot, but I mean... DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. I think I missed your dono below, so sorry about that, DJ. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I wanted to ask Jesse when you guys had your podcast, but unfortunately I was working. But how many quarterbacks are the 49ers going through this year? Well, I know if I would have asked him, DJ, because it's definitely a sore subject for that fan base. And you talk about vitriolic debates that are very toxic in a fandom that break out and sustain themselves and just metastasize. That's been the case with this 49er, basically, depth chart battle, whatever's going on right now. And everyone's really quick on their guns. Everyone's really quick to, stand up for their guy or to shade the other guy. And there's such a differing of opinions out there, it seems like, in the fan base when you look around at what you hear from different people. And so I don't even think the coaching staff at this point knows what's what on that. But I definitely think that in talking to him, it sounds like they're going to be pretty comfortable with holding on at least to the 3 quarterbacks minimum and then just trying to ride with that as they go into the future. So they probably also could, at the end of the day, do with this, DJ, if they lost like 2 of their quarterbacks, or they move Lance and then Purdy can't come back and then Darnold's not it. I'm sure they could always make the call out there to Minnesota and get Shanahan's guy Cousins back out there on a trade if they really, really wanted to get funky with it. But that would have been a good question to ask, man. You can tell it's a sore subject when you bring it up. You can see him flinch a little bit, The PTSD from 1,000 debates regarding the subject has definitely gotten to him a little bit. I can't blame him. I get it. I've been there on some subjects too. But it doesn't make it any less funny. Logan says Walker had a hernia injury last year, which is why he missed week 1 in preseason. Groin injuries are known to be tricky, as there isn't a way to fasten the process. There isn't. You can't just treatment it. A good rubbing on the groin ain't going to work. You just gotta let it rest and clear through. S. Jamora, how do our running backs get hurt? Laugh my ass off. They're out here playing karate or some. I don't know, man. I haven't got the pads on yet. I have no explanation for it. Nigel Rock, I get so many Seahawks videos in my feed like the Seahawks move will destroy the league, and it's so annoying and not being honest where the team is at all. Yeah, I've seen a plethora of those coming through too. Holy moly, it's and look, I can do bombastic thumbnails and titles too. So I've definitely, at moments, I'm sure contributed in my own way with this stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of them that are, certainly channels that are, I'm sure, knowing what people are looking for and hitting the algorithm right with it. God bless them on playing the game the right way, I guess. But you're right, there doesn't always seem to be a lot of substance behind these videos that start to talk about how they will destroy the league. They got this guy and then they got that guy and then they're gonna do stuff. It's like, and the thumbnail was just them out there pillaging, basically. I get it. It does get a little old. Jeff Fornall, you can't call it a holdout if he has never signed a contract. He was only waiting until the contract was right and then he signed. No holdout, go Hawks. It's a good point, Jeff. Technically not a holdout, technically speaking. Justin says Seahawks Today by Chat Sports is the most misaligned channel for the Seahawks ever. For the record, I agree there are really bad channels out there covering Seattle. There is, and it's kind of I think it's opportunists. at times with this, where it's guys that are definitely out there that look, we have a very active folks online in the YouTube hemisphere, probably more so than other fan bases. And when you have a team that's going to be a good team, that means fans are going to be even that more active online. So people are going to put these videos together, and it's going to be very calculated in their manner. My thing with it is, it's like, find some angle, find some item within the video where you present some fact or something that's not just you speaking like you've put the video together with an AI bot or something, But yeah, Chad Sports is one that definitely is. Holy Lord, they just throw anything at the wall. Anything. And it's all in good faith and fairness, I guess. And it's like, oof, I can't do that stuff. TP1 filler, top billing and Chad Sports about it. Definitely been some accusations on the other side too, on the other one with it. No, with that. But top billing's guys, people love him, what he does too. So, yeah, I don't think you have to have a channel where you critique necessarily. And I don't think, at least with the most of the videos, I think with Top, he's at least believing what he's saying. With some of these things, they're just coming up with whatever, They're just coming up with the clickbait thing. Logan Peaton said Charbonnet's injury has been a thing for a few days, so good chance it's a gym injury or a strain. Yeah, you got to get that technique when you're lifting them. So you're a big dude like him, he's probably lifting a lot of weight. Nagasa, still can't really believe we traded our 3rd round pick and passed on Henley, Simpson, and Jair Brown. Yeah, that's a tough one, Nagasa. I'm with you on that. That one's a little strange that they had those guys valued where they had them valued at. They just obviously didn't like the middle linebackers as much as, we did. It's strange. Justin, he's Fun pieces, McIntosh and Dallas is still an average plus running back core, even if Walker and Charbonnet aren't ready week 1. It's a great point. I agree. Young Bido game, that's very kind of you to say, man. Appreciate you, brother. Justin Cooper throws hands in the comment section. A good way of putting it, Justin. A good way of putting it. Justin Tudor says, I'm not available. Megas is 12 is not feeling the best, but great news on the wrist. No surgery needed as it's a grade 3 sprain and ligament tendon damage back in the brace, so need some Caselby. Well, take care of that wrist. It could end up plaguing you for years to come if you do not handle your appropriate business right now. Folks, this training camp has been an electrifying example of youth. Born free and wild, on display, showing the vets what they can do, ready to come in and have an impact perceptible on a statistical and eye level. It is rare you see these youngsters come in devoid of the time in the sport it takes to vanquish your opponents in the manner by which they are doing so this training camp. Jackson Smith-Njigba, the natural one, the route ninja, a man with a black belt in breaking fools off at the line of scrimmage, continues to show he may very well be a star even in this rookie year in the NFL. Kenny McIntosh is equally electrifying, making cuts so sharp I think I'm back in a steakhouse in the Bronx. The man moves with the ball in his hands like a whirlwind. He is tremendous. Appreciate you, Megan. Kelly says Julian Love is a beast and plays very physical, even though he may not look it. Oh, he's a really good player, Kelly. And top 25 last year in tackles in the NFL. Don't see many safeties on that list. A lot of linebackers on that list. But he was a guy that would put his nose in there. He's a willing tackler. He can play all over the place. The guy gives us so much versatility. Single high safety, strong safety, slot corner. He can do it all. He can do it all. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, brother, on that. Sorry, a little slow on the acknowledgement here. Let's say we have 5 to 6 young pups bloom into stars. Time to get paid. Will John Schneider approach deals any differently than they did with the last set of guys? Great question, Randall. Wow, that's fantastic. I don't think that there will be major differences done this time over. There will be a couple of exceptions that I would point to specifically, Randall. Number one, I think the team has showed you with this Geno Smith contract that there is definitely an attention that they're going to pay towards making sure they keep the contract numbers year to year relatively low when it concerns the quarterback. That no longer do they want to be getting up into the 15, 20%-ish range of the salary cap devoted to that one position. I don't think they go back down that line again anytime soon. So that's the first part of it. The second one would be paying the running back. I think they paid Marshawn Lynch, and I don't think that was necessarily what they wanted to do, but they did so realizing this is a heartbeat of the team, a centerpiece of this team. You've got to do it. And so they put the resources into that. But I think when we go into the future, they're going to be more driven towards just trying to continually restock the running back room with young guys as they go through. Partially because of the reason that you say. You're going to come up to a point here in a couple of years where you're going to have to choose between paying Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, Tariq Woolen, Kenneth Walker, Boye Mafe. Who's the one? You're not going to be able to pay them probably all at the same time. You're going to probably want to stretch some of that money out. And you're certainly thinking that the 2 tackles are going to get signed to big money deals. Boom, boom. That's a big part of that crop right there. And then Tariq Woolen's going to make his money. Is there really cash left over to sign a Walker at that point? So I think when they come to the quarterback and the running back position, those are the 2 places I think that they learn their lessons more than anywhere else, Randall. Outside of that, I think that they're going to be perfectly happy with, if they've getting like they showed with Uchenna, they'll pay edges, which they paid edges in the past. They've paid safeties in the past. They're still paying safeties right now. I don't need to look at that. I don't think they look at the Richard Sherman contract necessarily saying we shouldn't do that. I think as well, it's a bit of a different situation with a guy like Tariq Woolen having Sherman impact, because he's playing a little bit more of man situations. So he can play a little bit more now to where you can get more out of that lockdown corner than you could when you had a Sherman always playing in zone, always playing for the most part in off coverage, cover 3 technique. It was a little different paying a guy when you're asking him to do that stuff so often. So you're not going to be able to pay everybody, I wouldn't think, Randall, from this 5 to 6 group. But I think you're going to put that as the order of priority, where it's tackle, corner, or left tackle, corner, right tackle. But I think it's those 3 guys that get paid to this group more so than anybody else. Maybe Boye, maybe Walker, but they would be the 2 guys where even if they go out and they really shine, there may just not be enough money for them at that point. But no, I think they're going to pay, and especially Randall with how they've shown that they're willing to pay, go back to front, and how they build their assets up on this defense. They certainly will go back and do some of the similar stuff from a monetary standpoint that they did with the Legion of Boom. Randall with another $2 donation. Appreciate you, Randall. He says, Jonathan Taylor, JT equals Jonathan Taylor. Okay, my bad. Going to leave Indy like Falk. Was the question on there from him. Okay, so thank you. Sorry, folks, for some of these ones I don't get quite out. So will he leave Indy like Falk? Yeah, I don't think Indy's going to want to pay Jonathan Taylor. And I don't think maybe he gets through this year with them, but if he gets through this year, there's probably enough bad blood at that point. He just wants to move on and call it a day. So, yeah, I think Indy, what they're doing is they're taking their finger in mouth and sticking it up and reading where the wind's blowing. And it sucks for running backs. I understand where they're coming from and that it's not fair to them. And a lot of them are especially getting screwed this particular offseason. So the problem is really standing out. But it's the nature of reality here, which is teams are not paying running backs unless you force them to do so. And the running backs have no way to force teams to pay them. So this continuing trend of running backs being devalued is not stopping anytime soon. And it's probably not going to lead to guys like Jonathan Taylor getting paid big time money any more than it's led to Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley getting paid big time money. So it's going to probably lead to that. I would say. I'm not saying it means he's coming to Seattle, but yeah, whether it happens this year or just after this year, I just don't see a deal coming for him from Indy, and him being probably done with it after already threatening to hold out at the start of this year. Jacob Kessinger has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 19 long months. Thank you for that membership. You could be a member today just like Jacob is. Get an extra show a week as we do the Thursday show at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Also going to be getting some more benefits coming down the line for members of the channel. Thank you for that, though, Jacob. 19 long months in that respect. He says, perfect thing to listen to sitting in traffic. Well, thank you, man. I love it. I'll get you home nice, safe, and right. You won't even think about the bumper-to-bumper you're dealing with right now. It'll be just, you're caught thinking about Seahawks football and Lombardi trophies being raised. You're in a whole nother dimension of time and space, even though you're technically stuck in traffic. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it, Mumbles. Sorry I'm a little late on these acknowledgments on the donos. I get sidetracked sometimes, folks. You know how it is with me. He says, so what I'm hearing is that to get around the running back curse. So what I'm hearing is that to get around the running back curse, we'll have no running backs on the depth chart. Instead, we'll have 9 to 10 wide receivers on the depth chart. Then, yeah, can't hurt the running backs if we only have 12s. That's some trick and final destination style stuff right there, Mumbles. And I dig it. I dig that about you, that you think that way. You got to get creative in this approach. And if the priestess and the priestesses and the shamans aren't going to work, you know, if we can't give Pete some ayahuasca or something down there, you know, maybe that gets it through. I don't know what it's going to take, but creative approaches are going to be warranted here. So yeah, sorry, evil universe. We don't have running backs anymore. We have no one for you to burn. We only have receivers over here. Charbonnet, lose a little weight. You're looking too obvious right now. You're too big. He's right there. He's right there. Got to do what you got to do, Mumbles. We got to find some creative solution to this. All I'm saying is we need to reach out to the players. One sacrificial chicken, and this whole problem goes away. Who would be the if there was one player that we could talk into on the team who'd be willing to go ahead and sacrifice a chicken at the 50-yard line of Lumen Field to stop the beast mode curse? Who would be your guys' pick for the player to be willing to go out there and do that? Who would you like? Yeah, I could see him taking a chicken's head off. He's got it in him. I don't know if Bobby got pushed to it. I'm just saying, especially if it was to take away a curse. Bobby do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes. Thank you, though, Mumbles. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, how do you feel about Reed at nose tackle? And can you explain the difference between nickel and dime? Love all the content and lives. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Tony. I love doing this, man. I always have a ball doing this, and appreciate that. Yeah, nickel is best understood. Nickel is best understood as 3 cornerbacks. So you have one outside cornerback to one side, one outside cornerback to another, and then they have a third corner who's going to be your slot corner. And then on the other side, you're usually calling this, of course, Tony, when you're dealing with 3 wide receivers from the offense. So the way that this works, just like you would if you were playing Madden, the offense makes a call. They call a formational package with that call. That formational package comes out. The defensive coach on the other side's looking at that formation, or he's got eyes in the sky who tell him, and the eyes in the sky tell him in the thing. They say, hey, Brandon, yeah, okay, they're coming out in 3 wide here. So me as a defensive coach say, okay, I want to go to nickel. Then I'm going to have my 3 corners come out. You take 1 linebacker off, so you have 2 linebackers and 3 corners in that situation. But the offense is kind of telling you usually to go to that particular package with how they're coming out with their personnel group. So the easiest ways to think of it is 3 corners on the field in nickel. Nickel, 3 corners. Dime is 4 corners. So just like before, you're a defensive coach. I'm on the sideline waiting for my call from the booth to tell me what they're doing so I can make my play call off my play sheet. They tell me in my ear, they say, hey, Brandon. I go, yeah, what's up? They say they're going to 4 wide on this 3rd down. Then I call in my play sheet and I say, okay, we're going dime. So we're going to match their 4 wide receivers with 4 corners. And the real basic way to think of it is just you're calling a defensive coverage to match the personnel of the offense. They go 3 wide, you want to go three corners. They want to go 4 wide, you want to go 4 corners. Because you don't want to end up, Tony, in a situation where They go the 3 wide, and you're sitting on the field with 3 linebackers in what's called base. Because now you've got a slow guy to match up on that slot receiver, and he's going to get exposed. This was very much proven out, for instance, in 2019, where the Seattle Seahawks ran base defense at about 75% of the time that year, which was double that of the next defense that ran base, or 3 linebackers as base package. So you get exposed if you don't match personnel for personnel, unless you just have, let's say, freakish linebackers that can cover like crazy. If you got some weird aspect of it that you can kind of offset with the talent standpoint, you can get around these rules, but they're rules for a reason. And if you try to slide against them and how you call the match what the offense does, you will get probably lit up, with it. How do I feel about Jaren Reed at nose tackle? I love the transition for him. His origins are as a one tech at Alabama. His origins are as a run stuffing defensive tackle. Seahawks fans have gotten used to thinking about Jaren Reed as a pass rushing defensive tackle because the Seahawks coaches saw when he came onto the scene here that he was actually a guy that seemed to have some upside as a pass rusher. And you were back in that old 4-3 defense. Not only were you back in the 4-3 defense, you were in dire need of a 3 tech. You had nobody that could be a pass rusher for you. You had run stuffers like Poona Ford or Al Woods or these type of guys, but you didn't have the guy that could penetrate and get into the backfield, which is what you need in a 4-3 defense for the 3 tech, the weak side pass rusher on the defensive line. So he filled into that role and he filled it pretty well, but he was really never naturally a 3 tech. And I think the more that he transitions back into being more of his run stuffing kind of origins, I think the better he'll be for it. I think he'll definitely, I'm not expecting him to be a star from this role, but I think he'll be very effective and certainly helpful in turning around some of the troubles the Seahawks defense has had in stopping the run. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, Ski, for all the donos tonight. It says K9 needs to call Watson about a good groin massage. He's already texted him. Watson texted back, not funny. And K9 texted back, but really? And then straight eye emoji like he was being serious. And Watson said, no, really, not funny. Thank you for the triple donation on those donos, Ski. I think it probably tripled up you on your donations on that one message, but appreciate you, man. Watson still not looking great in the practice cut-ups I saw of him, by the way, from Cleveland. His whole game has just been jerked around since he's gotten to Cleveland, it seems like. Oh, whoops. Mumbles has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 9 long months. Ski Nation, thank you again for that donation. Appreciate you, too, for your support, Mumbles. You're awesome for that. He says, player, where's the knife? Only a 2-hour drive. Only be a 2-hour drive. Ski Nation, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate all the donations, guys. You guys are awesome. It says Jamal Adams sacked the chicken and drinks its blood. Rids his injury curse and the beast mode curse at the same time. Hey, you can't say Jamal would say no at this point, right? He knows he's got to feel like the beast mode curse, like somebody's doing some black magic stuff to me in the background and I need to offset this. So I think you hit the one on the head there of the one most likely, probably Jamal, because he thinks he can do the 2 birds, 1 stone, no pun intended. 2 chickens at once, So maybe he can offset some of his injury curse at the same time with it. I think we got to do what we got to do right now, Seahawks. We got to do what we got to do for these curses. Something else, we got to counter the evil dark power that has caused these things to continue to materialize every single year after year after year. Thank you, though, Ski. Appreciate you. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, too, Mumbles. Appreciate that, too. You guys are just amazing with your guys' support on the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. It says, wait, is it running out Jamal? Is running out Jamal at running back? Is that really it? Is that the answer? Curses cancel out. Is that even a thing? I think it is. It's like the Ghostbusters crossing the stream. It's so dangerous that it just might work. And I will say this, Jamal's built like a running back. And let's also remember Jamal's father played running back in the 80s. I think we're starting to figure this out. We have no running backs on the roster, only receivers listed. And then Jamal becomes RB1. And we don't have to sacrifice a chicken, and we cancel out both curses. We creatively got there to a solution here, folks. Took a couple hours of the stream to do it, but we got there. We found the answer. And yes, one cancels out the other. It's two evil dark forces battering against each other. It's like a fire in the forest, and they'll say, how do we put this fire out? Well, sometimes you fight a fire in the forest by having another fire lit, and then the fires come together, and then they cancel each other out. There's no oxygen for them to be able to sustain. That's just what we got to do here with the running back room. We got to apply the same manner of thinking. We got to light a fire in our running back room. That's what I'm saying. Kelly says, B, I'll send you a video of me talking to Chenna and K-Mac. Every player is different. You'll remember I met Jamal last year. He was amazing. Oh, I remember you saying that. Yeah. Please do. Send it my way. I'd love to see it. Austin says, just sign Alex Collins, version 2.0. Maze Guru says, the worst running back out was Kurt Warner. Damn, he was so good. Non-contact injury, was instantly retired while in his prime. Kurt was a brutal one, man. It was even tough, too, as he wasn't just instantly retired because he did come back, but you could always see him kind of dragging that leg, even when he was busting out pretty good runs. Never close to being the same player once he did. And yeah, tough when it's non-contact, AstroTurf. You hate those injuries where you're like, is it the field surface? Yes. Doesn't happen on grass. But he was perhaps maybe the most talented pure running back that we've had in Seahawks history. And would have gone on to probably have a really great career if he had not had that injury as he did. Justin Cooper says, I agree. Kenny McIntosh has talent. The 3-back rotation on drives will be hard for defenders to stop for a whole game. It will. You'll have 3 backs, all who kind of run a little bit differently. You know, McIntosh, the guy doesn't mess around as much. He will bounce a run out, but he's not as much of a dancer back there. He's going to get vertical. Charbonnet is going to be more of your, guy that can, in short areas, break tackles and wear defenses down and just be a bull out there. And then Walker's your dancer. Walker is your big play guy. And your number 1 back. It's a great little mix. Change my name to Shrub. I'm making tacos. What does that have to do with the stream? Absolutely nothing. Justin says, I'm full on convinced K9, Charbonnet, and McIntosh will be the best in the NFL. I think they could be, Justin. And let's not short sell DJ Dallas either. I know he's beat up a good amount, but he's a good kick returner for you. He's not Ugabuki out there, right? He ain't as good, but he's still pretty good. And a guy that averaged 5.3 yards per carry on over 30 carries last year. I know it's a small sample size, but still was effective with what they gave him. So I think it will be the best. It would be the strongest running back room in the NFL as long as they can stay healthy. That will be the key on that one. DP says we found a diamond in the rough. Cornerbacks like the Niners find running backs in the 7th. It's true. Fun piece, has anyone noticed how jacked Tariq Young is this year? He's almost DK Metcalf size, 6'2", 225. I'm excited to have him. I think he's going to be great. I'm really excited to see what he does too, as well. Fun. I mean, John Schneider said that he thought that was, of all the rookies they drafted last year, who was going to take the biggest step forward in year 2. He said Tariq Young. And I don't think he said that lightly. And the kid has a really good work ethic. It showed by how he was able to work his way into beating out Bo Melton, who was more highly drafted than him, albeit 30 picks before his selection. But he did beat out Bo Melton, who's no longer with the team. He did find his way then working himself by the end into the rotations in this receiver core, which for a rookie I think was pretty impressive. So I'm hopeful for him. Definitely hopeful for him. I see some good discussion talked around different channels on here. I hope you guys know I'm not diving in. I know that there's sometimes I don't want to light any fires. I want peace and harmony. I think the Hawks had a great stream there with Jesse. If on that Monday stream last week, talking to him, I always have a good time talking with him on even doing a 49ers, a 49er channel. Always keeps it above board. We can always really chop it up. We'll definitely have him back here a couple times on the channel this year. Daya tells us, did you hear what Al Wood said about our defensive schemes? Yeah. It's this is if you wanted to have it to take into a shorthand of Al Woods, and he said he was asked about going to the jet scheme and being able to just kind of get upfield and attack, go find the ball, just go get it. He said in saying kind of he was tired of doing a little bit of the read and react stuff that he had to do last year in this defense. And what he's doing from a shorthand standpoint is he's saying he's really addressing the gap and a half technique of this, where you're supposed to go attack, but also not fully attack because you need to get to the backside of the play maybe. And that means you're not able to just go. You always have a little bit of a voice in the back of your head, even if you think you're going to shoot the gap on a play of remain in your thing here. You've got to make sure you can get back over and protect this thing. It's really more of a rally, kind of everybody rallies and corrals the ball carrier more than it's about one of us needs to shoot and go make the play. And Al probably is talking about wanting to go back being a defense where it's like, hey, one of us on this play is going to need to make the play and get in the backfield. It doesn't mean you got to be your play every time to go make that play, but somebody's got to be, go make a play, get after it. Where Seahawks are running more of, I think, kind of a team-based defense strategy in their way of especially stopping the run. So I get where Al's coming from. That's why I've said many times to tell that this gap and a half system they run is a very difficult one to master, and it can be a pain in the butt for defensive linemen who want to be instructed on what you want them to do. Do you want me going forward and attacking, or do you want me holding my position and controlling my ground? Don't tell me to split the difference, which is a little bit of what the gap and a half stuff does require of them. TP says, if D. Eskridge stays healthy, what do we think of rolling out some 4 wide receiver sets? I'm with it, TP. I'd love to see it. Certainly have been a part of Sean McVay's offense at times. He's been willing to go with it, and that is the origins of this offense, is 4 wide receiver sets. West Coast offense definitely will have its share of 4 wide receiver looks at times in games if you've got the talent to make it happen. Why do I says Rob Rang said that my boy Taylor has bulked up the lower body, huge quads. I saw that he is up to 267. If he can set the edge, watch out. If he's a third player, he will have an even bigger year. If he is a third player, he'll have a bigger year. I hope so. Why do I do? I don't have a lot of faith in him getting better at stopping the run, and I'm putting together a video that's going to kind of show some of this a little bit, because some of it does go to him being a little light, low, not enough sand in the pants at times. So, getting a little bit more thicker in the lower half of the section will help that. But some of it's also instincts and reading things right and tackling good and things you need to be kind of a complete edge defender, which are also kind of lacking for him a little bit. And Snail, I do hope Colby Parkinson becomes a bigger difference maker in the red zone, because you have a team that struggles last year a little bit in red zone attempts. And Colby Parkinson's a guy that coming back from college, that's a place you really hope to kind of tap into, because he's such a big, tall, long guy who can catch the ball out away from his body, who can high point balls, who's got a little bit of vertical leap to match that size, who should be able to kind of moss some of these really smaller guys, be it a cornerback or a linebacker, whoever should have him in coverage. TB says, we barely have the talent to roll out 3 wide receiver sets for years. So if D or Derek Young can develop, I want to see some spread offense, 4 wide receiver sets real bad. I'd love to see it too. I'd love to see Geno with a 4 wide receiver look. I trust in him to be able to go through his reads right, and you're going to have a mismatch somewhere at that point. You got Derek Young or D. Eskridge on the other team's 4th cornerback. You feel pretty good about that matchup. TD says, is Carter still a 4-word letter here? 4-letter word here? To some he is. To some. Jabril Slater says Jonathan Taylor, but Irsay already said they aren't giving him up. Yeah. I don't think they will this year. They'll probably come to a conclusion of not franchising him after the year or something like that, but I don't think they'll. We'll see. DB says, when I was drunk off 3 hot sakes Friday night, I made a big bet on the Hawks plus 230 to win the NFC West. I think the Niners are going to come crashing back down to earth this year. You aren't alone in making that prediction, TP. There's a good amount of folks that are in that play with it. So you may have been drunk, but maybe it was a brilliant drunk moment. You know? Benelli says, D needs to be our return man. I'd love to see Eskridge do some return stuff. He's done a background of doing the kick return games. He hasn't been particularly good at it when we put him back there in the few times we have here as a pro, but he does have a background in it. Bedelli says the Niners have lost some studs that no one's talking about. They take steps back this year. It's possible. They lost Ward, of course, in that secondary, who's been a good kind of Swiss Army knife for them to move all around. They lost, I think, one of the linebackers that made part of that really top green. Now it's Greenlaw and Warner were definitely more important. Offensively, you've lost McGlinchey, and that line is certainly a big-time question mark where it stands. So there has been a few losses. They had a lot of free agents, too, as far as just role players within that they've got to accommodate. It could happen. I'm not quite to the point of thinking they'll step back, but I can see where people believe this. There's a lot of reason to believe they will so. And as Jesse was saying on Monday, they're basically 5 years into this run at this point. And as we saw with our Legion of Boom, you don't really get a decade-long run. You get that 5 years, and then that's kind of as long as you're going to get, and you got to start kind of turning it back over again. Tony Borgia, McIntosh has crazy change of direction, and he's really explosive, which is an excellent combination to have for the running back position. Justin says, what's funny about the AI voiceover, I know which video you're talking about. Yeah, it's just like, I'll click on it and be like, all right, what do you guys got? What are you showing here? And just like, holy Lord, lo-fi effort going into this one. All the effort went into the thumbnail. Kelly says Devin Bush had an INT today and fought Lockett for the ball and ran it down to the other side of the field with his defense behind him. Hell yeah. Bush making some noise out there. That's good to hear. Very good to hear. Needed. TD says, seems like Pete needs to keep injuries top secret. Need to know, only eyes. He's pretty good about that. May says, by the way, B, got up at 4 a.m. Saturday to see on Bleacher Report. Still catching up on sleep. I'm very proud of you, B. So it was so worth it. Thank you, Megan. I had a great time doing it. And thanks for checking it out on that. It's definitely going to help the numbers out. And they see all my folks jumping in their thing. They're like, oh, his audience travels with him. You better believe my audience does. So appreciate you checking it out. I had a good time. I would love to be able to do more of it in the future. One piece is Derek Hall's job doing the same as Uchenna did last year on the other side. I think it's undetermined quite yet as to what Derek Hall is going to do in fitting into this defense. Uchenna is going to get a lot of snaps. Probably Derek Hall spells Uchenna as much as anything else. And then you combo between Boye Mafe and Darrell Taylor as your run defender and pass rusher. And at times you're going to have Boye probably come in and take pass, be that backup guy. I think Derek Hall is going to have a hard time unless he really, really flashes defining his way, getting substantial amount of rotational snaps. He probably ends up the season somewhere in the neighborhood of, if everybody's relatively healthy, 25% of the snaps total at the end of the day when it's all said and done. So he'll have to just kind of find his role a little bit. I don't think it's kind of there built and set out for him. Nick Doc says, Brandon, I like the Route Ninja nickname for Jackson. I think it's the best one I've heard too. It's got to stick, It's got to stick. Michael Myers just drove from Seattle back to Denver nonstop. Listened to 2 of your last shows all the way through. Thanks, man. Oh, I'm glad to get you through that drive, brother. And you're tremendous for listening to all those shows. So appreciate you, man. And glad to hopefully make the drive a little bit more easier to get through. That's a hell of a long road. You got to hoe out there on that one. That's multiple states you're going through. So appreciate you, Michael. I'm having a ball doing what I'm doing, man. This is just, I'm so stoked for this year, so stoked for where the channel's going, and I couldn't ask for more, man. I couldn't ask for more. Michael Myers says, also, I remember the John Taylor draft, watching it on here live with you. We thought the Hawks were going to take him. Who did the Hawks take instead? Was that the... Yeah, wasn't that the... God, am I spacing out? Why am I spacing out on that one? It's somebody not good. Was that the Brooks draft? Feels like that might have been the Brooks draft. Oh, Lord, was it the Brooks draft? Yeah, it probably was, wasn't it? Ugh. And yeah, I thought he was too. He was a guy who loved Seattle. Wanted the Seahawks to draft him. Literally was saying that on interviews prior to the draft. You had a coaching Carroll at the time that was absolutely obsessed with the A-gap runs and didn't want to really run the ball outside. And when you looked at Taylor coming out of Wisconsin, everything he did was an A-gap run. Everything was over the top of the center. It felt like a really, really beautiful marriage between Taylor's skill set and the Seahawks offense and what it wanted to do in running the ball. But alas, they really liked themselves Brooks, I guess, that year. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I saw a Seahawks reporter say, get used to the Hawks only having one linebacker on the field. Do you think the 3-3-5 defense will be good for the Hawks to run a lot this year with the players they currently have? Yeah, I'm open to it being a good defense because you have a guy in Jamal Adams that is a strong safety, but that technically Greg plays the position like a linebacker. So you do get kind of that extra linebacker by way of him. He sort of gives you a 2-for-1 with that. And you're leaning into him being utilized correctly on the back of that, where he's down near the line of scrimmage now to be that extra defender to help you down there by the box. I think it also gives you a lot more ability to create complexity and to make things difficult on a quarterback to read what he's seeing prior to the snap and to not be as clear with it. And that's been that clarity has been a hallmark of Seahawks defenses in recent years, where when you walk up the line of scrimmage, you know what you're going to get. You know what coverage they're going to run post-snap. You know whether or not they're going to blitz prior to the snap. And you'd like to be able to stop having that be the reality of things. And it started to shift in that direction last year, Greg, with the varied amount of coverages they ran. You go from the 90% of cover 3 down to 35%, 7% quarters, 25% quarter, half, another 10%, 15% cover 1. You got everything kind of mixing up a little bit more now. But then you put this in like this, and now you can really kind of move guys around, because not only now are you bringing extra defensive backs onto the field, Greg, you're bringing extra defensive backs who can play different positions. Jamal can play a strong safety to a linebacker in a pinch if you need him to in that place. Julian Love can go from strong safety down into the slot if you need him to go do that. So it's just adding complexity, being harder to deal with, being able to do more varied things defensively. I think this opens the door to that rather than getting kind of stuck on the old. So yeah, I think it could work, man. I think it absolutely could work, Greg. And it's certainly where football is kind of going from an evolutionary standpoint. It seems like in real basic, generic, let's remove a lot of the fancy, terms and whatnot from this. The NFL seems to be going as a transitional point into the future, if we go 10 years into the future, to one that may be more riding into the 3-man front, so that you can have the extra guy in the secondary, because it's more about passing now, and you don't need as much of that extra guy in the line of scrimmage. It's kind of like just losing a guy on the back end when you don't have to. And this is where college is, Greg, for sure. You look around college football, and over and over and over and over again, you see these 3-man fronts. Even when they have really good players to operate off the edge, they'll still have these guys run, because when you run the 3-man front, you have the defensive ends and the like 4-tech, right? Where they're like right over the top of the defensive ends. They're not in a wide 9 roll, or even on the outside shoulder of the tackle. They're in a position to sort of stop the run. But if college is kind of already there and it's proliferated already through college, you certainly could see where this starts to change over to the NFL. And that tends to be the way that this stuff goes. It starts there, and then eventually, the college sneezes, and eventually the NFL catches a cold. Kelly says, Uchenna's a sweetheart. I love when players say cute things. If you tell Uchenna you love him, he will say he loves you too. Really cute. I know last year I'm lucky I got to meet Jamal, but I'll cut you off there. But he was really one of the nicest guys, saying hi to my dad, who at the time was a Jets fan and laughing about it, even though my dad wasn't there. I just told him how my dad on the East Coast was a Jets fan, and he said, you tell him hello for me. Jamal is very animated, so it makes you feel loved. Well, yeah, Jamal seems like a cool guy, great energy. That's a great story. Thanks for sharing, Kelly. Jen is an easy guy to root for. He seems like a good leader, a good person, head on straight, head on right, knows what he needs to do, always has been improving as a player every year he's played in the pros. Very, very easy to root for that kind of guy. Team Geno Gaming. W Stream, glad to stop by the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Team Geno. What part of our team do you think can achieve top 5 stats? I think the two places that you'd be looking at here would be the offense is certainly top 5 ready, and I feel pretty confident that they're going to get close to that mark, if not even surpass it. I think your special teams unit's going to be a top 5 unit as well. And they do have these metrics now for special teams units where they distill down your kicking, your punting, your coverage units, your return units, and they can get down to kind of a bottom line number as far as how they're performing overall. Seahawks were one of the better ones in the league last year. I do believe we were top 5. So I would expect those two units to be the ones that push to a top 5 state. You probably are going to get as much receiving yards out of your receiving core as anybody in the NFL, I would say collectively, with the guys that you're trotting out there. Probably have a good chance of being top 5 in pressures. You know, if your 3 edge guys can rock and roll with Darrell Taylor, Mafe, and Uchenna all threatening to be 10-plus sack a year guys, Jamal Adams comes back into the fray with his pass rush ability as a blitzer. Bobby, the same thing. Say nothing of some of these young guys may be developing as well. In addition to that, you might be a top 5 team in your ability to generate a pass rush. So those would be the main areas I would look to as far as where they can go become top 5. TD, Sherman could tackle. Yeah, Sherman could tackle. Reek the sneak. Team Geno Gaming, hey Hawks Nest, did you see Chris Jones holding out? Coach Reed was surprised by maybe he knows they can't repeat and wants to be on another team. Think Seattle may be a team he's looking at? I'm not sure on that last part. I don't know if Chris Jones is, really looking at any one particular team at this point. I think really at the head of it, he sees that he's got one more contract to get paid really well. He's coming off of his best season. He signed his deal a couple of years ago, Team Geno, when they were, it was pretty contentious negotiations. They went down to the deadline. There were even rumors at that time that maybe the Chiefs were flirting with the thought process of moving him at that point. So, this is a little bit of something that's been, I think, building up with time. And with all of the contracts that have been handed out over this last offseason to defensive tackles, everyone getting paid, and that pushing Chris Jones further and further and further down the line of the highest paid defensive tackles in the sport, I think that that's pressing him as much as anything here, and that he wants to go and get paid. And if the Chiefs don't want to pay him the high water mark he wants to be paid, he'll go somewhere else to get that money at that point. He's gotten his rings. You can't fault him if he's more about, now I need to get my money. He's at a position where you don't usually have a very long career. You got to get while the getting's good. I don't know if he doesn't think they can't repeat. I'm sure he would say they could definitely repeat. You got Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure you'd think as a player you got a chance at that point. But he also doesn't want to take a discount. And he probably feels like he's given them a discount, Team Geno, over the last couple of years. And considering how he's played, he might have a little bit of an argument to be made for that. He signed his deal at making like $20 million a year, and you've got Donald all the way up at 31 plus right now. So there needs to be probably a correction within the situation. But I can't say of where it's going to go quite yet, Team Geno, because these kind of things can break both ways, be it just team ends up re-signing him or they just pull their hair out and say, we're done. And it happens fast one way or the other. But I haven't heard anything that's made me lean one way or another to how this will go. They probably end up finding a way to get a deal done, would be my best guess. Benelli, I can't wait for team cuts either, man. We're going to pick somebody up along that track who's going to help us out, hopefully along the defensive line. DP says, at least on the D-line, we have young talent who could ball out like D. Hall, Tyreek Smith. There's zero young linebacker talent unless you count by Jones, and he's a special teamer at best at this point. No, it's valid, DP. Linebacker unit is definitely lean and light at the moment. No, Kelly says, Jordan Brooks is running and cutting, and let me tell you, you would never know he was injured. He looked faster than Jamal. I pray Jamal makes it back. He was running and cutting too, but Jordan was wow. A few people said the same from what we saw as we could see them running and doing little drills together. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Brooks was technically faster than Jamal, Kelly, with what we reportedly heard. He didn't run a 40, I think, at the Combine or Pro Day when he was coming out, but reportedly he said he could have ran like a 4.40 coming out. I don't know if he was that fast, but if Jamal's not quite at Jordan's level of quickness, if Jamal's just a 4.5 guy or something, I guess see what Jamal ran him, but he was probably about a 4.5 guy. Makes sense if Jordan's maybe a little bit quicker, but it also could be as indicative of what you're hinting at with maybe Jamal being a little bit behind Jordan, which would make sense considering the severity of the injury Jamal had, even though Jamal did have it earlier. But that's extremely good to hear about Jordan, Kelly. Sounds like he's getting a little bit better, and we're going to need him. Megan says, Noah watched the training camp video and said, thank you for the birthday shout out. He said the video was perfect, but made more so when you said his name on stream. Well, thank you, Megan. I hope you had a great birthday and had a fun party and ate way too much cake, as you're supposed to. Let's go. Cordell Patterson's entered the chat, says Dayatel. I'd take Cordell Patterson. He'd be fun. I always got a soft spot for Patterson, though. Eskridge can be the sacrificial lamb. Docs, I'm thinking Abe Lucas for the chicken sacrifice. He's got a look of the face of a guy who could do the chicken sacrifice, right? He's got a very serious face. Just give me the chicken. I can see it. Kelly says Jamal was dancing, though. Nobody does it better. He even brought his own stereo. Of course he did. Daniel, I think we need to keep a bag of Skittles on each corner of the field to protect us against the running back curse. The beast mode energy is all we need. Maybe that's it. Yeah, just bury it beneath each pylon at every end of the field. BB says it's really feeling like players are not doing the due diligence to stay healthy, and this is without fully padded practice. It's discouraging. It's hard to say what could be the cause, or if it's going too hard, not protecting yourself or whatnot. We haven't had a lot of injuries. Just the running back room has been the one that's kind of stood out with that at the moment, unfortunately. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate the double dono, Tony. Very kind of you. He says, thank you for the detailed answer. Should help me a lot in Madden. You're always good at explaining things for us 12s. I can't wait for the season to start. Well, thank you, Tony, for the $10 donation and the double donation at that, and being a member of the channel as you are. All that support. You're wonderful for it. And yeah, it's a place that I always want to try to get to where we can get to. There is always a kind of a simplified explanation as much as we can get to the details and get through all of the acronyms and all the, football vernacular. But you can get to things pretty simple with this stuff too. And that's the easiest way for me to learn is just you sometimes kind of do relate it back to Madden. It can be kind of a bit of a teaching tool to you on how this stuff goes, because it does play like that on the field where offense calls what it's doing, then the defense is going to counter it. And the defense wants to get the personnel to match up to the personnel that the offense is running, and rather than the defense trying to run it out, because a good offense will then, if your defense, you're going to call something out, then a good offense is going to try to counter you back with a personnel that's going to make that initial call by you being proactive, make you vulnerable with it. Oh, you want to go base? We're going to go 3 wide. Or hell, you're going to go base? We'll go 4 wide. If you want to take it even to an extreme direction of it. But appreciate you, man, and I can't wait for the season to start as well. I'm as excited for this year as any other. I don't know which way this is going to go exactly. I think we've got a really good team. I think we got a lot of potential. I think we're really, really young, but I think that the sky is also the limit in so many respects. So you have a right to be excited. There's so much room for a lot of hope with this team going into the future, and it's going to be really, really fun to cover them as well, because there's so much cool things to talk about with them. Alan A says, thank you for the $5 donation, Alan. I appreciate you for another double donation here. He says, Miles Adams for breakout player at the defensive tackle position, 100%. I've got to give my approval and say I agree with this to you on this one, Alan, and that Miles Adams to me is definitely a guy we're not talking enough about throughout the course of this offseason. And going back, and I was spending a little bit of time prior to the training camp going back through the All-22 tape and doing a little bit more of the deeper dives through the tape and kind of trying to, see if there's any notable stuff that we might have missed through last year. Something that does stand out to me is Myles Adams wasn't given a whole hell of a lot of snaps. He was definitely highly rotated in there for other players to get their run, Quentin Jefferson, Poona Ford. But he was a guy who, when he was in, was all over the place, made his share of plays for the time he got to go. He's a complete player, and he plays the run really well, and he can really do a good job as a pass rusher. He seemed to take, to my eyes, Alan, this gap and a half scheme we're running now, he seemed to take to it more naturally than some of the other defensive linemen last year. And part of the reason why he's probably here and they're not. But he certainly has a little bit of upside to his game that you might not expect, being this isn't a guy that's a high drafted guy for the Hawks. This guy's been in the league for just a couple of years, hasn't necessarily done a ton. But, go back and, for instance, watch my training camp video or my preseason game breakdown on Myles Adams last year, where he was showing you a variety of different pass rush moves. He was showing you active hands at the line of scrimmage with the ability to bat down balls. He was showing you some quickness to his game, some legitimate quickness to his game. So there's some tools Myles Adams has to work with. And if he was to be a guy that does break out and proves to be a very effective player within this rotation, picking up more snaps this year than he had last year, wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. He was an impressive player last year in the snaps that he did go out there and run out. Great call on that one, Alan. Stimpy. What's up, Stimpy? Where's Ren? Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, wanted to finally show my appreciation for all the amazing content you pump out. Awesome stuff. What do you think about Lockett versus Ayuk? Who's better? Well, thank you, Stimpy, for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate showing the love, and appreciate you especially for watching all the content as you do. I definitely am ramping up. We're going to get more and more of this stuff coming out. I'm glad it's being appreciated, and you guys are liking having the extra content, the extra stuff. Don't want to wear you out on that end of it, but I'm having a ball doing it too, Stimpy, so thank you so much, man. In regards to your question, who do I think is better between Locke and Ayuk? I think at this... it's a great question. I think that they're very much probably closer than they are further apart, between one being better than the other. You would probably, I guess, give maybe a bit of a nod if we're going to try to do a projection point on this, and you have a guy in Lockett going into his early 30s versus a guy in Ayuk who's just starting to settle into his prime. You probably would give a little bit of a nudge or a little bit of a tip of the cap to Brandon Ayuk in this, because, he's just getting into it. He's just going to where he's going. And Ayuk is also not necessarily had the right quarterback to take advantage of his skill set fully in his first few years there in San Francisco. I mean, there were throws I would watch Jimmy Garoppolo try to make to him when he'd break out on like a deep out-breaking route or a deep in-breaking route, and Garoppolo would have to try to make that throw in a line, and it wouldn't even be close. The timing would be off, or the throw would be wildly off, or there wouldn't be enough velocity from Garoppolo to make it happen. And then he goes from that to basically Brock Purdy. So the arm strength hasn't built up any stronger. And so on some of these routes that Ayuk's at his best, because he's one of the best route runners in the game, in getting deep, he doesn't get to show it off like Lockett does, who's gone from Russell to Geno, two guys that are really good at throwing the deep ball and using that part of the game to show off the full skill set of what Lockett can do. But they're very close to me as players in overall production, what they get. They both kind of win, I think, a little bit similar, where they're not necessarily super yak guys. They're route runners with really good hands and great body control. But Ayuk's definitely got still a little bit of that upside there where, he might be a guy who could give you a 1,100 yard season if he was in a pass-heavy offense and really being featured from a target standpoint. I don't know if Lockett's at that point in his career anymore where he's going to be able to give you 1,400 yards and 110 catches in a year. I think those days are probably past him on that respect of things. But I still love Lockett, and he's still a very effective player. And Ayuk is fine as well. Niners are going to have a difficult decision to make with Brandon Ayuk as to what to do with him. They've got to pay most of the money they're going to have to pay him. There's not going to be any money left over to have to pay Ayuk, which means they're probably going to have to let him go in free agency or bite the bullet and just try to make a trade with him to recoup some value so he doesn't leave for nothing. But the Niners don't have an easy choice to make on that one, and hopefully that their loss on that one is our gain, Stimpy, with that one. But appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you for the donation on top of it as well. Wu-Tang Financial is in the house. What's up, Wu-Tang? Wu-Tang. How you doing, brother? Says, thank you for the $5. He says, hopefully they're just playing it safe with the rock toters, but McIntosh has some stuff. He could shock some folks this season. appreciate the donation, man. And I think you guys are all right to get hyped up about Kenny McIntosh. It was a silly reason that saw him fall to the 7th round. It wasn't this kid was damaged goods or he was broken or, somehow he didn't have natural enough talent to make it in the NFL. This was a guy that dropped, as you look at it, simply because of some poor testing numbers. And boy, you want to talk about the type of player that you want to lock in on, that you really want to take advantage of on the open market, who might find himself in a position of dropping through the draft. Give me the guy whose tape is phenomenal, who's lighting it up and sparkling all over the place on his tape, but who happens to not run a particularly fast 40 time when we're in the depths of the off season and he's in, spandex running around on a field with no pads or ball or any of that going on. I really, as I start to get further along in the evaluation process and scouting these guys and seeing some of these guys dip in that manner from that, keep coming back to the fact of, if a guy can play, he can play. And if you turn on the tape and a guy's in the SEC, the toughest conference in the land, and he's balling out of control, I'm not talking dominating, but balling, then you should feel pretty strongly that's a guy that should translate when you get it into the pro level. Especially the guy where you had a little bit of extra beyond that, where he did go to the Senior Bowl. He did impress guys like Nagy out there and the way he showed out there. So there was a lot to walk away from on this one to believe and think, no, this is a guy that's got a little bit of something extra to him. It's not your typical 7th round running back, I'll tell you that. And I think that he's going to be able to add something to this team. Minimum as kind of your gadgety guy, receiver, running back guy that you float between. Minimum maybe as just a 3rd down back, but also a guy that if we got to start you for a couple of games and get you a couple of games with 20 plus carries, he can pull that off. And it's going to be very valuable for this team. And we're really going to love that selection in the 7th round, knowing he brings this insurance to play Wu-Tang, especially as we're sitting on these guys as we're sitting on right now that are kind of beat up. I agree with you, though. We've talked a lot about this running back position today and how worried to be about the injuries that are occurring. The answer that you give is the right answer. They're being cautious with these guys. Coach Carroll, and all of his time here in Seattle, has overall been more a cautious guy with injuries than he is a guy to let him go out there and play. And I think this has been further refined over time with him and his outlook with injuries, in that he's gotten more conservative over time, not less conservative. More buying into, if I let the guy rest up and just get fully healthy, I then have the confidence to know he's fully getting beyond this injury and he'll get onto the next turn of this, rather than he's dealing with something, just he'll force him to fight through with it. It's fine. It's a minor injury. He can get through it. And then that little injury becomes something bigger down the road. Just ways you probably evolve as a coach in your thinking and mentality when you deal with those situations coming down a couple different times, and you keep dealing with it this way and keep dealing with this way, and they go, well, wait, I know it's my old school coaching mentality of just rub some dirt on it and get back on the field, but maybe it's a better mentality to say, especially with what the medical science is saying, of let them actually get fully healthy before you run them back out there and try to make them go at being less than 100%, especially when we're talking about the first week of training camp. So I think the reticence by Carroll and company to run these guys out there if they're not fully 100% makes complete sense. And it's probably also, let's face it, with this as well, Wu-Tang, probably also informed by the fact that they've got a little bit of PTSD when it comes to recent years and how the running backs have been just completely blown out at times. As far as just you're signing guys off the street every single year and you can't seem to stop it. Even when you build the running back depth up strong, Carson, Penny, Dallas, Homer, all of them gone. All of them gone multiple years over. It's tough. It's hard to plan for that. Rashad Penny had one of the cleanest medical evaluations the Seahawks had ever put on any given player that they were going to select out of college. The man was pristine from a health standpoint at San Diego State. And then just broke down all the hell once he came here. It's hard to plan for. Really is. But they're just playing it safe. Wu-Tang, I agree. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations tonight, Mumbles. You are amazing, brother. I appreciate the support. He says, dang, going to get so many vandalism, breaking and entering, and trespassing charges. Might be wondering why I have so many Skittles and a shovel with me. No, it'll be that move where you break in, it's the middle of the night. You see a guard go past, you have to go still and do the whole I'll just stand still and he won't see me thing. And he doesn't because he's kind of looking down at his phone. He's kind of distracted. Then you get in, you've cut your leg getting in, you scrape something else, you bruise something. You landed hard on the fall, you're scrambling to the field. You start digging up the field. You're throwing Skittles in there, one pack after another. Security guard comes out to you, flashlight in your eyes. God, what? What are you doing out here? What are you doing? And then the flashlight goes down to the Skittles. And he looks back at you You make eye contact. He nods. And he just walks away. And you just get back throwing those Skittles back in there. That's the way it plays out in my head. I think the security guard would go, or give you good work, son. He'd give you a good work, son. One of those two, Mumbles. Either way, though, you'll be doing God's work. You stop curses. I haven't been picking up my Bible recently, but if you stop curses, I think that's doing God's good work at that point. I can't say it for certain, but that's just how it at least feels to me. Appreciate you though, Mumbles. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you guys, all of you guys on that. I'm going to be right back, get a little more coffee. Give me just 2 quick seconds here. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. I do appreciate it. And if you guys do like what you're listening to tonight, do me a favor and hit that like button if you could for me. Give that a nice big smack right on the bum. Right on the bum. Just a good hard smack on the like bum. Helps the channel out. Helps me grow. Helps me do all that good stuff. You know how it goes. You know the whole rigmarole. Keldon says, didn't Nathaniel Hackett sacrifice a chicken at your midfield? Well, he went out there to do it, and then he because it's Hackett, he went out there and he was cutting at the neck of the chicken for a good half hour. Security finally came out there, and he'd only gotten a couple feathers off because he was too dumb to sharpen his knife beforehand. So typical Hackett mistake, Don't get a sharpened knife before you're going to get your sacrificial chicken, But yeah, he thought he could do it with one of those old, just rusty old knives that, he's had for 20 years, and it didn't work. Didn't work. So technically, Keldon didn't get the sacrifice off, but there was an attempt. An attempt without success only angers the gods further at that point. You're just making them matter, which is why Hackett had the year he had. Megan says DK rips the head off of the chicken like Ozzie B. I love it. That'd freak out some cornerbacks. That intimidates some DBs. Nicholas says glass grid should be the sacrifice. You're already going. What difference does it make? Fun P says if Kelly's right and Jamal is cutting and dancing, I'm getting pumped. Hell yeah. I don't know. Kelly was also being a little reticent though. It was almost the devil she didn't name, because she was talking about how fast Jordan looked, and she was like, and Jamal was, and he was good. He was doing there were some cuts. He was cutting. I didn't get it. It wasn't as effusive from her on that. It gets me a little worried, but I'm good at dancing's dancing. That's something. That's not limping. I'll tell you that. DP says, I heard Jamal's savings account is improving every day. Brian, I did see the Deuce Vaughn video from the Cowboys camp, and yeah, he does look like a toddler running with the ball. But Darren Sproles was his comp, and Darren Sproles looked the same way. Yeah. And yeah, Kelly, send me the Jamal video. I'd love to see it. I'll put it up on the channel. You got him dancing, especially. I agree, Fun P. The Brooks and Adams make this deep better. They really do. Manelli says, with Jaren at nose tackle, we can get more of our studs on the field at once. Yeah. More guys, to your point, Benelli, that might have better impact as an end than I think Jaren Reed could if you had him there instead. I think he's better. And this is why the coaches are obviously doing it, is he'll have more impact, I think, as spending most of his time as a nose tackle with an occasional moving him out to edge, to the 3-4 end. Lou says, here's how to break the running back curse. Marshawn hangs out on the sideline with a bag of Skittles for the running backs. Skittles must have made Lynch invincible. You might be onto something, Lou. It can't hurt. It can't hurt. They were showing at one point with Marshawn. There was one of those silly videos where they're doing like the science testing videos of, does the Skittles actually help Marshawn? And they actually did come to find, because it spikes your insulin and your glucose levels, is that it does give you a little bit of a bump, a little bit of extra juice. Science. It's science. Nitro, maybe Deshaun Watson's having the same thing that happened to him to Le'Veon Bell when he stopped playing for a while. That sitting down for a year is no joke. We'll see how Calvin Ridley does this year. He's burning up the Jaguars camp, looking great. But that's not to be understated, that you sit out for a year, and the track record of that is that it's really hard on players. Mike Williams was another guy that did that for a year. Remember when he held out for a whole year and then was drafted high and just was never the same. Daniel Watson should be forced into retirement and be forced to give massages to Americans in the Philippines. Wearing a kimono. I love it. Megan says, are there any Niners we can do the sacrifice on? As I like chicken. Good one. Nice. Megan with some Niner shots fired. I dig Docs. I guess Jamal over Abe Lucas would be better curse ceremony guy. Maybe. Abe's got the face for it. He's got that stern looking face like he could cut a chicken's head off. BK voiceover Mike Cameron was burning sage in the Mariners locker room last season, and their season started to turn around after that. Who do we need to burn sage in Lumen to turn around these injury issues? We just got to get the sage in the room and burning, BK. So we just got to get this up it doesn't even need to be a player level. We just got to get up the brass into the understanding. It worked for the Mariners. Why wouldn't it work for us? It's very simple. So, yeah, why not at this point? It couldn't hurt. Not like you're going to cause any damage with the sage unless you set the room on fire. Sam Dog, being famous, as I was at camp today, met JSN and got a selfie with Geno. Also, Kenny McIntosh looks good. Hope K9 and Charbonnet will be okay. Well, that's a good selfie to get out there, man. And it's cool to hear that Kenny was looking good. Got to meet JSN. Been tearing up the camp. Nitro Hawk says, what animal is most like a running back? I don't know. Yeah, rabbit was kind of a good one. I like rabbit from that one. Maybe that. Maybe like a cat. Kelly, TD, Jamal signed. DK was the other at the end. Jamal signed for a long time, ran into where DK was on the completely other side. A little engine. They could. It's cool. Jamal signing autographs. He's got to feel a little bit, he's got a long rehab. Maybe not in the most mood to go do that stuff, but it's still cool that he is. Gibson says Warner might be my favorite running back next to Beast Mode. Understandable love to give him. A lot of the younger audience doesn't remember Kurt Warner, but a guy I believe was selected 3rd overall in the first round. And I know that was back in the day where running backs were valued higher, but it was also because he was just so tremendously talented coming out of Penn State. And his shake and bake, his stop and start, even for his time was very, very, very special. And I have to feel like after that first year and Chuck Knox's offense going through the 80s, having Steve Largent pulling some of the double team coverage and some of the attention off of the line of scrimmage away from him, he could have had a Hall of Fame-like run with all of those factors brought in together if he could have stayed healthy. But that first game in the second season, first drive of the season, just tears his knee apart. Deates says Dallas made a Pro Bowl, laughing out loud. DJ Dallas made a Pro Bowl? Did he? No, he didn't. No way. Brandon, did you see Deuce Vaughn? Yeah, he's a little guy, man. He is a little guy. Yeah, it does. Geno so far says he's most impressed by Derek and Olu. Two names I like to see on that list. It makes sense. Makes sense. We forget about Derek. We got Esker, we got JSN, but a guy that played really well for us last year in spot duty. He was a good soldier for you. You need him to play fullback, he'll go be fullback, and he'll kick out that lead block. He will. So love to see it. And I'm not surprised about Olu Day, because I thought that guy's going to, sooner than later, is going to become the starter on this team at center. Sooner or later. Megan, sorry I missed the stream with Jesse. Came in the end. Wasn't in good enough headspace, but looked great. It was really good. I love talking with Jesse, but it was a great stream. Got him for 4 hours, man. I was keeping him pretty long. Kelvin says, Jesse mentioned you on Grant's stream. He didn't say your name, but repeated something you said and said he trusts your opinion because of the work you put in. I appreciate that, Kelvin. And he's on the same end of it. That's what I love about Jesse with it. It's certainly, we got our rivalry, which is a fun rivalry we talked about. We love the fact that there's this rivalry in place, but you also can definitely, respect the work he puts in on his own end because he's operating from it in a pure fashion. He's a Niner fan who loves his team and just wants to put out, good content, put in good work, educate the people on it. I mean, he broke last year. And it's the thing I forgot to ask him about, Keldon, but he broke the whole thing about Trent Williams last year, tipping plays, and it became a whole almost national discussion on the back of that. Guy does really good work. And, we're trying to all do that kind of same fashion. We just do the good work and be truthful in your approach and try to dive deep into things and get a better understanding of them. And that's why we have a little bit in the chat of folks going back and forth at some of the content creators I've noticed in the chat today on it. And I get that. And people have those they favor and those they don't. I try not to dive into that too much myself because I do know whether you love it or hate a guy who's on here doing this on YouTube, there's no doubt about that they are putting in a lot of hard work. And they're doing their best usually on this. Nobody's usually coming in this just trying to half-ass it outside of those clickbait Seahawks videos about the Seahawks will be the best team ever that's ever accomplished everything in every world in any multi-dimensional universe. Those videos. Outside of those ones, everyone else is just, I think, trying to just, make good content and entertain people. So I think that's cool. We'll all have our different kind of flavors we like, in that respect. But I appreciate that, Kelvin. Thank you for letting me know that. And Jesse does awesome stuff. Grant does great stuff on his end. He's got, his channel's cooking on his side of things. So it's good to see. Really good to see. Changed my name to Shrub. There wasn't any shots fired. No, there wasn't any shots fired in the Jesse stream. It was all above board. What the smells is Daryl Taylor had huge thighs last year. Remember those short shorts? Short shorts meant everybody looked like they got big thighs. Yeah, TD, I ain't taking no bait. TD. I was talking with Randall McDaniel the other day on the text message thing. It's like, start some beef. Like, I ain't starting no beef. I'm going to kumbaya this. I'm going to love everybody. If I was a younger man, you know what I mean? It's a young man's sport, that beef game. It's a young man's sport. You got so much energy as you get older, you got to just apply it like a sniper rather than like a machine gun. Church of Sacred Cacti says trade Disley. I don't know if he's even on the market. I think they look at him as guys here at least another year. I think after this year, he's definitely a guy they're going to have to probably come back to his contract and look at trying to rework it a little bit. Space, was he already dealing with a hamstring injury? I don't think there's anybody dealing with a hamstring injury right now. Daryl Gray, is Zach's shoulder headed for surgery? Hard to say, Daryl. I'm going to take the standpoint that they're just being very conservative and tentative with this kind of injury, and it's not necessarily indicative that it's serious. But, Pete does have a certain way that he references injuries through the years, And you can kind of sense when he gets less than optimistic and he just gets kind of real like somber, that there's maybe something a little bit more afoot with what's at play. And maybe I'd be interested to see if the chat felt the same way. But when I heard Pete talk about it, it didn't seem like he had the same optimism for Zach's shoulder as he did for Kenneth Walker's groin. Sentence I never thought I would say in my life, by the way. What the smell says, I hope it's just sore. I hope it's sore too. Shoulder injuries can be gnarly though. They can be gnarly. You worry about that, like that tendon there that can break or whatever, I think. I forget what it is. It's a very common injury, shoulder injury for football players though. Nitro, will we get Brandon to slip up and start beef with Top? No, you're not. People will try, Nitro. You're not alone. There's many that have tried to get me to beef with some of these folks. I ain't doing it. Everyone does tremendous content. I'm highly supportive of them. They just all are killing it in their own way. I think Knox Brandon, if the Seahawks had drafted Jalen Carter, would they have converted him to a linebacker? Sorry, can't stop complaining about our D-line. Grown. I get it, man. This is the biggest worry we have on the team, and it's the worry that you could see from very far out coming, from their process of who they paid in free agency, who they didn't, how many were allowed to walk out the door, to how they drafted and waiting to the fourth round to address the position, that we haven't seen another position made after this, that it still sits where it sits. I think it's perfectly acceptable to look at the line and say this could be where things get upended this year if there's a part of this team that could be the part that causes the great upending. So I feel it on that, and I'm fighting the urge not to be looking at the Jalen Carter news out of Philadelphia. I'm fighting the urge not to be tracking what he's doing and comparing it up to what we see from Witherspoon. I think a little bit of it is inevitable to a degree. But the risk that we're also there with Jalen Carter that the Eagles have been able to get around and not had to deal with, maybe it wouldn't have been the same way bringing Carter here that it is with Philadelphia, where he's surrounded by Georgia teammates that can keep him in a new city with his head on straight, whereas maybe you wouldn't have had as much of that confidence if he'd come out to the Pacific Northwest. It's very possible. Nicholas, I had to put my daughter on a plane back to Colorado to her mom yesterday, so I'm pretty bummed out, but hang in here. Hang in there, Nicholas. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know that's always tough. I had the parents that were separated and one in each state when I was growing up, and it's always brutal when you got to leave dad to go to mom and all that. So sorry about that, man. Do hang in there, brother. I swear I'm catching up on the chat, folks. I'm a little bit behind, but I'm kind of catching up. Kind of. Megan, the Hawks Nest, he doesn't eat sugar due to it playing havoc with his autism, but did have some donuts, which he loves and got to meet Coach Carroll, which has me a little jealous. Oh, it sucks that you can't mess with that. No sugar for a kid's a tough one. Fun Pieces, Ray Roberts was saying he thought we could have one of the best O-lines. Well, Ray Roberts is the guy that doesn't tend to speak in that manner unless he believes it. So if he's saying he's seen that on the field, I could see where he's coming from on that. If Olu can ascend like I think he can, Lewis settling in at left guard as he is, the second-year returns coming from your two rookie tackles from last year, you could see where this thing could slide in that fashion and become a strength of this team. Certainly with the investments you put into it. What's the smell? I really like the Seahawkers podcast, but those guys aren't X's and O's. I just like the humor and fan aspect. It's good. They do good stuff. Do good stuff. Danny Boy says, where's he reading the comments from? Danny Boy, I'm a little bit odd for new people that are in the chat here that might have just subbed up. I'm a bit of the odd YouTuber, and that a lot of guys will stay to the current chat and just read what's going on in the current chat. I try to read as many questions and comments as I possibly can, and if sometimes I get to add just about everybody, but it does make me a little bit slow in my response to folks just new in the chat, because you're here watching. I figure I want to try to respond to everybody as much as I can. I can't get to everybody, and it's definitely getting harder as we're getting bigger and bigger, that's for sure, but I try I try as I can on that to cover everybody. So that does put me a little bit behind. Always Lethal says, I haven't heard about Derek Hall in a while. Forgot he was on the team. Yeah, it's easy to forget when you got this many picks and this many young guys coming on board. You'll probably hear a little bit more about him because he's a big physical beast. You're going to really start to hear a little bit more about him once you get the pads on and cracking, because that's a guy that probably steps a little bit more firmly forward when that occurs. John M29, I get a creepy voodoo vibe from Daryl Taylor. I think he's your chicken slayer. Let's go. He does. He's got the kind of the Rastafarian like little hair thing going, right? So he could pull it off from that standpoint. I could see him being just a little bit crazy enough. The guy that would run off the sideline mid-play after an interception to go congratulate his teammate. I could see it. Brian says, do the guys who were in camp today, anything to say on Morse and Hall? I'll leave that for the chat. Whoever was in there, maybe Kelly can let us know if she had any sightings of those two guys. Great Grant, Brandon, I was thinking more about the 3-3-5 putting pressure on defensive backs to make tackles with only one linebacker on the field, and I didn't even think about Jamal, Spoon, or Kobe's tackling ability when I asked. Thanks. Oh, my pleasure, man. That's the part where I think's at the head of this, is that it's not your atypical defensive backs out there on the field, which would normally be guys that probably you're hoping can cover better than they can tackle. You have some guys that are actually very complete players in that. And when you go to having just more than one or two of these guys in the secondary point, but having everybody in the secondary willing to tackle, it was the one thing that really, really stood out that when I was doing my research for the podcast that I did with the Niners fan last Monday, what really stood out to me in looking at the Niners defense and what they did is that, number one, they were a great tackling team, but then the tackling numbers were great through all of the defensive backs. Everybody did their job, even the outside corners. You know, when they need to be forced run defenders and come up, they would come up and they would make that tackle. They would not be easy tackle breaks for running backs, which is, I think, a bit unusual, Greg, when it comes to most teams in their cornerback rooms and situations, which then makes them rely on having more of those linebackers out there to carry the day a bit with it. But I think it's going to be a bit. You have Mike Jackson, who's a plus tackling cornerback out on one side. You'll have Devin Witherspoon maybe in the slot, who's a plus tackling slot corner in this league at that point if he's operating in there. You have Jamal operating down as a linebacker, who's a great tackler. Bobby, who's a great tackler. And you've got Julian Love now playing strong safety, who's also a very good tackler to come downhill. So all of those positions you've improved the tackling on from last season, which it's not the defensive line at that point, but it is then going to bring improvement, I would think, in stopping the run overall. Changed my name to Shrub. I'm just trying to shout out another Seahawks channel, but it keeps getting removed. I don't have anything set up to cause it to be removed. Change. It sometimes won't let you put in links to channels or something, but there's nothing in my rules that would prevent it. I'll do the shout out to the channel too if you mention who it is. Deatel says, nah, give me Lockett. I get you there. I've always been a big fan of Ayuk. And that is weird, Change My Shrub. I don't know why it's removing that. Certainly not me, I promise. I swear, it's not me. I wouldn't do that. Seahawker Podcast. So that's who changed my name, Shrub. When we got Seahawker Podcast, I think they got a YouTube channel and also out there on Apple. So go check that out. Nicholas says, other than Olu, Kenny McIntosh is my favorite pick. I think I'm right with you, Nicholas. Those are probably two of my more favorite picks in this draft, both for the guy that you got, what they bring to the team, and then the value of the pick. To pick guys like this that you have at least a couple rounds higher and where you thought they were going to go was very, very impressive. Changed my name to Shrub. No worries, man. I know. You're trying to just figure out what's going on there with it. It's all good. Flying Blind in the house. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. It says, late to the party. What's the word? Who's looking good so far? JSN is, of course, lighting it up almost on a daily basis right now, Flying Blind. That's for sure. Eskridge has also been getting a little bit of hype. He caught a bomb from Geno Smith, a 40-yard bomb in practice the other day. McIntosh has a couple of different cut-ups we've been playing out, flying blind, where he's just looking extremely explosive, very quick, excellent vision, excellent with open field moves, and still breaking himself free when you think he's kind of hemmed up a little bit. So those three guys have been very impressive offensively speaking. On the defensive side of the ball, Mike Jackson continues to take some steps forward and seems to still be building on that great minicamp performance. Vi Jones, off-ball linebacker, has been getting a little bit of plus hype from his side. We got Olu on the center position, who's taken some starting snaps at center over Evan Brown at points. Evan still, they're kind of mixing it in a little bit, but he's at least getting a little bit of a flavor in there. So we've got Witherspoon back in the building now and signed, and he's getting some slot snaps a little bit. That's about it on what's rolling so far. We got the pads going tomorrow and cracking, so we'll get a little bit more news at that point. Titan says, man, don't get me started with that. Says James, sorry. Flying Blind says, Brando's storytelling is unmatched. Thank you, Flying Blind. Nick Dox says, betting the mortgage in Vegas Sportsbook. Who does the chat room pick as the two teams in Super Bowl? Oh, I got to put the mortgage up on that one. If I had to bet the two teams in the Super Bowl, how about the Bills and the Seahawks? I'll bet that. I think it's hard for the Super Bowl loser to come back the next year. I think the Eagles are going to struggle with that one. Niners got a good chance, but I can't predict them in the Super Bowl, even if I thought that was going to be the case. It just goes against every fiber of my being. BZ says, should the Hawks trade a defensive back before the 2023 season starts? I think no, but some are advocating to trade Brown for a 6, laughing out loud. If you're going to make a trade for a guy, to me, you want to make a trade for a guy where you're getting maximum value for that particular player and who they are. If I have still another, I believe it is 2 years, this year and next year, of cheap club control of Trey Brown, and I'm moving him right now, I'm moving him at his lowest value that he's been in his entire professional career, absent last year and coming off the major injury. So to your point on that, when you say 6th round pick, yeah, that's probably about what you're going to get back if you're going to move him in trade. And if that's the case, then it's not worth making that trade. Then sit on his value, keep him here as depth. The corner room has gotten broken down in recent years at times to where you've had to call upon it. It was pretty healthy last year, but that's not always been the case. So I wouldn't do it for a 6, but if you're talking about somebody coming at you and saying, hey, Trey Brown for a 4th or a 3rd round pick, and you can pull that in on the other side, I don't think any team would. But I certainly would be open to moving a cornerback if it's where BZ we're getting the buyer's market, we're getting the seller's market, right? It's not like we're having to give up a guy out of desperation. You're having to reach out to us because you have the desperate need in your corner room to help it out and to improve it and upgrade it and get a potential starter in return as we're going to be giving back to you. So you got to give us the return back on our side of it. That means way more than a 6th round pick to make that kind of deal. Wu-Tang says the Hackett season last year, oof, the Monday Night Football game with the Manning brothers and Uncle Sharp was just glorious. Oh, it was great. Manning over there, time out. Time out. Time out. Eli, what are they doing? Eli, time out. Time out, Eli. Time out. Shannon, what are they doing? I don't know what they're doing over there. Time out. Time out, Hackett. Time out, Russ. What are we doing here now? What are we doing here now? Eli over there like, should have paid the kicker the money, not the quarterback. What the Smell says, I think their problem is with our strength and conditioning coaches with the running back room. Could be, man. Could be. Ivan the Terrible in there doing work. He's been known for being a bit of a tough one on that. And Dale, I haven't heard any word on Cameron Young as of yet. Daron Ever says, nice shirt. Thank you, Daron. Appreciate you, man. Sijan's got the Bengals for the Seahawks. That's his Super Bowl prediction. I like that prediction. That'd be a good matchup. And Dayatel, I wanted Keanu Benton too, man. I haven't looked up and seen how he's doing. I got to check him out and see what he's been up to. Changed my name to Shrub. Chicken is the vanilla of food. Yeah. If it's cooked right, it can be. Sure is healthy for you if you cook it right, too. Brian says chicken is the ranch dressing of protein. Goes with everything. It does. Logan says, since I've never actually asked you, is there one player you'd want to trade for? Who would it be? Factoring in age, compensation, position. Many folks want the big guns with unlimited money. Whew, great question. One player I'd want to trade for, who would it be? Factoring in age and compensation, position. It's a good question. Hard answer to bring up, too, as far as on the other side. Definitely probably would be locking in on a defensive lineman. But who? Donald and Jones are probably, if I can pick anybody, am I going to pick them with their age? Like you say, factoring in the age. Not to mention the compensation on both where you're paying top prices. Any guy I would trade for. It's a really good question, and I just don't have a super straightforward answer that jumps out. I'm usually looking for one answer that goes. I mean, obviously, Patrick Mahomes would be the answer if I'm just going to go lazy, right, Logan? So as much as I like Geno, Burrow and Holmes are on a different level as far as who they are and what they are as a quarterback. So, you know, those guys would definitely be kind of easy answers, but that's cheating for me if I answered it in that way, because that's not the nature of your question, right? That's not the spirit of your question and what you're asking. Man alive. And nobody's jumping to the heart here for me on this. I would probably target one of these defensive linemen in the league that are still really young, that are really good. Be it, you know, your Lawrence with the Giants, or Wilkins out there with the Dolphins, or Jeffrey Simmons. I would probably go to that. But I'll tell you, I'm very, very, even with Jones and Aaron Donald and the cost that they would take and how much money you would have to spend on the cap and all of that taken into account, there's still a part of me that would still be very, very tempted to say, you know, those two guys. But I don't think that there's a skill position player out there that I want offensive line wise that jumps out that I would jump on. No, I don't think going and getting other corners the way necessarily with where we stand in that. Linebacker, no. So definitely defensive line, but I'd probably go one of those two directions, either one of the two of the older guys or one of these young bucks that's on the rise, you know, Williams with the Jets, Quinnen Williams, or they're all kind of interchangeable to me, Logan. Like I look at them all kind of the same viewpoint. So it's hard to pick one from the other and say, I'd go with this one over the other. I guess, maybe Lawrence would be the one that I would take over any of the others, but they're all really tremendous and would help this defense out a ton. Mumbles says, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Another dono from you, man. Appreciate it. He says, I mean, getting the charges at the time, 49ers and Cardinal Stadium and the other teams away. I mean, getting the charges at the Rams. I more mean getting the charges at the Rams, 49ers and Cardinal Stadium and the other way teams. Oh, well, there you're on your own. You're going to have to drop in, like, at that point, Mumbles, you have to drop in like you have to drop into the parachute, you know. You'd have to do the special forces drop on that one. But it might be worth it. Little night halo drops. That's what they call that. That's what they call that. Mumbles, another $2 donation says, so you're saying Nathaniel couldn't hack it? Exactly. I will say though, Mumbles, the Sean Payton going over the top to blame Nathaniel Hackett for the Russ situation this last week was pretty hilarious. Was Hackett not a great coach? Yeah. The worst coaching job of all time is a tremendous, tremendous overstatement when there's been some truly reprehensible coaches who just couldn't do it. Hackett wasn't good. Hackett was over his head. but it wasn't all just Hackett as the problem there, as evidenced by the fact the Broncos weren't winning prior to Hackett's arrival. So everyone keeps putting this team up on a pedestal a little bit to a degree, and well, they got so much natural talent. Well, they're just so naturally well built with it, like as though they're always underwhelming or always getting under the mark. But it also could just be that people are just not understanding the team is really not as good as you think they are, which is the whole, going back to the Russ trade, the whole thing that I keep hearing with them at times of, well, they're such a strong, thoroughly built team. It's like, oh, they got problems. They got some good players, but they've also got some problems too that you go back to. But Hackett didn't. He definitely deserves some of what he's getting as far as some of the shade goes with that. Austin Castman, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Says, do we sign a vet running back? Alex Collins kind of guy. I think that they're going to wait on this for a couple weeks, Austin, and see how the situation plays out. But if these guys remain on the sidelines and not getting back in the flow, then you're probably going to see them sign a guy. I would tend to think that they're going to try to hold back from doing that because they're never going to carry 5 running backs on this roster. And if you're getting back Walker and Charbonnet early on in this season, bringing a guy in just at that point to have him running reps at camp may not be what they really want to look to do, especially when it gives them more time to give run to DJ Dallas and Kenny McIntosh to get them ready for the year. So if it goes a couple more weeks, Austin, sure. This is where the timeline also works well, is that same couple week period we're talking about here can align up to potentially the last preseason game and the final cuts that happen. And now you're going to have, rather than making a decision about a back right now that's on the open market, you're going to have way more backs, way more to choose from if you wait a couple of weeks till that final cut down day. Because remember, the final cut down day now is changed this year to 1 day. It's going to go from 90 players on every given roster to 55. So that's going to be a lot of players that are going to hit the open market, including some probably decent running backs. That's the time to make that call at that point. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Mumbles, you're an MVP tonight on the channel. Thank you for all the donations, man. And you're going to give me updates on that Skittle Project Berry Skittles. We don't call him Mumbles. We call him Mumbleheimer. Mumbleheimer is now going to be his name because he's got Operation Secret Skittles is in order. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, B's right, guys. The other creators, they make and put out great content. It's just a shame it's for the wrong team as opposed to B and B here. That's right, man. It just sucks that they've put their cart behind the wrong horse. It just sucks that they've chose a losing organization to hitch those wagons to. That's just the unfortunate part. That's the sad part about it. But they do good work. They do good work nonetheless on that side of it, Mumbles. Well said on you, man. Thank you for all your donations tonight, brother. I do appreciate all your support. Very tremendous. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Very tremendous. You double donations for you too tonight, man. Thank you so much. He says, a theory on Charbonnet's injury. If serious, multiple games or a year, then they'd already know. Sat out practices before today's presser. Wouldn't let this get this far. If serious, then they'd already know. Sat out practice before today's presser. Wouldn't let it get this far. I think so too, Randall. That's part of why I'm a little bit worried about the somber kind of face of Carroll talking about it and how dead serious he was sort of speaking about the Charbonnet situation, where you went, ooh, he's not speaking about this in a manner that gives me as much comfort as he was talking about Walker and his ability to come back from it. But they could also be in a place right now where they're getting second opinions and there's some uncertainty about what really is going on with the shoulder and where it really is at. So, we'll get some updates on this. But if there is something that goes down with Charbonnet and he's out for the year with his shoulder surgery, God forbid, I certainly would think that the team would make an aggressive move to counterbalance that. I don't think they're going to just run into the season with 3 running backs and, call it a day there and be like, well, we'll be fine. We still got Walker and, McIntosh will be our number 3. Now they'll go get somebody else at that point, Randall. But it is a little worrisome. It is worrisome. I'm going to lean on just saying that they're being tentative. They're being careful. They don't have any reason to try to push it in the first week of camp. Why do that? You're not winning any football games, forcing these guys out on the field in late July if they're even a little bit dinged up. What the Smell says, my buddy sent me a video titled The Next 5 Super Bowls Were Leaked, and it had the Jets going this year and us winning in like 2026. Well, hey, better late than never, man. We win the Super Bowl the next 3 years. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that leaking. Just got to stay on the script, man. No going off script, no ad-libbing by any other teams played us then at that point. Benelli says Belichick and the Patriots are trying like hell to get Kyler off the Cardinals. Well, Belichick knows Mac Jones isn't the answer there. And he doesn't have a lot of pathways with that organization as it stands right now to going and getting their next quarterback. And you've got to feel that maybe for the first time since Belichick's perhaps ever been in New England, that they're starting to be a little bit of the seat warming up beneath him. That he's starting to feel that a little bit more hotter than ever before. Not saying that he's on the verge of being fired, but it starts to make you make a little bit more desperate moves at that point. That would be hilarious though, because I don't know. Kyler and Belichick do not seem like a good pairing. Jason Tudor says Vaughn with that puffy helmet on looks like a mushroom. Funniest thing I've ever seen this week. You folks should check it out. If you haven't seen the cut up of Deuce Vaughn running at the Cowboys practice, it's pretty hilarious. The guy's 5'5", and to Jason's point, they've got those big puff helmets on top of him. So it's just this little toddler with this big helmet running around out there. His little legs. His little itty bitty legs. Nicholas, why when they have Mac Jones? Because they know Mac Jones ain't taking them over the top. I mean, no sober person stares at Mac Jones and says in that AFC conference, this guy's going to take us somewhere. This guy's the answer. If McCorkle Jones is the answer, you're asking the wrong question. And so they're just doing the math as they should. As Brian Meyer says, Belichick ain't dumb. You can knock him for certain practices, but you can't call him dumb. Don, Power Ranger at the Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon all. Hope everyone is well. How you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. The Smell Hopkins, or is he already gone? Hopkins is with the Titans. Daniel says, if Olu wins the center battle, I want Evan Brown at right guard. How do you think it'll all play out? Evan was okay at guard when he played it with the Lions. He wasn't real dominant or good. He was just okay. I just want the best man to win out at that point. If it's Haynes, great. If it's the kid that we took out of LSU, then great. Bradford. And if it's Evan Brown, great. But I think you just got to let the best man win out at that point. I would guesstimate that probably Phil Haynes is the likely one to win that battle at that point. But Evan Brown's played the position. He's familiar with the position. He knows how to do it. He's been functional there. But they'll probably go with more of what they'll probably go with the guy that's more familiar there, and they know what they're getting. Benelli says, yes, my brother-in-law works for the Cardinals, and that's the word on the street, is Kyler to New England. I wonder what New England would give up for Kyler. I wonder what the Cardinals would charge or want to get back in return. You're not getting a first-round pick for Kyler, right? Could they get a second? Could they get a second-round pick back for Kyler? Is Austin not happy? Did I not answer his question fast enough? Sorry about the slowness on answering the question. I didn't think I was that far behind, was I? I was maybe, I was probably a little bit late. So sorry, folks, for in the chat. There's times where I'm going to be a little bit late in responding to things that are up to the moment. I just try to be respectful and read people's comments that have maybe been left 45 minutes prior, but I get it. People are going to be upset at times. I don't mean anything by it, Mr. Castman, but I get it. Nitrox says, would be taking Nick Bosa from the Niners. Obviously, it's unrealistic and we have good depth, but that would have helped a lot. I'd be open to that one. I was thinking that. I don't know. I worry about Bosa with that knee and long-term health stuff with him. Vanelli says, I would like to see Geno on the next Netflix show, but don't know how I feel about the cameras rolling. Yeah, I can get why Geno would say no. I wouldn't want to do that either with Geno there. I wouldn't. If I'm Geno, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's really hard to come off looking good. So I would get saying, no, I just want to stick to football. I don't want to be doing this. You following me around with the camera stuff. It's cool they do the show. I love that they get them to do it, but yeah. And as people are trying to tell you on that Austin Castman, I've been doing this for 4 years. I've always done it the same way. So I'm not doing anything different on the chat today. It's just that we have more people watching than ever before. So I'm a little slower to get through the channel. But even that I've accommodated in recent years, and that we've gone from 4 hours to 5 hours at times on these channels. So for a normal show. And I appreciate you donating the channel. I'm not trying to be disrespectful on that. Sometimes I get caught up talking to the chat and I get into their question and I just want to dive into it. It's hard to always balance it off. So I get it. It's going to be frustrating not always having me respond instantaneously on it, but it's never something I'm meaning to do or not trying to be respectful of everybody. That's actually the opposite of what's trying to occur. I did think I got to it. I was probably just a little late. That's my bad. Ghost of Death with a $2 donation. Thank you, Ghost of Death. K9's balls exploded in training camp. It's happened to many a men. You know what I mean? He was doing that whole thing, Ghost of Death, that fighters do, where you don't have any sort of relations months before the fights. You build up that stuff, right? But you let stuff build up a little bit too much, and some stuff can happen. You can cause some traumatic injuries, and it built up in there. There was a lot of pressure. I don't know if there's been any relief, but at this point in time, it is indeed the nature of the beast at this point, Ghost of Death. That is what we're dealing with. Thank you for the donation, brother. Dukon Quack 2498 has super chatted $5 donation. Thank you, Dukon. I do appreciate you. It says, worst case, Evan Brown makes a good second inside guy at guard and center. That's it. He offers you positional flexibility in a good way, Dukon Quack, where he is not necessarily a guy that can just play guard and then he's really bad as a guard, but he's truly a natural center. But as a guy that can play functional center and play functional guard for you. And it only helps when you have this many more players that can play one given position, because you're adding a body to the competition. You're letting the guys fight it out. And then who truly wins it out has had to win the job and not have it given to him. That's what gives me the most confidence when I look at the position as it stands, is there's nobody slotted to be there that you're paying money to like you were with Gabe Jackson. You're actually going to have to, guys who win the spot are going to have to earn the spot. And you do have some talent in there, along with some veteran presence, along with the versatile guys like Evan Brown that can play a couple of different positions in one a little bit. So I like him in that role too, and being able to provide a little bit of that safety valve for us for the situation. Say nothing if you happen to have two injuries to the guard situation where Haynes goes down and Bradford goes down, or then you can move Brown over there and maybe not completely miss much of a beat at that point. But I think that's his best role at this point too. He's a versatile guy, gives you the 2-for-1 a little bit. And I like Evan Brown's game. I love Olu and where I think he's going to go. And I do think between Haynes and Bradford, you probably just have a little bit more juice from those two guys than what Evan Brown's going to bring to play on his side of it. Thank you though, Dukon. I appreciate you on that. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all your donos. It says, give me Mac Jones over Kyler. Jones can play on script. Surround him with a defense and offensive line. Kyler breaking down. Bill B is not going to have patience for Kyler's ass crap. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could, if you had to make me probably pick between the two quarterbacks, as much as I'm down on McCorkle Jones, I probably would take Mac Jones over Kyler. But I think more of what's driving the situation from Bill's standpoint, Randall, is less that he sees in Kyler this great answer of, there's no answers for me to go out there and find this quarterback to be a guy that can counterbalance a Josh Allen in my own division, or an Aaron Rodgers in my own division, or a Patrick Mahomes that's out there, or Lamar Jackson that's out there, or a Trevor Lawrence that's out there. I don't have anything close to that. Maybe I can bring in a Kyler Murray and have him run the spread offense looks that we've run here recently, and just have him dink and dunk and do a lot of manufacturing and doing a lot of creative stuff with the offense in order to find a different upper gear to the offense that we cannot attain with Mac Jones, where you know where your ceiling sits, you know how productive that offense is going to be. And it's more about, I guess, the unknown quantity of Kyler on New England versus the known quantity of Mac Jones on the Patriots. It doesn't mean that it's a smart move that they make the move for, Randall. I would say that. But I do think it would be a move made mainly out of Belichick looking at his quarterback room, not feeling good about it, not seeing the solution down the road, and then going, okay, what are the alternatives now for the here and now, this year? And I could see that pushing him in that direction. I could see that being the thing that presses it in that way. News and analysis with Arturo. Shout out to my 12s in the 206 and 253 and the 907. Shout out to the 12s in Seattle, Tacoma and Anchorage, Juneau, Nome, Kotzebue, and Utqiagvik. Shout out to all of them as well. Shout out to my folks out in Alaska. Having probably at its most beautiful right now, middle of the summer. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Hope you're doing well. Roger the Scrubber. I changed my name again. It'll be hard, man. I can't keep up. Eric Gilbertson, how you doing, buddy? How goes it? Chopping it up a little bit tonight, D-Boy. Chopping it up. Ski Nation, I looked up the Deuce at Cowboys minicamp, and this is the YouTube title. A look at rookie Deuce Vaughn, Cowboys super tiny running back first day training camp. YouTube titles are not nice sometimes. There is no chill on some of these YouTube titles, and they work when you put them that way, I think. So it makes sense. Cap for life, Seattle dude. You guys want Jeff Wilson or Dalvin Cook? We're good, man. Our guys will get back eventually. We got to save the money for a defensive line help. We already got enough backs. We got to get D-line help here at the forefront. And D-Boy, we've been on a good 4 hours. Good 4 hours. Roger the Scrubber, are we sure that's not Kyler Murray in a Cowboys uniform? He just threw Deuce Vaughn $1 million. He's like, you just sit out this year. Let me go over here, and then I'll just find my way on the team. He did the Wesley Snipes move in Major League, where he just goes into the locker room and sees if anybody notices. Cap for life, did you just say Kyler Murray to New England? We've got some inside info from someone who knows somebody in the Cardinals organization here saying that New England's trying to be a little bit aggressive, Cap for life, and make maybe potentially a move for Kyler. I haven't heard anything about it in the publications, but it's a move I could see Belichick arriving at considering to make. And it's one for people to pick apart and say, I don't see how that makes sense. Like Randall said, where that doesn't add up to making a lot of sense. It doesn't have to necessarily make sense as much as it is Belichick reached into any kind of point where he might be getting a little bit desperate with the situation and feel like he has to take a big swing here to, get things turned around a little bit for them. And I don't know if that's where Bill's at, but I could see how that could be where Bill's at. Brady's gone out and won himself his championship. Bill's team seems to be ever diminishing returns since Brady has left. So it makes sense. Chicken God, I like that Geno keeps things low key and under wraps. Even did that during his contract negotiations, unlike Wilson, who has had everything play out in public. Indeed, I dropped a video last week where it was on originally a Member Show, but just in the way that you've seen Geno go about his business this offseason, he's done everything perfectly. And not perfectly, in my belief, like you're talking about, Chicken God, where it's a manufactured perfect, but it's in that he's minding the P's and Q's and doing what it takes to be a leader as a quarterback, to make the best version of yourself through an offseason, to improve your play as much as you can over a given offseason year to year, to be a great leader. He checks every box for what you would want him to do this offseason. And it's very much worth lauding for the reasons that you give, and that we have seen a little bit of sometimes the other end of that scale in recent years when it's not been there. And we've been able to sort of tangibly feel it a little bit at times. And you can now in this way feel it tangibly on the other side of it. Morgan Barclay, Jets on Hard Knocks this year. It'd be fun to watch them. Be very interesting. D-Boy Brandon, have you come up with a game plan for birthday Seahawks practice? I haven't as of yet. No. I've been trying to find a way to get back over there, D-Boy, if I'm going to drive over or not, but it's just getting tight this year, I can already tell. So it's still kind of up in the air. I may get over there. If I don't get over there here to the preseason, I'll get over there by the regular season for sure. We'll do a meet. We'll meet up and greet up it somehow. I just, it's been a little bit tight right now. And Austin, it's all good, man. Just chill. It's all good. Stuff happens where things get misunderstood in the channel. And I know that I do things here in a way that it is very unusual, but we do things always for a reason and a purpose here, even if it is unusual from other channels and how they do this stuff. So I'll never try to skip your note or skip. If you're kind enough to donate to the channel, I'll always try to show you that I appreciate the love. I might be a little late in getting to it, but I always will get to it. Anderson, hey man, congrats again on the Bleacher Report gig. Big stuff. Thank you, Anderson, man. I was stoked. It's been a cool couple weeks. We got our sponsorship nailed down. Bleacher Report reaching out to us. We're making some great movement here on the channel, and it's really cool to see, on top of just having an amazing offseason with you guys, not just the interactions, but just in the growth we've had, and just it's been tremendous fun doing this. So if you guys get a chance, you can check it out. I do have the Bleacher Report link in the description of the channel right now. You do have to download the app on your phone in order to check it out or see it. But if you do that, you can check out the episode. We'll see if I'll be able to make my way. I'd love to go back and make my way back over there again. I had a great time with it. As well, in the description section of the channel, I just mentioned you guys as well, we have the store. The Hawks Nest store is now live in Etsy there. So if you're looking to maybe get some Hawks Nest merchandise, I got the logo redone just a little bit here. And so now I can start to sell actually Hawks Nest gear as we go forward. And Austin, I get what you're saying on the super chat being prioritized. I try to really do it, but it's not me trying to ignore doing the super chat thing. It's just me simply I get lost in my chat. And it may sound like it's a tagline I'm telling you, but like I have a hard time as a guy doing two things at once. And so sometimes when I'm in my chat reading it, I don't always see the notification come up for the donation because I'm really into answering the question and I'm really into trying to consider the question. And so it's always a problem for me to try to stay on top of stuff at times, but this has just been always my way. I've done this for four years, man. It's nothing new right now. And there's plenty of people who got to wait sometimes for the super chats. I don't mean to do it. I try to make a priority of it, but it's a balancing act doing this thing live. It's not imperfect and I don't always know when stuff's coming through. I appreciate where you're coming from, Austin. Again, no, it's no disrespect. I'm trying. I'm not ever that. Just understand. I think at the heart of this, there's not me trying to disrespect you by not reading your chat, super chat. It's just as people are trying to tell you a little bit in the chat. My way is always a little bit. It's naturally come to me is just to try to respond to everybody in the chat. If you think about it, I'm trying to come from a place of you've come in here to watch my chat. I'm trying to respond to you and watching it. I try to give the priority to the donos, but I'm also trying to just respond to everybody because I like talking to everybody. I do this because I love my interactions in the chat. I love getting the donations. I love the support to the channel too, but I love just talking to the chat as well. And so it's like if you're having a conversation with somebody and you're deep within the conversation and you're having something, you're on having like kind of a deep discussion, you're getting into the layers of it and everything else. And then you got somebody else saying, hey, what was that? What was that? What? Huh? It's hard to concentrate on that person if you're also looking out with a side eye to the other way. But I always do get all my super chats, but I get a man if it's made you this egregiously upset. I understand too. All I can say is sorry. Logan, Kyler's issue is simply the most obvious size, injuries, limits in the pocket, and his play style, just like Russ, would make the job of O-lineman difficult. Quarterback is always moving around, no plan. Agreed. Kyler's got a lot of the same issues that were things that Russ has as far as issues with him too. And some of it is, like you said, the size limitation where you can't see over the pocket. You just can't go through reads, and it makes playing the position really, really difficult. And there's really no correcting it because you're not going to gain 3 inches of size. But I could see Belichick saying, we'll just keep this real similar to what the Cardinals offense has been with the spread concepts and him throwing a lot of bubble screens. And we're just trying to run fly screens here and bubble screens there and maybe trying to lean into that direction of it. It would be a complete desperation move, but I could maybe see it. Megan says, who's the Pats' current quarterback? That would be McCorkle Jones, or he also known as Megan Mac Jones. What are you crying about? What are you crying about? What? Okay. D-Boy, Brandon, can you help me understand this Bill and Kyler thing? Because that short guy is opposite of Tom Brady. Well, I think they were thinking of D-Boy. They were thinking of Mac Jones being basically the new age Brady, a little bit more mobile, but operates within the game the same kind of way. They thought they were replicating Brady in the pick of Mac Jones. But then what happened was we had about 2 years ago, Mac Jones has a relatively good season, plays well for the Patriots. They're thinking, okay, we're on the right path. And then he runs into a buzzsaw by the name of Josh Allen in the playoffs. And Belichick got to see what happens when you've got a quarterback that can really do it all versus a quarterback that you have to sort of scheme to find productivity for him. And I think that Belichick looked at that and went, okay, maybe the old way here with Brady, maybe Brady was a real special player I'm not going to find again by finding a player who's got some echoes of his play and how he did it. Maybe I'm not going to, that's not really the place of success here for me. I got to think to the more new age view of the position. And I do think the desperation part comes into this, D-Boy, where let's take Kyler out of this. If you're just Bill Belichick and you've arrived at the state through this offseason of saying, hey, this Mac Jones is going to take us to a Super Bowl. I cannot win a Super Bowl with this guy. Okay, that's one thing. Now, the second step is, okay, well, who's the quarterback that you can maybe go win this with? And there are no answers for you on that. You're not drafting high enough to take a quarterback that you think is going to get it done. You've got nobody out in the league that's going to trade you a guy that you can go pick up to then put you over the top. So you start getting through sort of prime option A, prime option B, prime option C, and you start getting very far down the chart. Like it'd be like being day one of free agency and you're watching all of your top guys signed and you're down to like the 7th or 8th option. It ain't the best option. It ain't what you want to go to first, but it's where you have to finally land at on the point of feasibility, on the point of, I can actually go maybe make this trade. I can maybe go get this guy. So I don't think it's what he wants to do, but I think he understands he's driven to have to do something actionable out here because of the fact that Mac Jones is not going to be good enough if he wants to go win Super Bowls. And Kyler Murray might not be good enough, but it's the unknown versus the known. Maybe I can do something magical with Kyler. I know I can't do something magical with Mac Jones. Logan says Patriots run a heavy power system and rely on the short game to move the chains. It fit Kyler's abilities, but I just don't see the move happening. Agreed. I can see where it kind of fits. They'd make it work and fit into a skill set, but it is a move of desperation, not one that is Belichick doing another brilliant turn. No. Daytel says, any quarterbacks that mobile really, how many Super Bowls have Lamar, Cam, RG3, Daniel Jones, etc. won? It's not sustainable. I think it certainly isn't sustainable if you're going to run them like a running back, which all of those examples that you provided are basically used in that manner. And I agree. I don't think that's a sustainable way to go win a Super Bowl. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, hang in there, man. It's all good. Sometimes it's just be misunderstandings. News and Arturo. Also, shout out to Megan. You got a shout out, baby. Shout out to you. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. 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 Yeah. Right now they did. Just now. Yeah, no. Yeah. I know. Uh-huh. That's what I said. Pretty cool. Sup says Zach didn't get hit. I bet K9 is missing some significant time and they're keeping Charbonnet healthy. Could be. Makes sense, man. Makes sense. Got to keep that backup in place. D-Boy, Brandon, what kind of year will Aaron have this season? Good or bad or ugly? Aaron? A-Rod, you mean? Aaron Rodgers? Expand on what you mean by Aaron. I'm being really bad with my acronyms today for some reason. I missed JT, Jonathan Taylor earlier. Chicken God says groin injuries chase a lot of players out of the league. In a lot of cases, it can take 1 year to heal, and they just don't have that time. It's a dodgy injury, Chicken God, and you just got to let it rest. It's the only way to get it fixed. Ghosty Boy, you should do a collaboration with the franchise guy for his Seahawks deep dive episode. I'd be down, Ghosty Boy. I'd absolutely be down. Anderson says, wow, the merch looks great. T-shirt or sweater. Either way you want to go on that. Thank you, man, Anderson. I'm hoping I like the new logo I got done. I think it's gonna be pretty tight. I think we'll get a couple of sales, and I've been meaning to get around to getting that thing done. So we got the site coming soon too. So we'll have the new website up in a couple weeks as well, I'm hoping. Drunk Squitter says Mac Jones stinks. He's like Kirk Cousins mid. I'm with Drunk on this. I think that they realized what he was. And part of this is my built-in bias too, Drunk, because I was not big on him coming out of the draft. But I also thought he was a guy topped into his ceiling very early. He was going to be what he was for good and bad, and then that was as good as you were going to get from him into the future. There was no like, well, he'll keep growing and growing with time. No. Not happening, Megan says, I'm already watching the Pats for Juju. They were weird with that one, Megan, though. They signed Juju Smith-Schuster, but then they let go of Jacoby Myers and signed Juju for the same money. But Jacoby's so much better to me. But now he says Kyler's arm is a cannon and he can move both things they haven't had in 25 years. It's true. He's not particularly accurate on those deep throws, but he's got the arm to make the throws. He was like 1 of 18 on throws over 20 yards last year or something. J.O. Russ has millions. How has he not used some of that money to engineer some cleats that make him 3 inches taller? Seems like it could be possible. You get those Tom Cruise stilts that we always hear about. Those special shoes. Why wouldn't you if you were a little bit of a smaller player? You'd think it would help. I guess the running would be so, it's like you're on stilts a little bit probably. But I'm sure Russ would have done it. He's probably looked into it. And I bet if you look at Russ's cleats, he's got some pretty big cleats. Kel says, if you don't want to outright ban them, you can just delete the messages. Yeah, it's all good. He didn't get banned. He was back in here. So maybe realizes what's up. It's all good. Hawk, so do you think Clint Hurt's job is on the line if the Seahawks defense starts off historically bad again? It might be, Hawk, so. But I do feel like going at it, the defensive coordinator, rather than really looking back at Pete and going, this is Pete's defense. I've called it going after Hurt at this point. If the defense doesn't play up to snuff, is really going after the patsy, which is kind of what we've done a couple times over here prior, from Chris Richard to Norton to now we'll be doing it with Hurt. And I don't think that it's the proper way to ascribe blame if this thing is historically bad for a third straight season for a given large part of the year. So I wouldn't, if Pete's going to be here, I really don't want to just start moving through defensive coordinators for the sake of it when he's going to be the guy driving that at the end of the day. And if Pete's head coach, I think you just got to sign up for he's going to give you what he's going to give you from the defense. You're not going to be able to bring an outside guy like Vic Fangio who's just going to adopt a whole new thing in there and Pete's just going to go with it. He's going to want his fingerprints on this defense for good or for bad. Telltale says, which is why I didn't really want AR-15. He could set the league on fire, but I don't think he'll ever win a Super Bowl. Well, as you said, man, the track record on these guys that are highly mobile and play the position kind of like a running back at times is, not a great track record for those guys as far as success, especially in the playoffs, say nothing of Super Bowls. A-Rod. It's a boom-bust situation to me, D-Boy. I could certainly see the Jets catching fire and being one of the better teams in the AFC this year because they have been building up a really good, strong team over the last few years. And, they need the offensive line to remain a little more healthy than they've been. But I could certainly see that as a team where what's good about Aaron Rodgers this year, I think as much as any year, is that he's maybe has as much as complete and as deep a team. I'm trying to make sure I'm sure of this. The Packer team's had some really good deep teams too. It's as deep as good a team, I think, as any that he's been on in recent years. And he doesn't have to carry the day, D-Boy, and be an MVP there. He's just got to be efficient, effective, not make big mistakes, move chains, lean on a defense in a run game that can help carry the day a little bit more for them. Rodgers can find some success in that, I think, D-Boy. So I'm not as much of the people that think it's just going to be a complete failure, no doubt about it. I think that it's got a boom or bust point to it where it's either going to be on one end of the scale or on the other end of me. I don't see D-Boy a spot where they end up at 8 or 9 wins on the season. If Aaron Rodgers is playing out there for a full year, you're either up at the top or you're at the bottom end of things. But I think that they probably find their way into sneaking into the playoffs this year. Maybe a 10-win team. I don't think they win the division, but I can't quite get on board with the Dolphins. They got a lot of talent, and maybe I should, but I'm still a little bit reticent on them. Obviously, D-Boy, I'm kind of out on New England with where they're at. So I think they could slide into that area of things. Makes sense. Big Country, Rodgers defending his guy. I'm not looking into it that much. No, Rodgers defending Hackett's totally understandable. And Rodgers wasn't wrong on this point. Sean Payton was out of pocket. You don't hear coaches talk about other coaches in that manner. And when you also understand the reason that you do it, Payton was doing it purposefully too, where, he's not just shooting off the hip where, well, I got emotional talking about this thing and I was wearing my analyst hat and I got to remember which one. No, he wasn't doing that. He was doing it purposefully, and he was doing it to try to build up Russ, to try to endear himself to Russ. That's why you do it. It takes the heat off Russ with that situation just a little bit. Justin, I'm a Quillette native from the La Push, Washington. It's a pretty tough to find content creators who understand Seattle like you do. I'll always be thankful. Well, thank you, Justin. I do appreciate that, man, very, very much. And I love my city, and eventually I'm going to be getting back into the Pacific Northwest, Seattle area of things here sooner maybe than later. So you never know. Within the next year or so, I'm hoping to try to get back up in the neck of woods maybe. But thank you, man. I appreciate your kind words. I love what I do, man. Love it. Logan, one thing that's going to truly test this team's grit, one thing that's going to truly test this team's wits and grits is the schedule. This isn't some cakewalk. We've got some doozies on this schedule. Geno's going to need an MVP stretch to win during those games. Geno's going to need to ball out. Offense is going to need to ball out, Logan. To your point, I think that when they talk about the thing that could potentially upend this team, it is maybe the defense and specifically maybe the defensive line. But if we're talking about what's going to potentially allow this team to soar, to go out and take another step forward this year, to truly be a contender, well, it's got to be the offense playing extremely well. And then to go even deeper within side of that, like a Russian doll, it's got to be Geno Smith really carrying the day for this offense. He's got the explosive material to work with. He's just got to get the match lit. And so that's a big key. I agree, Logan, as to the success of this team this year, is if he takes those steps to the forefront like that. It's not an easy schedule. You're right. I think it's fairly well balanced. It's not a complete backbreaker of a schedule. You've got some relief. You've got the one stretch there with the Niners and Eagles in there, Niners twice and Eagles in there, where that's going to be a brutal stretch. But absent that, starting with the Rams at home, kind of easing yourself into the year a little bit, I like how the rest of it's kind of put together. It's not super easy, not super hard. That there is a pathway there for them to go out, I think, and win 12 games if the offense can carry them in the fashion I'm prescribing. But you're right, that's going to be the way that this plays out. There's not a place for me, Logan, where the defense turns into a top 10 unit this year and Geno and company can kind of be mid and this team can be good. They've got to be excellent. They've got to be top 5 for this team to tap into being a contender this year if they're going to truly tap into that spirit. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, how concerned are you with these early running back injuries in camp? I'm always concerned with running back injuries because of the beast mode curse that's been here for years, CJ. So pretty concerned. I'm not a DEFCON 4 in that we need to go make a trade. We need to go make some signing. But already before we've even gotten on the pads in training camp, we're down our 2 best running backs, and we're not really sure of when they're coming back at this point. That is concerning. I'm gonna lean in the direction of hopefully looking at this with a cup half full and saying, you know what it is, they're just being careful with the injuries. But there is a part of me that's kind of tripping a little bit there. Logan says, if it's Pete's defense through and through, same thing with Ken Norton Jr., it wasn't all his fault. Pete has his philosophy, and that's that. Firing one coordinator again won't help that much. This is exactly where my standpoint is on it too, Logan, and this was where my thought process was with it on Ken Norton as well. People were getting really excited about, oh, this is all saved now. Ken's not here anymore. Enough of that. It's like the players tell you, all of the ex-former players, from your Cliff Avrils to your KJ Wrights, when they've been asked about this, and they were asked about it at the time when Ken Norton was fired, because of course those are all guys that had been here when Ken Norton was the linebackers coach. And all of them said, this is Pete's defense. It's the man upstairs. He runs this at the end of the day. You as a coordinator will have a certain amount of say. You will be able to guide this in a certain way, but this is Pete's defense. And my proof of this has always been, Logan, the last 3 hires you've made for your defensive coordinator have all come from within house. That's an example of something. That's representative of something. And to me, in my opinion, it's representative of you're looking to get more of a yes man in there than you're looking to get a guy in who comes in with his own ideas and outside the box thinking that's going to press your thoughts and your ideas and your fundamental approach to how you want to run the defense. And if that's the case, then I can't throw as much shade then back at the defensive coordinator if they're dealing with that, as most defensive coordinators get to run their own show. They might have some input from the head coach, but they're getting to really kind of from a philosophy standpoint drive it. Justin Cooper says, oh no, I live in AZ. Oh, okay. Nice, man. Well, you got to be pretty hot right now. Got to be burning up. Dad tells us Jets won't make the Super Bowl because their schedule is very hard and they won't have a favorable playoff position. I don't think they're making the Super Bowl either. I get to see them get into the playoffs, but I can absolutely not. I don't see them even getting into close to the conference championship. They'll probably have kind of blown themselves out by the time they get to the playoffs. My guess. Justin says, I've been trying to move back for a while. Been in AZ since 2004. Ooh, that's a long time, man. Yeah, I've been away for a while too. It's just about time, though. Just about time. What's the smell? What's the cat's name? Cat's name is Pumpkin. 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 Meh. 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 She's kind of the mascot of the channel. You're a mascot. 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 Yeah. Alan says Aaron Rodgers called Sean Payton phony for talking about Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah, I think he's right for saying it. I think he's on point for saying it. Payton was not being just completely honest in his assessment that, I mean, really, if you put Payton on a lie detector test, do we really think that he would have asked, was this the worst coaching job in NFL history? Really believe it? No. He's overstating it because he's trying to, put the, Sean Payton was kind of firing off the hip on that one. Though it was kind of, he was out of pocket for saying it in that way. The coaches don't tend to do that. I'm no fan of Rodgers and his sometimes thinking, but I don't think he's wrong for saying what he said in that. Dave tells us the Jets could have a Pro Bowl roster, but I wouldn't trust Rodgers over Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. No, me either. I don't even know if I trust him over Lawrence. Justin says AZ is miserable right now. Won the Cardinals to 118 degrees. Yeah, I did a summer in Arizona, and it is unbelievable how hot it gets. It's just, you can't think it's so hot. But now he says the whole stretch is going to be tough in late November, early December. Boy, it will be. That's going to be the big test of the schedule, and that's going to be a big determinant, I think, of whether or not this team's going to be a sub-playoff team or able to push itself into a contender status. And if you get a couple of wins there, if you come out of it 2 or 3 between those 3 games of the Cardinals and 2 against the Niners, I think you're looking at a contender. You come out of it 0-3, I don't think there's any way you are. Even 1-2, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher. But that's the stretch, man. Nick Knox, Brandon, totally agree with your comment. The offense must play great ball this year for us to have a good shot in the playoffs. Wise man, go Hawks, go Pumpkin. Hey, go Pumpkin. I look at this team and go, every team's driven by something. It's every team that's a great team. Chiefs are driven by Mahomes and that offense. Bengals have a good overall team, but it's Burrow and what he does throwing and slinging the rock around that makes it happen. With Lamar, it's been his use of his legs. Everybody's going to be driven by certain points from their team. They have other strengths, but you've got to be driven by something. Somebody's got to be in that driver's seat, and it's good to have it be the offense because we've known in recent years it's been easier for teams that are offensively driven to go out there and make the playoffs and to be good. And a good offense can help out a defense that might have some porous holes to it that you need to kind of fix up. So, I see this offense as being a big driver of this team, a big driver of the success, and it's kind of, this team's going to go as far as the offense and Geno take them. The defense will do its part. It has some room to be better than last year and to be significantly better than last year. It's going to be more talented this year. But all that being said, even with the special teams unit as good as it is, if your offense isn't, to me, even top 10, this team's really not going a whole lot of places at that point. Oh, kitty. DJ says, just a general curiosity question. Does anyone know who this team's emergency quarterback would be? Is it Ballore? That sounds right, CJ. I'm not sure on that. He does everything else, so why not that too? Dad tells us people hyping up Jags because of Lawrence, but they do have some big holes in their roster. Yeah, they had so much success last year in what was going to be a real, probably a little bit time-consuming turnaround to get this thing around in the right direction of things. So they might have played a little bit of over their skis last year day, where, really where they were at. I love Lawrence. I think that he can become a guy that ascends into that mark of Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert. He can be that next guy that kind of joins their ranks. And if you got a guy like that, he can kind of overcome a lot of those holes that do indeed exist. But they're not a complete team. I don't think they're an elite team. That's for sure, Day. I do think that they are the team to me that wins that division. And maybe even somewhat easily so when I look at where the rest of that division's at. Space, thank you for the $2 donation. It's a song, Hawks Nest, Rick Ashley. Never going to give you up. Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Run around and help you. He likes it. What the smell thinking? Thank you for the $2 donation, man. Did I miss your hint? Did you have a hint there? Was I supposed to guess? Probably missed the comment a little bit. My bad. Got lost. It got lost, Space. Appreciate you, brother. What the smell thinking Brown to start over Olu, take over sooner. Thinking Brown to start Olu, take over sooner than later. I agree. That's the way I see it playing out too. What the smell. Brown might start day one, but Olu's going to be hard to keep off the field. And Benelli, it's best running back we've ever had. Absolutely the best running back room we've ever had. You've never stacked 4 deep like this. You've gone 2 deep. You might even, from time to time, be able to carve out 3 deep, but you've never been 4 deep like this. Chicken God says the first 6 weeks of the season will be critical for the Seahawks. They just need to get through that early stretch without too much damage, and then we'll be able to start to really hit their stride. I love it, man. Agreed. Start fast would be a beautiful way to go at this season. Create a little bit of breathing room for that difficult part of the schedule as it gets later down into that point where you're playing the Niners twice in 3 weeks and the Eagles. Benelli says people don't get how good Charbonnet is. Oh, he's a good back. Yeah. The type of production that he's posted at UCLA the past 2 years, both as a runner and as a pass catcher, are insane numbers. And he's a very complete running back who can do everything that you need for the position. But yeah, he is a little bit forgotten about. A little bit forgotten about through this process. I think once he gets on the field, though, people are going to respect what he brings to the table. Justin says, oh, yeah, the Evergreen part is where I'd live. I'm not a city type. I like to park myself next to a stream and just fish. It's a good way to go, man. It's a good way. I'm the same kind of way myself. Roger says the shrubber. I don't know about the other parts of the state. Data says, I don't know the running back room we had with Carson. Michael, and Rawls and Davis was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, Rawls was never the same. You know, he was never the same from what he was prior. I mean, that was pretty good, but I think this one's got to beat. I think you could make the argument that Walker and Charbonnet are both better than all those guys, and you know we'll see where McIntosh fits on that scale of things. You're right, that was a good running back room, but I think this one's still got to beat. Benelli says Niners guy was down to earth smart and understood his team without having a blind faith approach. Well put, Benelli. And Jesse absolutely operates that way. That's part of why I like to sync up with him and do so many of the collabs as we do, is that we both operate from the same standpoint. We're going to love our team. We're going to hope for the best for our team. We're going to, you know, look for things to be good. That's kind of where we're going to lean, but we're also going to be truthful with our approach and try to be kind of even keeled about it. And, hard to find that, I think, in all places in the YouTube content creation lane. You know, it's always just be super positive and never say a bad thing about your team, or you be just kind of hater about it. So you got to strike that balance, I think, but he does a wonderful job and it's not easy to do. I appreciate that he's able to, you know, pull it off as he does, and he's having some great success over there as he should. No Bro says, who do you think is a better between Kirk Cousins, Prescott, and Geno? I have Geno slightly behind both. I would take Geno over both of those two quarterbacks. I think that those quarterbacks have longer longevity of having played, but I think those quarterbacks have been able to get a lot more opportunity than Geno got after his first start. You know, Dak Prescott, for instance, no bro, came on to the Cowboys at a time where they had a great number one wide receiver, and they had a great running back, and they had a fantastic offensive line, and he had a really good tight end to throw to. He had a lot to allow him to be set up for success initially in a way that Geno didn't. But when it comes to executing an offense, full control of the offense, mobility, just playing the position the way I like to see it played, I lean more to Geno. He's less mistake prone than Dak Prescott is. He's more mobile than Kirk Cousins is. I think he's a little bit more. I can just trust him a little bit more when the bullets are flying than I can with Cousins, who I think sometimes shrinks in some of those big moments rather than raise to the opportunity at hand. So they're all close though, no bro. I'll say that. I don't think they're like hugely differentiating between each of them. They all probably sit very close as far as really their ranking and where they sit. So I do prefer Geno a little bit, like you say, slightly. It's a slightly thing. Luke Britt, I'm getting into the chat tonight. Overall, are there any big news from the week I missed? I think just the two running backs is the big thing we're looking at right now. You know, obviously JSN's lighting it up. Kenny McIntosh is lighting it up. But there's some big time concern right now about the two running backs that you have taken in the second round back-to-back years, neither of whom right now is healthy. I think we're going to be getting a little bit more news here, Luke, as we get over the next couple of days, because they're going to start to put on the pads tomorrow, and you're going to start to actually get them hitting, and then we're going to get a little bit more data and information from the defensive line, offensive line battles, and that will get a little bit maybe more clearer. But nothing else real major outside of that. Michael Jackson's been balling out. They've been working on the screen game. Defense seems to be a little bit maybe ahead of the offense. Turnovers as a centerpiece of what we're seeing from them right now, which is great to see when they're not even getting the pads on. They're already getting turnovers. Megan says, I'm down under, as you know, but can't wait to move to Seattle in the next few years. It's a lovely area to live in, I'll tell you that. At some point I got to get back. Megan. Got to get back. Dan tells us I actually have the Titans winning that division. They have by far the best defense, and they have lower expectations. I could see the team winning it. I could see the Titans winning it. I'm always going to, a little bit on that when it comes close between those two teams from a talent standpoint, go to the team that's got, I think, the better quarterback. And I think Tannehill does limit you Is Henry going to be able to go through a full season now at his age with as many carries as he's added up? Does Treylon Burks, who looked really rough last year, take some steps forward at the position? Hopkins helps him, gives him a true number 2, gives him a true, Z receiver over there that they can work with as a chains mover. So they're a good team. I'll give you that. They've got a good defense. They've got some really good pieces and parts there. And I'll tell you, Vrabel can just about with his fire and brimstone kind of manner as a coach seem to kind of get those guys to play hard enough to at least get to even just 7-8 wins, even in kind of an off year almost, you feel like, with him a bit. So I could see them being the team that pulls that off. Yeah. Makes sense. Roger says, no, it's just going to make me more busier. News and our analysis with Arturo. As a UW fan, I can confirm that Charbonnet is a good player with the way he ran against us. I mean, he's strong. Strong. CJ, would you rather see Eskridge get more balls this year or Young? I guess my answer would be more CJ, who's better in camp, who looks better in camp. I don't have a preference one way or the other on that, CJ. It's more of just who wins out the job at that point to be that number 4 receiver. I would probably hasten to guess that Young's got an easier method to getting more snaps this year, more balls this year, because he'll be probably the first guy off the bench if you have a DK or Tyler injury. And I think that Eskridge is only a slot guy, so he's not playing on the outside. And if that's the case, then he's got to wait for JSN to go down. And he's only got one guy as a pathway to getting out there and actually playing much. But I don't have a strong predilection one way or the other between those two guys. It's kind of open right now. It doesn't feel certain. Dayatel says the Niners have had a couple of questionable drafts that are going to start to show their face soon. I agree. I certainly last draft was not great. There's like 2 guys they took that I thought were really good picks, but the other picks were pretty bad and hard to understand what they were doing exactly. So they lost some free agents this offseason. They're in year 5, 6 of this run that they've been on. Usually as an NFL franchise, you get through 5, 6 years. You got to at some point or another have a turnover year where you flip things back around and you kind of clear bad money off the books. You re-inject the talent. Seems like they're just about due for that kind of year. They're still in their Super Bowl season. They're still in their Super Bowl window. I'm still seeing them as a team that probably wins this division. But if they were to have a year where they took a step back, they're certainly kind of also due for it if it does happen and occur. E. Gibson, I do like the comparison to Matt Forte with Charbonnet. Healthy, I see him as being a solid, versatile back. I like us drafting him in JSN. Some really good picks. I like both these two guys too. And Forte is I think that the Chip Kelly comp that he made at Forte was an absolutely sensational one. That's the best comp that I've seen out there. I think it does really fit to what Charbonnet brings. And if he can give us Matt Forte level of production, we are going to love that pick of Charbonnet late in the second round. WTC, do you think Seahawks will keep 5 or 6 receivers, and will they keep Matt Landers? I think that they end up keeping... that's a good question. They probably end up keeping 5 receivers, would be my guess. There's a potential you keep 6 if you just are so not wanting to lose Derek Young to the practice squad, so you keep the extra receiver with Derek Young, knowing Eskridge is going to maybe get beat up at some point, knowing you've got a guy in Lockett's a little older, so you maybe try to get a little extra depth. But then, of course, WTC, that's going to cost it having another player on the roster somewhere else where you typically had an extra positional group. So probably 5 is the answer because that's where they've been with it historically. But Derek Young might be the guy to cause you to change that over. Landers is going to be in the battle for the 5th or 6th position. He's right there with Eskridge and Derek Young as far as they're all in that fight. He's going to have an uphill battle, I think, because those two guys are really talented guys. Both of them have more familiarity with the offense. I think Landers' best bet's probably to land as a practice squad guy when it's all said and done. But he is very talented. And he's got a lot of skill for the position that he brings, so he could certainly come in here and light it up and maybe take over that spot. Dehatel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it, Dehatel. No comment posted in there, just a $5 dono drop. I do appreciate it. Kitty. She's being mouthy tonight. Justin, you should miss Washington, man. It's God's country out here. God's country. God's country. Yeah. Super talkative right now. Byron D, thank you for the $2 donation. Brandon, you going to Football Fest? Mock game? I don't know yet. I was going to maybe go with someone down there and drive down there with maybe Randall. I got to check in and see if he's still going. So I'm thinking about it. I'm going to end up having to drive over if I do. So I've got to make my peace with doing a 5.5 hour drive back and forth to do it. So I'm trying to kind of make some peace with that if I can. But I'm not doing a good job of talking myself into it. So I would love to go. This is one of the reasons I got to get moved back over to the west side. So I'd just be able to go to training camps and mock games without it being like, 3-day, 4-day, trip across the whole state to get over there. But I'm trying, Byron. I'm definitely trying right now if I can. Timing has just gotten tight this year. Tight. Too tight. Appreciate you, though, for the donation. Dehatel, thank you for the $5. You're awesome. Roger says, but I went to Cali a few months ago and I thought I could get used to this year-round warm weather. Cali will bring you in on that. I mean, there's something to be said about having warm weather 24/7. And it's why we have a lot of Washingtonians end up in Southern California. They get tired of that rain and overcast weather and they're just like, give me the warmth. Give me the sunshine. Can't blame you for it. I've had to make the same move. Nick, I moved here from Minneapolis. My friends all said I would hate Seattle winters. I get big chuckles driving in the rain November to March when I watch weather reports in the Midwest. Yeah, the rain ain't nothing compared to the snow. And it can be annoying. It can get a bit much when it's just day after day of gray weather. But the winters are very, very, very light in Seattle compared to other places in this country. And there are some brutal spots as far as the winters go. Justin, I've been fighting for us here in AZ too. Sea chickens. Can't tell you how good it felt to count our record to my friends during the 2013 season. Oh, they love their sea chickens chants, don't they? Never anything original. It's always the sea chickens. Trenton Puckett says Wayne Tulapapa is going to be a good running back. That's the UW guy, right? He's a fun little running back. Gibson Dax has always had a lot of talent around him, and he crumbles in big games under pressure. Cousins, IMO, is a mediocre quarterback. Yeah, I think I know what they are, I feel like. Part of the thing of coming to people want to tell you they know what Geno is. He is what he is. He is what he is. I would offer we don't really know what he is. And I would say it's a little more or less uncertain for good and bad. Maybe Geno does fall to earth. Maybe he's able to build upon the year that he created last year. I think Dax and Cousins are kind of, the mold is set. It's dried. It ain't going up. It ain't going down. It's going to be about what it is. D-Boy says, I hate when I get behind on the chat because the comments and what's being said don't match. It happens. Logan, we got a lot of folks in the chat tonight too, D-Boy, so it's a little more crazier than normal with the training camp picking up and whatnot. Logan, Draymond Jones to me is the wild card guy to change things around for the defense. Interior pass rush is so crucial to a defense functioning properly. And when healthy, he's a beast. He is a beast. And he provides you the best pass rushing skill of anybody on that interior defensive line by far, to your point of that. So I agree. It could be a big part of the success of this team, of him being able to generate something from the inside in a way that you weren't able to last year at all. All of your pressure had to come from the outside. And getting a guy like that who can do a little bit more work inside would be great. So I hope he can. They paid him a lot of money. He seems to be a guy a little bit like you had with Uchenna Nwosu, where it still feels like maybe there's not a lot of top end left, but he does still feel like he's a little bit still on kind of his rise. Where I'm talking about Dak and Cousins, where the mold is dry, the die is cast. Maybe not completely fully the case yet with Draymond Jones and what he's able to bring to the table. D-Boy says, I mean live. Oh. Dad Hill says, did Woolen explain the name change thing? Not that I heard. I don't really get it. It's going to be hard for me to stay with it, too. I'm going to constantly just call him Tariq. I know I am. What do you do, you know? What do you do over here? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Alan A., thank you for the $2 donation. Leonard Fournette would be a good free agent signing. If there's going to be a long-term aspect to the Charbonnet-Walker situation going on where we don't know when we're getting him back, or there may be one of them that there's a worry about missing for the year, certainly I think you take a look at a guy like Leonard Fournette or some of the other backs that are out there. I've also wondered if maybe the best place or the best route to go here, Alan, is to take the patient approach with this too, though, where even if you know that to be the reality of the situation, you wait until the final cut down day, because the question comes into play. If you sign Fournette, does that then preclude you from jumping on what you might consider to be a better back at the cut down day? And if you do know you're going to probably get a better back at the cut down day, then maybe the best bet is actually to wait. But I've always been a big fan of Leonard Fournette. He does give you a bit of a hammer in there that can be helpful, at least at the very minimum, on kind of as a short yardage kind of back that he comes in to provide. But we'll see. We'll see with him. Gibson says, I'm amped for UW as well. Our offense could be one of the best in the NCAA. Hoping Penix has a great season and gets Heisman consideration. He's got a running back. He's got some linemen in place now. Got his 2 receivers on the outside, McMillan and Odunzie. So he's got a lot to work with and to go out there and be a success, on top of playing a lot of college football up until this point. So the stage is kind of set for Penix to really go out there and shine this year, especially to elevate himself up into potentially first-round discussion. I'd love to see it as well, Gibson. I'm a Husky going back to my youth, so it would be pretty cool to see him take that step forward and take these Huskies back to some heights that they haven't been at in quite a bit of time. No, bro. What are your thoughts on Boye Mafe heading into year 2? Can he take a big leap? He can potentially take a big leap. No, bro. I'm currently working on a Boye Mafe video. That'll be one of my next breakdowns I do for the channel as an upload. And one thing that really has stood out for me in doing the research on this is that when you look at going back to 2017 and you take a look at the edge rushers that were taken in just specifically the second round since going back to 2017. DeMarcus Walker, 1 sack in his rookie year. Tanoa Pesanongon got 2 sacks in his rookie year in 2017. 2018, you only had 2 guys taken in the second round. Kamoko Toure, who had 4 sacks. Tyquan Lewis, who had 2 sacks. 2019, there was only 1 edge guy taken, Ben Banogu, by the Colts. He only had 2.5 sacks his rookie year. 2020, Yetur Gross-Matos had 2.5 sacks. Darrell Taylor was injured, so obviously he had 0 sacks. And then AJ Epinesa had 1.5 sacks. 2021, Deo Adebayo had 0.5 sacks, and Carlos Boogie Basham had 2.5 sacks. So edge rushers in recent history drafted in the second round don't tend to produce in their first year as far as pass rushers go. Even looking at last year's guys that were taken, Arnold Ebiketie, Boye Mafe, Sam Williams, Drake Jackson, Nick Bonito, all second-round edge rushers. Arnold Ebiketie had 2.5 sacks. Boye Mafe had 3 sacks. Sam Williams had 4 sacks. Drake Jackson had 3 sacks. Nick Bonito had 1.5 sacks. So going on recent 6 years of data with this, no, bro, guys don't tend to produce off the edge as far as pass rushers in the second round. It just doesn't happen. What Mafe did give you was very, very good upper-level play as a run defender off the edge. He was fantastic in that aspect of things. Very raw as a pass rusher. Very, very raw as a pass rusher. Still got 3 sacks in that rawness. But I do expect him to take steps forward. Is he going to take a big leap this year? No, bro. I don't know if it'll be a big leap this year. He'll continue to be a force against the run. He'll be even better against the run. I think he'll be improved as a pass rusher. His long-term future is to eventually, in my opinion, be a guy that'll be a run stuffer who can provide you 10, 11 sacks a year consistently. Be that all-around kind of football player. I don't see stardom to his future, but to be that all-around solid guy in a rotation on your pass rush in that manner. And I don't know if he quite gets there this year, but he gets a lot closer this year to where he was last year, especially as a pass rusher where it was all run stuffing last year and giving you not really anything pass rush. This year he'll be even better run stuffer, and then you'll get a little bit more than just the flashes of pass rush. He just needs to really, as much as anything, develop a plan as a pass rusher, get better with how he uses his hands. He's going to be the guy, no, bro, that really does benefit from BT Jordan's presence here. HP says Niner windows closed. I like it. Preston, we might deal one of our cornerbacks. It's possible. It's possible. It's going to take somebody offering us something good for it, though. We're not just going to give them away. All right, chat rolling here tonight. Let's go. D-Boy, Brandon, I know I missed your input on my A-Rod question. I'm going to waste everyone's time. Ask again. Can you just say if you think he's going to have a good or bad season? I'll be okay. It's a boom or bust situation as I look at it, D-Boy. So I can't give you the good or bad. I can give you there's times people want me to make guesses on stuff, D-Boy, and I don't like to make the guesses because I don't have a sure answer. If I got a sure answer, I'll give you a guess. If I've got a way my gut instincts is telling me or something I can back up from an argumentative standpoint, logically, reasonably break it down, I will do so. I don't know what it's going to look like for a guy who's been on one team for 16 years, who's going in to be 40 years old, going to a new team, and a team that's been relatively stacked up with really good talent, and know what that's going to bear out. I don't like making guesses blind. I can give you an answer just to give you an answer, but it's boom or bust. It's either going to fall flat on its face, or he's going to go out there and have a really good year, be really, really efficient, and put them in the playoffs. Those are kind of the two ends of the scale, but I don't have a really good firm read on what's what, because the track record on this is that it's like flip a coin. You know what I mean? And there's nothing about what I see in A-Rod's situation with the Packers where he was just somehow sold poorly by the Packers in recent year, absent them not getting him enough playmakers on the outside. But I don't know, man. Some questions that are asked are really great questions like that one is, D-Boy, but there are also questions I don't have always good answers to. It's a shot in the dark on some of this to try to say, I know it's this way or I know it's that way. It's like, you know. CJ, how about DK not making the NFL top 100 list? I'm kind of like list lash at this point myself, CJ, because like every stream I come up with in the last 4 weeks, top 10 corners, no Tariq Woolen, top best coaches, no Pete Carroll, top, like I only have so much like, I don't even know we're getting late in the stream here. I can definitely tell we're getting into that 5-hour point where the brain starts to go off. I don't really have any care about these lists. I don't. I can pretend like I care about the list, but I don't really care. Like they're lists that are manufactured and chosen with their own biases. They tend to have an East Coast slant to them. It's rare in 30 years of seeing these lists put together that the Seahawks get very much love it all, absent us having some legendary-like defense or legendary-like running back in Marshawn Lynch that then raises everybody up. A rising tide raises all boats, so everybody gets in the top 100 at that point. This is the nature of the beast, though, for me, CJ, when it comes to this is living in the Pacific Northwest. This is having a football team that's considered by some to be in Southern Alaska. You're not going to get your credit. Your players are not going to get the benefit unless they are spectacularly great. Not merely great, spectacularly great. So when DK doesn't get on these lists, when others don't get on these lists, you can kind of take offense and get mad to it, or we go, well, it's the nature of the beast. We know how good DK is. We know where DK sits in this league and how well he is. Coaches around the league know the answer to this, CJ, as there was a coaches poll that had him in the top 10 of best receivers in the sport recently, where coaches and players voted on the other realm. But these lists, I think, they're good for clickbait. They're good for discussion, but they're all arbitrary lists. And there is no real understanding of what is these lists based on, by how valuable the player is, by how productive he is, by how much of a problem he is against the opposing defenses. And same thing true with corners. What makes one corner better than the other? Is it the passing rate or his way? Is it the guy that gets more interceptions? Is it the guy that tackles best? What is the metric that's used? And none of these lists have any base metric they go off of that give you that indication. So it's kind of, for me, I just go, they're silly to do in the first place. It's just, they don't always, make a lot of sense, But it is crazy that DK is not in the top 100. He's definitely a top 100 player. It's also weird that they had Jordan Brooks ahead of him, just ahead of him on the list on top of that, where it's like, what the bloody hell? HP says DK's run blocking alone puts him in the top 50. Agreed. And sorry, Debo, I don't have a great answer for you in the A-Rod thing. I just don't have a feel for what's going down with that situation. And they have a very talented team. He's got playmakers like he hasn't had at Green Bay over the last few years. The offensive line could potentially be one of the better offensive lines he's had in recent years with the talent that they've injected in that team there. But new guy going to a new team, old player like that, you can get your Manning situations or you can get your Phillip Rivers situations, D-boy, right? Two guys similarly aged, two guys with a lot of the similar kind of production from their first team, but you get two different kind of results on that when that happens. The Adele Sherman podcast with Kobe was interesting. I'll have to check it out, man. It's come up on my feed. I just haven't clicked it yet. Yeah, Sea Chickens is like, Justin, not a slant that gets me very much. I'm like, yeah, okay. Good one. Steele says Leonard Fournette would not be good. I think he's maybe one of the better offerings you have right now, but to your point on that, Steele, I think you'd be better positioned to wait until the cut down date. Then there'll be a better back at that point available. And Leonard has been a little bit of a diminishing return back, it seems like, the last couple of years. Megan says, is this the part of the chat where I tell you I'm a big Kirk Cousins fan, B? I don't mind if you are. I mean, Jesse was over on Last Second Sports too. I just have my particular opinion of him as well. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. John Stillwell back in the house. What's up, man? And yeah, Pumpkin decided to join the crew here. She decided to wait. She decided to stop napping in the bedroom. Logan, people bring up Geno being 32 years old, but you can't seriously tell me that a single bit of film from last year showed he looks any bit slower than he did 10 years ago. In fact, he looks faster. There was one point they had a metric last season where he got up almost to 20 miles an hour on the field, which even Kyler Murray didn't get up to as fast as he did on the field. But yeah, the 32 years old thing does get mentioned a little bit. I don't think that's a big deal for quarterbacks. That is right in the middle of your prime. And quarterbacks especially, they tend to have a little bit of a longer prime in the NFL versus other players. But no, he didn't look 32 years old at all, Logan. I think this is also the benefit of, if there is an upshot to not playing for almost a 10-year period, it's that your body doesn't get beaten, battered like your typical 33-year-old quarterback would. Your guy been playing 10 years, you've got about probably 5 injuries that you still feel at all times to some marginal or major degree. And I don't think Geno has had to deal with that. He's got probably pretty fresh legs. And that's a part worth considering in this as well. Greg says the top 100 list sucks this year. Watch Debo be in the top 30 with only like 600 yards receiving last year. He will too. He will. Well, he's definitely in the top 100. I'll tell you that. Big facts. Bobenheimer shall never retire. Justin says Geno's an anomaly. He stated he wasn't taught what he learned. He stated he wasn't taught what he learned at Giants and Chargers, such as film. He was never a bad quarterback. He had a bad coach and environment with the team who drafted him. 100%, Justin. 100%. I feel the same way. Roger the Shrubber says, wasn't someone's name in the chat Hunter's meth pipe? Yes. That one threw me off for a second. John says, any other running backs get hurt in my absence? I heard that maybe as he was going to bed tonight, that Kenny McIntosh was stretching out to put his phone on the bedside table, and he pulled his lat. Just the rumor that we're hearing right now. It's tough. You do not want to be a Seattle Seahawks running back right now. It's a little bit tough for them boys. Got to keep it careful there. Did I tell all the more reason we have doubts? All the more reason to have doubts in Hall. Still wish we went a different direction there. I get it, Day. I get it, man. You certainly look going forward in the future of this of what's the plan at defensive end, especially this year, where you're going to very, very likely have a guy like Hall sitting on the bench and not maybe getting as many snaps unless there is an injury. So it's worth noting where you go, man, that's second round pick for that. And you'd now signed Nwosu for the long term in the future. So 2 years of club control with Darrell Taylor. This logjam isn't getting cleared up any more time soon. Part of what I've also thought, DHL, that we would eventually in this situation see a trade coming from some direction or another here. And Taylor being the guy that would be moved at that point. But it is a bit odd. It is a bit odd in the way that they've structured that. Dig Doc says 2023 is going to be the year of Mafia and Parkinson. Stamp it in gold. Let's go. Let's go. Colby, I'd love to see him jump forward. He was really coming on last year. Really coming on. John Stillwell coming in with a $30 donation. John, thank you for the huge dono, man. Multiple donos over today on the chat as always, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Do you think sacks or quarterback pressures are a better stat for pass rushers? I think pressures are a better stat overall, John. I really like it when I can take sacks, pressures, and pass rush win rate. You know, I'm a big data guy, John, so it's like the more data I can assemble to build up my understanding of a particular pass rusher, the better. But those to me are kind of the holy trinity of what to look for in a pass rusher and what they're doing. And of course, the win rate is how often do you beat the guy in under 2.5 seconds is how the win rate is often determined. And the reason being is that with the pressures and with the win rate, there is a certain arbitrary nature to it, John. What's a win? What's you beating a guy? What's a pressure? Is a pressure you having a clear and unfettered run at the quarterback? Is a pressure you touching the quarterback? Is a pressure you knocking a quarterback down? So that's why I do think that you still have to kind of bring sacks into play a little bit. If I've got to just pick between the raw two of them, John, I will take pressures because that's disruption. And sack production can sometimes come on the back of other players doing work for you and forcing, you have a given year where you might have an outlandish year where you have great edges and they're your defensive tackle and the edges keep forcing the quarterback up in the pocket and you're just to your waiting arms. So sacks can be a little bit of a misnomer in that you guys have really good sack numbers, but it's based on maybe scheme or other players doing their job. Maybe they're being sent on blitzes, which is now play calling. Not to say they don't have to still be good on the blitz to get there and get home, but it's not just the factor of a guy just purely creating then pressure on his own all the time, which is pressures can be blitz based too, but I still like it as just a basic better barometer stat. If I have to pick between the three of them, that would be the one I would take over all of them. But John, thank you for the $30 donation, brother. I appreciate it, man, so very, very much. I like all three though. I don't like picking just one of those, John. I like having sacks, quarterback pressures, and the pass rush win rate. Stack all three of those up on a column, and I can tell you whether or not a pass rusher is effective or not. Appreciate you, brother, though. You are amazing, man. Big Country's with me. He says quarterback pressures are a better stat. Deatel says, watch Rodgers follow the Favre arc and go to the Vikings next. Well, I will say this, Deatel. Cousins is probably not likely to be there but for another year. Would the Vikings do it? Would Rodgers do it? Oh my God. It'd be hilarious. News analysis with Arturo. I have a Pacific Northwest bias too, brother. Joe Mann, late to the party. What's up, Brandon Nesters? What's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. Justin Cooper says, yeah, that's so true. Every top list will have some sort of discrepancy going into next season. DK is definitely one of those discrepancies. They all do. And the more that I look at them, the more that I think that there's just people throwing a list together with their biases, but they're not like looking at any of the deeper information. I think some people, when they ask the question about the top 10 list or the top 100, we're dealing with people that are assembling these lists that aren't thinking particularly too deeply about the lists. It's almost like just write out some names on a piece of paper of just the first names that come to your head is more of what it is than it is really a representation of how good a player is or how valued they are in the league or what's their impact in the league. And it's why I'm always a little bit leery of the lists, that's why I like to go into more of the hard line factor numbers you can kind of derive from to really, drive a player's value and get a feeling for where he is and who he is and what he does. But DK getting left off the top 100 is silly. He's absolutely one of the 100 best players in the NFL. It is silly. Roger, what I found interesting is Sean called out Hackett and blamed him, but went to defend Russ. But Sean signed a quarterback to basically replace him if he does bad. Well, Sean's not parsing, he's hedging his bets. So did he sign the backup quarterback so that if Russ looks like he did last year, which is a shell of his former self and unable to unable to execute even a rudimentary offense, Sean's going to go to the backup. Does Sean not want to have to go to the backup? Does he want to be able to reclaim Russ? Does he want to be the guy that you saved Russ's career? You managed to unlock Russ. That would be a huge boon to Sean if he can be the guy to pull that off. So while Sean might be looking in the background going, I'm not going to be able to pull this off, he's still going to try. He's still going to try. He's going to make a run at it. Yeah, shout out to Southern Alaska, man. Justin Cooper says, wait, who was Russell's backup last year? That would have been Brett Rippon. And you're right. Not very good. Played better than Russ when he was in. Yeah, it tells us DK went from 22 to 109 or whatever. That list is wonky. Wonky as hell. Wonky as hell. And then they had Jordan Brooks ahead of DK on the list too. Like, I think DK is at 102 or something, and Jordan Brooks is at 101. Like, what? Megan says, Kurt Warner's just behind Jim Zorn and my all-time faves B. He's a good player. Hella good player. What the hell is a Seahawks is a little more harsh? No, it's okay to say that. That one is a little more harsh. That one does land a little bit stronger than the Sea Chickens. Not News and Analysis says, hella people are sleeping on Geno. He's the Nacho Fernandez of the NFL. He is the Nacho Fernandez of the NFL, undoubtedly. Dan tells us Kirk is an underdog, so I can see the appeal, but to me, he's missing that transcendent talent. Agreed. Nicky Doc, sad to think we might start the regular season without Walker and Charbonnet. That'll be a huge letdown. McIntosh looks interesting, but still, it's tough. Injuries are the worst part of football, man. You can't predict them, and they can hit you like a tornado. It is tough, and it'd be crappy if we got to start the season without both of them. Just hopefully we get them both back before the end of the year. I think McIntosh and Dallas can hold it down for a while, and this offense can certainly lean into its passing attack to carry the day. But you're going to need Walker and Charbonnet to win and be an elite team this year. With weapons he has around him and the success he had last season, Geno is a great position to thrive and direct the offense this year. Boy, is he ever. Most diss names are meant to the recipient to feel ashamed or embarrassed. See, whatever name follows usually makes me feel glad that I didn't say that. Yeah, me neither. Megan says, don't even joke about that, B. Kenny Mack needs to be healthy. He's all we've got, Megan. He's all we got. Roger the Shrub Ride did see Oppenheimer last Friday. Hopefully it was good. I'm going to catch that one on video. Kurt Bernard says, not blueprint. We need the schematics for preseason. We need his schematics for the preseason. That's right, Kurt. Not blueprint. He's all we've got. Dad tells us anyone think Locke could be the next Geno? I think he could be a similar situation he came from that Geno came from. It's possible. Sup says, watch Hall move inside. He did some of that at Auburn. They did move him in there at times, so he has got a little bit of familiarity. And with his heavy hands and his strong punch, there might be a temptation to do a little bit of that, Sup, especially if you can't find a way to get him into the rotation because you got too many healthy bodies on the front end. Stewart says somebody in a fit of rage calls the Hawks a Rain City bitch pigeon. That one's too funny to... I could take that one. That's hilarious. A Rain City bitch pigeon. What's up, John Hobbs? Hello, man. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Justin says, I heard Locke has a maturity thing in his way. Never met the guy, but it's a thing Geno admitted he had when he started the NFL as well. They come in as kids, man. Everybody takes a little bit of extra time sometimes to grow and mature and, figure out how to be a pro. And, I've heard some similar things with Locke, especially with Denver. But takes some time, this stuff. Doesn't always happen overnight. Dave says, I can see why people would be down on Locke, saying he's another Josh Rosen. The turnover issue, I think with the right system, he could be good. Yeah, I think he's definitely way better than Josh Rosen. And he's lasted longer in his career than Rosen lasted, that's for sure. He's got to get over the turnover issue, Dave. That's his big bugaboo right now. And it's what's good about Drew is that there's so many things that he does well, I think. His command of the offense last year in preseason, his command of the line of scrimmage, his arm talent, his ability to scramble. He might even be more mobile than Geno Smith. He's got all those boxes checked, but he's just got to solve the turnover problem issue that's going on. That's the main thing here at the head of it that he's got to take care of. And that will remain to be seen this preseason if he does it, if he's getting it figured out. John says maybe they should do a poll in the defense. Maybe they should poll the defensive coordinators in the league about DK. I think that there was a top 10 receivers in the league question that was just posed, John, a couple weeks ago, to some players and some coaches throughout the league. And they had DK, I think, at number 8 on that list, to your point. So I agree. If you actually ran it to the coaches, if you ran it to the defensive coordinators, DK would be a top 10 receiver in this league. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. This is the perception versus reality. And if coaches consider him that problem in the manner by which they do, then fans should be looking at him in a different light than, well, he doesn't get to 1,400 yards receiving every year. So he's really, no, it's a little more deeper than that. It is. It's a good point though, John. Justin says that's true. When making a top 100 list, you probably got places to go and people to see. Yeah, it's never going to be something you put a lot of value into it unless you're really into it in that way. And I think these players they ask at the Pro Bowl, these guys have just had 3 Mai Tais. They went through a walkthrough practice. They're probably barely even remembering what day it is. And you got, well, here's the list. Write your list up. Okay. Blurry-eyed, writing it in. And John Hobbs, DK, is a beast. He is a beast. Joe Mann says, go Hawks, whoever the quarterback is. That's right. Megan says, how many years do you get paid at the Broncos if Russ chokes again? I think part of him getting that job, Megan, was that he was going to be able to cut bait with Russ and have the time if he has to do that to then turn the team over and get it moved to his vision. So I don't think Russ's fate and Russ flaming out or finding ultimate success is going to really impact Sean Payton's length of time there with Denver. I think he wanted to separate that situation and not be married in that way by taking the job. Like, if I can't get this out of Russ, then I suck and I'm not, he didn't want to. I think that's what probably took Megan some of the time for that contract to really get figured out. Yeah, but also, I'm sorry. Logan, Yannick Ngakoue is confusing to me. He's someone who's going to get good production on passing situations a season, but won't offer much against the run, yet he's unsigned. Injury related? Maybe more age than injury related, Logan. The issue comes into that you're right. He has this very much extreme version of what he offers. He's a solid pass rusher. He's not magnificent. He's very much, to me, kind of similar to what you have in a Darrell Taylor type, where if you have only the value of being a rotational pass rusher, no one's going to be running for that like they may be used to. Like, well, you can't stop the run at all. Like, if I put you on the football field, the team can attack you and just run right over the top of you every time they do. So I have to make sure I absolutely know with a 100% certainty almost that if I put you on the field to pass rush, they're indeed going to be throwing the football. And that's hard to have an edge like that is so extreme in that manner. But that's been Ngakoue going back for years now. He's a functional pass rusher. You're right, Logan. But there is that other side to it that is just as much a vibrant part of his game. Sub says, I'd be surprised if Russ doesn't have a top 10 quarterback here this year. You'll have to talk me into that one, Sup. I can't really see it with him. I think even if he has success this year, he's still going to be on such a low volume of passing attempts that it's hard to be then getting himself up into top 10 unless we're just talking about maybe passer rating. Might be the way that he gets up there at that point. But Sean's going to really probably structure that offense around a heavy amount of running at the forefront. They might be the team that's right behind the Falcons for the most rush attempts in the NFL next season. John says, get some rest, brothers and sisters. I'll see you next time. Sounds good, John. Thank you for all your donations on the channel, brother. And I hope you have a good night. Cap for life, Seattle dude. You guys want Cook? No, cap for life. We've got to save our money for the defensive line, be it for the cut down day or for the trade deadline. We're going to need to improve our defensive line at some point. We can't allot those funds for another running back on the roster, especially because we're only going to keep 4 running backs at any one given time throughout the course of the year. Logan says one thing that was underrated from Geno last year was his snaps. He got hit hard a few times last year and always right back in. The dude is physically stout, and I don't see him falling off. Well said, man. He took some good hits. He stayed strong in that pocket last year, taking those hits and didn't back down an inch. Seems like a pretty tough guy. Adele, didn't Ngakoue visit the Ravens and Browns? He might have. Not sure on that one. D-Boy, thank you for reminding me of that. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. Helps this channel out. Helps people go and view my channel when they search for Seahawks channels. Gibson always liked Cook since his days at FSU, but injuries have always been an issue. He has been a guy always seemingly kind of always banged up, even when he's being really productive. I like him too. I think he's always been a guy I never quite got as putting up into like a top 5 range of a running back in the sport, but still a very productive guy. And hell, he supposedly had a down year last year and still pumped out 1,000 yards. And that's what Vikings cut him because he had a down year, and the guy still ran out of 1,000 yards for a team that was in a lot of games defensively not holding it together, so they were having to throw the ball way more than they probably wanted to, thus not giving as many opportunities for him to have success and be as productive. Justin says, I'm actually rooting for Russ now that we got our trades from Denver. You can't do that, Justin. We got a 3rd rounder running on this, though. Remember, we traded with Denver for their 3rd rounder next year, so we need them to suck so that 3rd rounder can be a 2nd rounder, like a late 2nd rounder when it's all said and done. No, bro, my only concern for this team is the pass rush. Having a great pass rush makes an average corner look good. Agreed, no, bro. Very much agreed. I've often said I think having a great pass rush helps corners out in a way that it doesn't necessarily work in the inverse. Having a guy holding up out there in coverage for an extra 1.5 seconds doesn't always provide that extra time that is benefited to the defensive lineman to get there. If you can't get there, sometimes you just can't get there. It doesn't matter how much time they give you. So I agree. I look at it as that being the egg before the chicken on that one. Stuart says, remember Pete saying he had 2 starting quarterbacks last year? It might be Locke is actually that good, just needs a chance and a little patience like Geno. Well said, Stuart. I agree, man. I agree. He's got the talent. Sometimes you just need the time to let the guy mature and figure it all out, like Geno kind of has. CJ Kurtzman, if Walker and Charbonnet miss any time this year, do you think wins? Who do you think wins the Super Bowl for the Seahawks? Super Bowl MVP for the Seahawks? If Walker and Charbonnet miss any time this year, who do I think would wins the Super Bowl MVP for the Seahawks? Geno Smith would win it, CJ. Geno Smith. Even though those guys would healthy, I would still lean back and say if we're going to win the Super Bowl, go in the Super Bowl, it's Geno's carried us through. Geno's had one of his better games. He's played at his best, led the team. And Gibson, I agree. Run defense is still the biggest issue, not only on the defense, but for me, team-wide, this is the biggest issue. Justin says, I'll always love Russell Wilson. It's a shame his moment of doubt led him to play for a different team, but since he's in the AFC, I won't boo until we play them in Super Bowl. That'd be insane if we played in the Super Bowl. That sounds good, man. I don't have anything against people supporting Russ. I get it. He's our best quarterback in Seahawks history. So rooting for him's understandable, you know. Moss Production, I remember wanting Locke to start. I think there's a lot of folks, even in the chat right now, Moss, that felt that same way. As Megan says, she did too. A couple people. Greg Kemp says, I don't understand the trade DT talk when he's shown to be a guaranteed sacks and doing it with limited playing time. DT's run D isn't bad enough that I'd put my hopes in Mafe or Hall getting some sack numbers. I guess there is some math being done on this from my standpoint, Greg, in that you only have so many snaps. Are you going to roll with 4 edges? Maybe. If a team was to come and offer you something for Darrell Taylor, would you be willing to jump on that as well? And in order to, especially if it can build up assets to then go and deal with the defensive line, maybe. I think there's a real possibility this upcoming year, Greg, where you have not ability to get Derek Hall snaps, not because Derek Hall isn't good or Derek Hall can't go out there and be productive, but because he has the 3 guys that are up ahead of him. And you've just signed Uchenna Nwosu now to a contract extension. You have Boye Mafe still for 3 more years of club control. Derek Hall for 3 more years of club control. It does feel like maybe it's just wrong on my part to view it this way, but it does feel like there is a bit of an odd man out there. And the odd man out is, to me, Darrell Taylor. When it comes to Darrell Taylor's run D being bad, I think we are going to have to kind of maybe agree to disagree on this. I'm going back and watching the All-22 tape, going back through all these games, and it's bad. It's bad. I mean, Greg, it's bad that it's even gets something to where you casually see it. I can come here and I can show you this run right here. Kenneth Walker, this run right here. I mean, this is everything right here that is exactly the problem of what you deal with Darrell Taylor. The play is running to his strong side. He has to set the edge. Rather than setting the edge, he presses it inside and tries to close up the hole. And then by closing the hole, he leaves a bounce back lane then for Kenneth Walker to get outside. This is very, very straightforward, not difficult stuff for Darrell Taylor to read in that situation, but this is exactly the same stuff that shows up on tape with him over and over again. He is really bad against the run. Really bad against the run. He offers almost nothing for you in the run game. Darrell Taylor's run stopping ability is very much the equivalent of Jordan Brooks in coverage. They might give you an occasional flash play, but it is by and large bad. There's no reason on that particular play here in his training camp, Taylor to be pressing that hole inside. It's his job to spill it back inside and set the edge. He has 2 guys to help him on that inside hole there, but for some reason he has these brain dead moments where he just does something that doesn't always make sense on the football field. And when he's pass rushing, he's great, and he can be a force in that realm of things. But when he's trying to be a run stuffer, it's kind of a bit of a nightmare out there for him. D-Boy says, I'm telling everyone to hit the like button. I didn't even hit the like button myself. What kind of leader am I? Sorry. 12s, I failed you. No worries, man. Better late than never on that, D-Boy. Brian Wilson says, what it do be? Talk to me. These rooks look good or nah? I'm too busy with the littles to watch them, depending on you for the scoop. JSN has been awesome, Brian. He's been probably the star of Seahawks camp, and that's been going back to mini camp. Kenny McIntosh has been really lighting it up, as I just showed you on a cut up there, looking really good in camp as well. So the young guys, I think they've been the ones that have stood out. Oluwatimi's getting some starter reps there at center. He's definitely been another guy that's kind of been notable. They're just going to put the pads on tomorrow, so maybe we start to hear a little bit more from the Bradfords and the Derek Halls and the Mike Morrises on how they're looking. But those are the notable rookies as it stands right now. And then, Brian, we've got some worries right now. There is a little consternation in the chat right now because as it does stand, our top 2 running backs, our 2 second-round picks in back-to-back years remain a little bit beat up and not at their best health. That's been all so far in the first week. And chat is bubbling tonight. Logan, Taylor needs to leave Indy, or said he won't allow an extension to happen. And it turns out someone wrote a false report on Taylor having a back injury and led to Taylor being pissed off at Ursay. That would definitely make him mad as a player, trying to start to leak. Well, maybe he's got a chronic back injury, and so nobody should trade for him or try to give him any money. I'd be mad about that if I was Taylor too. WTC, I think that the Seahawks are looking for more defensive line help, but I don't know. I would think they would be. Megan says, I disagree with you a little, as I think Peyton was brought in to get Russ to his best, and if he doesn't, fans and ownership's considered a failure. I don't know how that'd make a lot of sense for Sean Payton in this situation, Megan, where he's going to hitch all of his horses to the Russell Wilson train, and that he sinks or fails by whether or not Russell can reclaim what if, as a guy that is supposedly supposed to be an offensive mastermind, if he went back and looked at Russell's tape and thought that there's something to reclaim there, I think he's lying to himself. And I don't think Sean Payton would lie to himself in that manner. We'll see. But I feel pretty strongly on this one, Megan, that part of why it took the time it took for him to be brought in the building, even though the Broncos showed a lot of interest in him very early on, was because of the fact, in my opinion, he didn't want to be married to Russell. My evidence for this is also the Jarrett Stidham contract. If this was all about Russell Wilson, if this was all about, well, let's make sure we get the most out of the Wilson thing. Why are you signing Stidham to this pretty big deal that you signed him 2 years, $11 million when you're already spending the money you're spending on the quarterback position, especially understanding how Iron Man Russell Wilson has been throughout the course of his career? It speaks to the fact you're not certain about your quarterback. You're not certain he's going to be able to keep the offense functional. He might be every bit what he was last year. And if that's the case, you want to have a backup plan and not just be out, well, this was our only plan this upcoming year. You know? Okay, somehow went from 81 to 2277, now 101. Which is that, Greg? Mrs. Portland, number one fan. My son is a huge Seahawks fan. He has his own accounting firm up in Seattle, and he had a suite and didn't invite his own mother. Oh my goodness. What is wrong with him? I'm handicapped and I live outside of Portland. I wanted to go. That's not right. I hope he's got a good amount of shame, Miss Portland fan, for that. I hope he's got a good amount of shame. I hope he's tossing and turning at night. You can't do your mom like that. You can't do your mother like that. How dare he? Moss Productions says, how many more days of camp? Can't wait to get this over with. Injury possibilities make me nervous. They make me nervous too. They make my butt itch. We've got a couple more weeks, man. We're just through the first week of camp, so you're like 3 more weeks we got to go on this one. It's going to be a bit of time. Miss Portland fan number one, I remember he was little and I got him a Seahawks jersey and couldn't take his poor old mom to the game. Oh, you've got that mother skill of laying on the guilt trip. I can already tell with it. It's valid. It's valid. But mothers have that special skill set of being able to really jam that sucker in and give it a little twist. She says, my old van recently broke down, so I'm in need of another handicap van to get us up there for a game. Well, hopefully he's a better son this year and he recognizes he's got to get his mom up there. What's going on here? You got him a Seahawks jersey when he's a kid and he's like he's forgotten. D-Boy says, Brandon, Seahawks top 3 problems that need to be fixed ASAP. Defensive line help is at the forefront. D-Boy, that's certainly as much the case. I don't know if we got a lot of other ASAP problems. Middle linebacker is another spot next to Bobby that you could take care of where if you get that better, that's a place to fix up and get corrected. I don't think I really have another position that stands out that would be a place that we have to jump on and get handled really, really soon. I think that there's really just 2. Maybe right guard, if nobody stands up and really takes that job, takes that bull by the horns. John Hobbs says, wasn't Peyton there for injury gate at the Saints? I put him up there with the Patriots as cheaters. He was indeed part of the part of the injury gate situation with the Saints. He was the coach, and it cost him a whole year of coaching for it too. Stop says, Russ has been a top 10 quarterback every year until he was injured and then traded. Crazy how many Seahawks fans move on from liking him. Speaks volume to how much football people actually pay attention to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how fair it is with that, Sup. I mean, there's the thinking from some people on this that, you know, Russ has got Seahawks fans doing him dirty a little bit in their outlook of him at this point, if they don't view him in a cherished light for what he did. Russ burned bridges on his way out of town and did it in a way that's very unique for quarterbacks who had had the time in town that he had had. Tom Brady didn't burn his bridges out of town in the way that when he left New England, like Russ did here. I don't recall any Tom Brady stories of him trying to get the general manager and head coach fired. You know, a lot of what's driving the Russell situation on that, when it comes to Seahawks fans being a little bit perturbed with him and not looking in that lights up, I think comes from a valid place. And I don't think that they're just simply being mean to Russ or that they don't pay attention to football. I think that that's going to cause fans to feel that way when a player takes the actions Russ took. If you're going to go scorched earth, Don't be surprised when you leave burn marks on the floor behind you. When it comes to Russ playing top 10 quarterback before halfway through 2020 season onwards up, Russ was not playing top 10 worthy quarterback play. Halfway through the 2020 season onward, he has not been a top 10 quarterback in this sport. That's well over 2 seasons. And, while he played really marvelously throughout from 15 to 2019, where he had to really carry the team, that's true. That doesn't have anything to do with where he is right now as a player. And being that it is a couple of years of that regression as a player, I've gone back as a person that does watch the football with this, and I was speaking about this up before we traded Russell. So you can go back and look at, for instance, my breakdown of the Giants game that we played at home. Remember when we lost the Giants game at home and we needed that game, and it was Colt McCoy out there for the Giants and they beat us at home. And after that game, you can go back and look at my reaction on that sup and my breakdown of Russ in that game. And there's some problems here with Russ that are standing out that aren't going away anytime soon, that I've seen over and over now starting to show itself. And I don't know where the fix is for this. And the problems that were presented there were the same problems that followed him then to the Denver Broncos last year. And it's valid to say, look, Russ hasn't done the stuff of growing the game above the neck, the head stuff, the stuff above the neck, the stuff that's not about the physical ability. He's not taken the steps to grow his game in the manner and by which he needed to do to be able to play effectively in his mid-30s into his late 30s to his early 40s. He was a guy that could always kind of lean back on his physical ability to get out of trouble, the deep ball, that it didn't sometimes force him to play the position in a way that you fundamentally have to be successful, especially if you want to be like what he had wanted to be going to the Denver Broncos last year, a high volume passer. And so there's a lot of holes to Russell Wilson's game, and I don't think it's just the Seahawks fans that are bringing up on that with it. So I think there's a good little things there. There's a variety of different parts to his game that are not, when we're talking about not what he did prior, but where he's going now, where he's now and where he's going into the future, that don't lead me to believe that he's suddenly going to just tap into this old spirit again and find his old way because Sean Payton happened to walk in the door. That Denver Bronco offensive line is still poor in pass protection. Russ is still a guy that likes to hold on to the ball as long as any quarterback in the sport. That's two things that don't go well together and still are not going to go well together moving into this year. Maybe Payton can structure this offense to where he's a low volume passer who's able to find some effectiveness with that and leaning on his legs and a lot of play action rollouts. That's great, but that's not a top 10 quarterback at that point, and certainly not the type of play that you would consider to be wanting if you're going to pay a guy $50 million a season, as the Broncos kind of are at this point. What's up? Broncos also tried to make Russ a pocket quarterback at the end of the. Broncos also tried to make Russ a pocket quarterback at the end of that. At the end, they clearly told him to play how he used to play and looked miles better. DK and Lockett are also miles ahead of Jerry Jeudy and Sutton. On the last part, we definitely do agree. Russell got to dictate as much of that offense as Hackett got to dictate last year. And this is also going back to understanding what Russell wanted to do, right? The whole point of wanting to be traded was he didn't want to get stuck in a run-centric offense. He wanted to have an opportunity to have pieces beat around him. He wanted to be a high-volume passer. There's no such thing as being a high-volume passer in this league, Soup, when all you want to do is throw the deep shots. If you're going to be a high-volume passer, you've got to acclimate to throwing the short stuff, the intermediate stuff. You need to be good at the line of scrimmage. You need to pick up blitzes really well. You need to throw with anticipation brilliantly. You need to get the ball out of your hands, especially if you're going to utilize a West Coast offense, which was the offense he was going to. That was the exact offense he's going to, is the West Coast offense, or the offense he left here that he couldn't run when he was here either. He's not a West Coast offense quarterback. He's not a high-volume quarterback. Certainly he could have been, he was a top 10 quarterback. I'd agree with you during the time when he had elite athleticism and he could get away out of the pocket. But as he's now aged, as his arm is not as strong as it once was, as he's lost a step or two, he can't fall back into being that same player overnight. And because he hasn't grown his game from the neck up over the years, he can't lean back on that in a way a lot of older quarterbacks could as they got into their early 30s and started to see some of their skill set diminish and go backwards. That's the way a lot of these quarterbacks have found longevity in this league. I don't think Russ has taken those same kind of steps in that manner. Miss Portland, my son got a picture with the football trophy. It's hanging on my fridge with my other Seahawks gear that my son sent me. Too bad he can't see me though, but I do root for Seattle and miss Russell. Thoughts on Chris Wormley? I saw him cause some problems last year. He's a pretty good player, Deatel. I'm okay with it. I think we're moving out of that range of being at the expectation level that we can find a tier 1 defensive tackle. It's probably not likely to happen. And so that does probably mean we got to go to tier 2 guys. So is it Wormley? Is it a Grover Stewart? You're probably going to have to be somewhere in that neighborhood. Sup? Yes. Sup, buddy. It's common knowledge at this point. That Russ did try to get John and Pete fired. That was a commonly reported story last year. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not some fans want to say this is a rumor. It's absolutely the truth that that's what he did. I wouldn't say it in this manner unless I knew it. It's the truth. This is why Sup, you saw Pete turning on Russ in the way that he did. This is why you said, hey, you want to boo him? Boo him. This is why you saw Pete throwing shade at Russ throughout the course of the season about the armband issue, right? Well, our new guy will take the armband. Our other guy wouldn't take the armband. That's not in Pete's manner and style. That came completely from the standpoint of that he was trying to get him fired. Absolutely is the case, man. 100%. Sup says, no, he didn't. It was a rumor. If so, do you think Lockett would have invited him to his wedding? Why wouldn't have Lockett invited him to his wedding? Russ didn't try to get Lockett fired. Russ tried to get the coaching staff and general manager fired. That doesn't have anything to do with Lockett in respect of him inviting him to his wedding or not. They could still be tight. They could still be close. They could still be friends. I don't think it's a rumor, man. It was pretty well confirmed last year that this is what went down. But I mean, you can take out, if you want Sup to, if we're stuck on this as a contentious issue with it being that he was trying to get him fired or not, the one thing he did do is he asked for a trade 2 years after signing a monster contract, gave the team 4 teams he was willing to be traded for, expected that team to then eat $38 million of dead money. He did do that. He did talk about wanting to have player control over player personnel matters and dictating who gets hired and who doesn't. The ego did start to grow there. It started to kind of outgrow a little bit of what he was doing from a productivity standpoint. But I think he did try to get him fired. I think he absolutely did. Gross Daniel, should the Mariners buy or sell before the trade deadline? I think you should sell. This is just not their year to do this, Grass. Try to go make a run at Shohei Ohtani. Try to clear bad money off the books as you can and open up the purse strings this offseason to make your run this offseason, giving these guys young guys especially, another full year of developmental time, more bats to get themselves maybe closer to being ready to be real productive pros. But I just don't think this is the year for them. The signs haven't been there. This team hasn't gotten on any run. They've been kind of the definition of mid throughout the course of the year. Logan, DT's film shows every issue people here have with him. He doesn't create pressure, only cleans it up. Can't beat blocks on runs, looks to chase down rather than tackle because he can't get off blocks. 100%. That's just what the tape says with him. I mean, it's pretty clear when you watch it over and over again with him when he's on the field. Space, that was a sweet cut by Kenny McIntosh, though. Docs, Brandon, who was the monster trade tackle blocking on Taylor? I think it was Curran. No, it's 74. That's not Curran, right? That is Curran. So Curran monstering up. But it's Darrell Taylor running himself out of the play. He's got to set the edge and spill it back inside. He's got middle linebacker Bobby Wagner, and then he's got a defensive back there, both ready to go clear up that hole. And he's pressing it kind of for no reason. Sub says, no, I'm not missing details. A majority of you believe headlines that are false or feel betrayed Russ left, when in reality we got a haul for Russ in a Super Bowl as well as the best quarterback we've had. Yeah, I am a person that lands in the camp of this up. I don't expect everybody to have some casted aspersion of Russ. And certainly the people like yourself that fully support Russ and view him in the manner you do, I can get for a guy that was a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And yes, the best quarterback that we've had in our history. Those things can be true to me, Sup. I can appreciate Russ and his contributions to the team, while at the same point in time, not appreciating the way that he left this team, not appreciating the way that the ego grew over time, not appreciating the way that he made it seem like we had two different methods and philosophies that wanted to run this team. He wanted to have what his style was to run the team. He wanted to be the high volume passer. He wanted to cook. He wanted to throw the ball over the football field. But as 2020 showed, when he started throwing over the football field and teams realized we're going to be a high volume team, the second they adjusted to him, he had no adjustment back to that. Why? Because he can't throw short and consistently on short and intermediate throws consistently. It's just not his game. He's not going to operate within the pocket consistently. But as you grow older and you lose those legs, you got to operate in the pocket consistently. If you're going to want to have the ego to say, I want to be a high volume passer, I want to be a guy that's going to go out there and throw more than we run, then you've got to embrace that and get good at that style in your game. And he never did. That was never an element or a part of his game, even when he was at that great statistical point through the first half of 2020 year. It was bombs away. It was scramble around. It was create these second level plays on my scrambles, which he was tremendously effective. And like I said on this up, I'm not saying he wasn't a top 10 quarterback through a lot of those 2010s, but I do think from halfway into 2020 season onward, you started to see a regression. You started to see age catch up with him. And, with that, he became a far less effective player. But, there were problems in the way that he left this team. There was problems in the way that he wanted out of town. If he was really that set up on wanting to be a high volume passer, then when the negotiations came down in 2018, he should have said, look, I don't want to do this here with you anymore, Carroll. I don't want to be in this run-centric nature of this offense. He knew Carroll wasn't changing. He knew Carroll's philosophy wasn't going to go to a high-volume passing attack. Yet he tried to kind of force it to happen when it wasn't going to happen. But did he do that in 2018? Did he come back and say, you know what, I don't really want to be here. If you guys aren't going to build this offense around me and let me be the guy that runs it, if you're not going to let me cook, that's not what he did. He signed his contract. He stayed and then came back 2 years later and bitched and moaned that he wasn't getting to throw the ball enough and wasn't getting enough control. And then he submits this list of 4 teams he wants to be traded to, which here's how that hurts you then, Sup, right? When I got to submit a list of 4 teams I'm willing to go to and I won't go to anybody else, it's going to make it harder for me to get my trade capital back. It's great that John Schneider was able to navigate through this difficulty and still find those returns, but it doesn't mean that Russ put them in a really good situation to get those returns by the manner and way he went about his process there. Do I think it's okay for fans to have a little bit of shade to Russ for that? Can they still appreciate him having gone the Super Bowl? Yes. I think you can do both of those two things at once, in my opinion, Sup. And that's the way I view it. I appreciate what he did, but also see what he did at the end of, you turned things a little bit toxic here at the end. And he was a big driver of it. And at the heart of that was not Russ trying to go win games. It was Russ wanting to raise his brand, raise his personal legacy. It's almost like forgetting that he's in a team sport here and it becomes about him. That's my issue with it, but I understand we might disagree. A couple donations I got in the chat here. Thank you for that. Sector 7 has been a member for 21 long months of the channel. I appreciate that. Sector 7 says, man, most of these shows I'm up to drunk. Hell yeah. Sounds good, Sector 7. Moss Productions with a double dono of $2 each on it. Thank you for the double donation, Moss Productions. He says, the Giants game in 2020 was the worst in years. Yeah, Sup, I would offer, please, if you think I'm being a Johnny-come-lately on this, do please go back and take a look at that reaction that I did to the Giants game, my reaction video after the game has ended, because I've been very consistent in my outlook on Russ in the way that I have discussed him, even when he was here, even when he was beloved by everyone. I was one of the few people in the room saying, somebody's farted here, and we've got to kind of discuss it. It's a part of what's going on right now. I don't think it's throwing any shade at him of what he's done prior to say that. It's about, this is what we got to kind of keep in mind of what's happening right now in this moment with this situation. Engineer X, the Hawks Nest, will JSN get more yards than DK? No, Engineer X. DK will get more. But I do agree, JSN has definitely got star kind of epcos that he's showing off right now as it stands. He's been as impressive, even more so than DK. He's been as impressive a receiver as I've heard and talked about as any rookie receiver that's come through here in a long, long period of time. Jay Curran is still on the roster, yeah. Oh, show. And that was the worst game in years, and that's part of why I was so mad after that game, Moss, was just the ineptitude of the offense and how out of sorts they were was just mind-numbing to me and didn't make any sense. Moss, with another $2 donation, says, I think Russ was top 5 in 2019 and early 2020. Certainly would say that. And to try to give a little bit of, an olive branch here to Sup, I certainly think when you talk about from that 2015 onwards to the halfway through the 2020 season, he was in that top 10 to even top 5 in certain years in the sport. I mean, there was one year there where he had a good argument to even be made to win the MVP, I would say. But I also believe that he had kind of a quick fall from that height. When he started to fall, it started to go bad pretty quickly, in my opinion. And not for happenstance, not because just it was Coach Carroll holding him back, but because of the fact that he started to get older and some of the physical ability that he leaned back on for his success wasn't as good as it was early on in his career. Well said, Moss. I agree. Logan says, my stat prediction for Russ is 25 touchdowns, 3,700 yards, 10 interception stat line. I don't see a ton of production through the air in 2023. That's not how the O-line is structured. I agree, Logan. I think that's a pretty fair outlook for Russ on his year. I think that's about what you're going to see him put up. Yeah. What this Mel says, Snam and Snacks for Pumpkin. We'll get it right after the stream on that one for show. For show. I like to see Landers. Benelli, I'd like to see Landers get on the practice squad too. Be some good insurance to have a guy with his talent sitting on the practice squad if you got a call for him. Sub says we spent $4 million on Locke with incentives at 7.5. So the Jared signing isn't crazy. Backups get money now. Yeah. The difference being on this Sup though is that you paid Russell Wilson $50 million. You know, you've got him on a $50 million deal. You would say maybe if I'm paying a quarterback up at that high water mark, I don't have as much money to go back to the backup and spend that money. I would offer that if you look through most contracts of these quarterbacks that are being paid high money like that, you're going really butt cheap at the position if you go to the backup. Geno did sign a big contract this year, but let's remember Geno had that cap hit down around $10.1 million this upcoming season. I think that's going to be a far cry from what Russell Wilson's going to cost on his contract this year, at least by half the mark. So you've created a little bit more room and space to be able to go get the backup. But we'll see. We'll see. The good part about this Sup is that if he goes out and he doesn't perform well, I think my prediction on that is if Russ doesn't go out there and show himself to be a guy taking steps forward back to anywhere close to what he was, I think Peyton's going to be very willing to go to Jared Stidham as the backup. I don't think Russ is going to be embedded there as the starter if he isn't playing great. And maybe he will. Maybe he will re-tap back into that. Sup says if Landers hits the practice squad, he's gone. He might very well be. There might be a team willing to put him on the active roster at that point. That's for sure. Justin says, I did hear from Cage Wright that Russ has some making up to do in the Brotherhood department, so I'm guessing missing him too much. Logan, Russell's hate isn't wrong. Massive fuss to be extended. Massive fuss for roster improvement. Agent publicly stating teams he'd play for, lying about his future intentions. That's why that's where I land on with it. I don't expect for those like yourself, Sup, to try to pull you into my side of it and say, you need to be thinking like me and look at him through the context of how he did burn bridges out of as he left out of town. But it's where I get the people that take that standpoint, that thought process, Logan. And I think it's not based on just, empty thoughts or that they're emotional to Russ. It's that, he caused it. He kind of purposely chose to go down this road when he left. He chose to do, as I said, that scorched earth policy a little bit to get what he wanted because he determined that the squeeze was worth the juice. The ends justified the means. And I don't know from every Seahawks fan standpoint, that's the way that they feel and look at the situation. And I can't fault them for that. Logan says the game that I knew it was time to move on from Russ was the 2020 wildcard game against the Rams. Not a single thing worked in that game, and much of it pointed to number 3. Zero reason we should have lost that. Agreed. There were some brutal moments in that game, too. There were some brutal all 22 shots in that game where he's trying to rip it deep, and there's a wide open short throw to be had right there in the flat. If he just looks to the flat. Brian A. Wilson, Russ gave up after Pete said he wasn't a chef, so stop trying to cook. He also lost desire to be the best once he got with the glamour girl and her baby daddy drama. Messed him all up. Maybe on that one. Did I tell Russ got humbled last year? He was legitimately thought he was the best quarterback in the league because of the pedestal we put him on. What's that? Megan, Pete, and John all day over disloyal diva, whose legacy and brand is far more important than the team and fans. Team Geno Gaming, while you're still going, checked in 3 hours ago. My question was never answered, but I asked with Chris Jones' situation, he's never held out. He may want a change of scenery. Do you think we can get him off the cap space, get him with the cap space cleared? I think that you can definitely afford to, with reworking of the Quandre Diggs deal, with the fact that Team Geno, you're probably going to include a player in this to make the numbers work, right? Like a Noah Fant maybe. I think that potentially opens the door for you to make the trade, monetarily speaking, to afford it from that standpoint of things. Could this reach the point with the Chiefs where they do look to move him at one given point or another? Sure, it could. And I don't think they're going to trade him within the AFC at that point. They'll trade him only to the NFC. And then that only leaves a certain amount of NFC teams, about 6 or 7 or so, that actually have a needed defensive line and are in a kind of a go for it mode to go and make this big kind of major market deal that it would take to bring Jones in. So on the surface of it, they certainly have things in place to be able to go make this move. I don't think it's likely to happen. I don't think the Chiefs would let him go. But I could see the Chiefs landing at this place because in recent history, they've done it with a couple players in the last 2 years. Tyreek Hill, a little over a year ago, and then this offseason, Orlando Brown, who they let walk in free agency despite playing really good left tackle for them. So they've been willing to let really, really solid players go in recent history, even those players that have been very helpful to them. But I don't think it's likely to happen. We'd give it a try. We could pull it off. We've got everything to make this go. But the main problem is will the Chiefs really be willing to move him? And that's the part that we haven't gotten any sort of indication that they're even in the department of being willing or wanting to do that. Josh Campbell looks pretty bad on Russ when you're trying to get your coach and Jaren fired when they did so much for your career. It's not a great look. Not a great look, that's for sure, Josh. That is for sure. Justin says, yeah, I'm disappointed. Number 3, didn't know it was confirmed, but that confirms my logic. He doesn't know the NFL world like other 31 quarterbacks do. Wow. That's a shame he went after Pete. Yeah, and I'll go back and try to find more of a certainty on this stuff for the next stream where I can provide you a little bit more of this not being just rumors, but he did do this at this point. He did try to get these guys out. He was trying to do it's me or them. They're the problem. You got to get somebody new in. We get this fixed. Go get Sean Payton. I have almost no doubt that kind of conversation was in Jody Allen's ear. I'm sure he reached out directly to her. I'd be shocked at this point if that wasn't the case. You know, seeing how Schneider and Carroll have reacted since, seeing Carroll's reaction, knowing how Carroll's usually so very positive and effusive with former players. Should the fans boo Russ week 1, Coach Carroll? No, do whatever you need to do. Do whatever you're feeling. That's what you want to do. I mean, go for it. Ethan Brando, Mariners have to buy. They've been the best AL team in July, 5 games back from first, with both Texans teams slipping. A couple things going right from a big win streak. They've done enough to buy. I'm not going to be mad if they buy Ethan, and I don't have a real passionate answer on this one way or the other, to be honest with you. I'm okay if they go sell. I'm okay if they go buy. I don't have a huge expectation level for this team where they're at right now. It'd be great if they could turn it through, like you're saying, a little bit and stay hot through the rest of the year. But it does feel like we're just a couple pieces shy of really being a contending team as it sort of sits right now. Greg, Brandon, I agree with you on DT's run defense, but he's still guaranteed sacks. Can Mafe or Hall get the number of sacks to justify trading DTs for run D when NFL values sacks more? It's why Clowney never got paid. You're right, it would be a risk on this. I think my answer with this would be, Greg, if the coach's assessment is that Mafe is going to be able to take the second-year step forward, I provided a list there of a lot of guys taken in the second round who their first rookie year do not show out and do not shine out. So to your point on that doesn't bode well for Derek Hall coming in and having a lot of pass rush productivity initially on. But if the coaching staff is to believe that Boye Mafe is going to take big steps forward as a pass rusher this year, that first year is always rough, but by next year he's going to be ready to roll and give us the 10 sacks kind of range to his game, maybe it's a little bit more of a loss that you're willing to move off from. I would also say I wouldn't be looking to just dump DT for a bag of peanuts here. This would be a situation of, we'll make this trade like the cornerbacks, Greg, like the plethora of extra cornerbacks we have. If you can go make a trade to go rip a team off that's in a desperate state, that's going to overvalue this player or give you more draft capital back than you would normally get, I would be willing to make that trade. If it's a matter of I'm giving away for depressed value or I'm giving away something that's good that could give me that good production, I don't want to do that. It's more of that Taylor for me is an asset, Greg, an asset to use on the field or an asset to maybe be used in a trade, but really a pure asset and a guy I don't know that's here as a long-term part of the future. So there's a thought process here, Greg, that he has 2 years of cheap club control right now, and you could move him to a team that he's going to give them 10 sacks a year as a rotational pass rush role. Is there a way to move that and pull a little bit from what is a strength on your team, get those assets back, maybe package those with an extra asset that then improve your defensive line? I think I look at it as more of the 1-2. One thing happens and then the second thing would happen, as well. But your point's not wrong. Sacks are very important in this league, and that's something Darrell Taylor can do. He was the most efficient pass rusher we had on the team, according to the PFF metrics on top of that, to your point. I'm not looking to offload him, but if the right deal came down the track, I also wouldn't say no, because I just don't think he's part of necessarily the long-term plan. Big Country says the Rangers are slipping. Can't say for the same for the Astros, Ethan. So until Pete or ownership openly say Russ wanted them to fire, I'm not believing it. If that happened, odds are one of three. One of three would say something instead of keeping people, fans of the league, divided. Why would they say something, Sup? If it happened, what's the gain by them saying it? What would be the gain by coming out and have press conference? Just let you know, he tried to have me fired last year. It looks petty if you're a coach or a general manager who says that, does it not? It doesn't come off great if we just walk through how that sounds in a press conference. It doesn't come off well. People move on. They've moved on in the situation, and whether they've moved on or not, doesn't change whether or not that happened. I guess I would ask you on this up, because this does seem to be a sticking point for you. If you do then come to find out that was the case, if we do come down, and sometimes with this stuff, Sup, as we know with these things, it takes a while for the truth to really fully come out. And when KJ Wright's talking on his podcast recently about the fact that number 3, Russell Wilson's got some things to apologize for down the line, what do you think he's referencing there? What is it that KJ Wright, who's been here for every step of the process with Russell Wilson, what is he referencing when he says that in his podcast? Number 3's got some things to apologize for. But the question I posed to you, Sup, is if it is the truth, you do come to find out that is the truth. We're down the line. We have to wait for that truth to reveal itself. But we come to find out in 2027 that Russ did indeed do this. Does that then change your opinion of Russ? Do you look at him in a different light than kind of where you're looking at him right now? A couple donations I'm behind on. Kevin Kimball, thank you for the $20 donation. And I have an I'm symbol. Kevin, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late on acknowledging here, but I do appreciate the $20 donation. You are tremendous, sir. Thank you for that support. He says, favorite Hawks channel. You are awesome. I saw Bush got a pick today in Red Zone, hoping he can be reliable. Thanks for what you do. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Kevin, for your $20 donation. I do really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you for doing that, my man. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. You are awesome. It was good to hear Devin Bush got that pick today, too, because I haven't heard a lot about Bush necessarily up to the point we're hearing some Vi Jones talk about him playing a little bit better as an off-ball linebacker, but Bush has been by and large quiet. Really good to hear that he was able to go out there and get that pick today, like you say, in the red zone. Also, I think notable, Kevin, as we're hearing about this defense early on, they're getting a lot of interceptions, a lot of turnovers, showing a little bit of a ball hawk mentality that's a bit of a carryover from last year, which was one of the few really plus components on that defense last year. So maybe something that continues to carry forward into this season, which would be absolutely tremendous, because when they're playing without pads right now, when it's 7-on-7 drills, it's not really set up there for these defensive backs to get picks. It's really in the offense's favor, these 7-on-7 practices. So when they are getting interceptions, I think it is noteworthy. It's not something you just, toss away and doesn't mean nothing. So it sounds like a couple of different guys are making those picks, but good to hear Bush coming forward. Kevin, we had somebody in the chat. Kelly was talking a little bit earlier about being on site and seeing Jordan Brooks, and it looks like he's running really fast on the sideline, working out really hard. And he does look and appear, at least as the eye test goes, to be very close to getting back on the football field. But thank you, Kevin, for that $20 donation. I do really, really appreciate it. Furlack 22 has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 16 months. He says, the way Russ left was messed up, but to be honest, we got the greatest value possible, so we can all thank him for that. We definitely won the trade. We definitely got the maximum value out of it. That, in a lot of ways, does speak at time to John Schneider and his process through this and navigating these troubled waters as he did to find those assets. I don't have any bitterness towards Russ if it seems like that. It might seem like that to you on that stuff. I don't. I really do revere what he's brought to this team, helped to win us a Super Bowl, best quarterback in Seahawks history. All that stuff is true. If we just start to laser lock in on the end of his time here, it's a little bit of a different story for me, but it's not going to color the viewpoint of Russ overall and his contributions to this organization. And eventually this stuff will probably settle down, but the wound is a little fresh still. And despite that, we did get those returns back in the way we did. Stuff broke down the way it did, a little bit. Sometimes things end a little messy, it's just the nature of the beast. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. It says, Brando, who'd you rather have your back in a scrap? Arnold from Commando, Sly as Rambo, or JCVD from Bloodsport? Sly is super small. So, size matters in a fight, and he's going to get thrown around if we got anybody big, even if he's ripped. Arnold's got a little more size to him, but I'm going to go with Jean-Claude Van Damme. He's got the kickboxing background. He actually did some bouts, not anything that was like super serious, but he's gone mano a mano in the it was probably more the ring at that time. I guess they didn't have an octagon. So I'll go with Jean-Claude. I think he probably would have kicked either one of those guys in the head and dropped him. They would never have saw the kick coming. He had those crow cop kicks back in the day. It's like you did it so quick, so fast. Even now when Jean-Claude whips out the kicks, they're still really quick for his age. John says, but he can do high knees on the plane while his teammates were trying to rest. So, sorry here a little bit. Oh my goodness. Sup says, also peep Geno's stats at the end of 2022. If you're going to just dump all over Russ, and whoever said most fans wanted Pete and company gone over Russ is accurate. Y'all just flipped a switch because Geno worked. Okay. Let's try to break this down a little bit. Context matters on things. I'm never going to just lean on just Russ on the stats. I try to get to specifics and get to things that we can see and quantify on the actual tape that we watch. One of the reasons that I'm kind of cautioning you and asking you to go back to that Giants game and watch my breakdown and really the specific things I'm talking about in Russ's game on that, which aren't just it's not just a reaction to that game, but the recent way I was watching Russ play. And the symptom and what that was, kind of speaking to me about the long term of Russ and that it was problematic. Those things had nothing to do in all of my breakdown on that, on a lot of those breakdowns and issues I had with Russ in that 2020 season. Very little of it had to do with statistically, but how he was playing the quarterback position. That's really what it was about. And I can give you the specificities that don't have anything to do with stats. Being better at the line of scrimmage, being better against the blitz, being able to hit a hot route, throwing with anticipation, executing within the context of the offense. If it's a three-step drop, then it's a three-step drop and the ball needs to be out. There's a play that you can go back to in that 2020 season, Sup, that was one of the greatest plays that really was the hugest indicator of this. Nothing of this having to do with stats, by the way. And that was when you've got up at the line of scrimmage here, there's a three-step drop. They need to get a first down. It's going to be a short throw. Dwayne Brown short sets the edge because he's thinking it's supposed to be a three-step drop, and he's trying to short step to create a passing lane, which is supposed to be going to his side of the field on the throw. Russ instead double clutches and holds onto the ball, and for some weird reason doesn't make the throw. And then the defensive end bounces around Dwayne Brown and makes the sack. And you can watch Dwayne Brown turn around on the play, scream at Russell Wilson, as he did a couple of times that year, by the way, because Russell just did something that was completely brain dead in that moment. That should not be for a quarterback that's played 10 years in the league, making that kind of silly, stupid mistake. It's a three-step drop. Ball's got to be out. Players there, make the throw. But he doesn't want to play on time. And so the things and problems I had with himself, you're talking about whoever said that fans wanted Pete. Fans were in different places on this, I would say. Was there maybe more fans with Russ? Maybe. Was there a split here? Were there people like myself that wondered if maybe it's time for just everybody to go and us to just start from scratch? There's a lot of varied opinion on that at that time. I'll give you that maybe the majority at that point were more pro Russ, but again, understanding some of these things that we're hearing about Russ after the fact and that are becoming more clear weren't always clear at that time. There was a lot of whose fault was it a little bit more, and we can come a little more certainty on understanding what was a little bit more about what. Geno, when it comes to him having a lower end to his 2022 season, I've talked about that a lot here on this channel, Sup, and that, yes, like everything, context matters. Did he have a fall off in 2022 because he started to suck because we're just going to look at the stats? No, we're going to look at the context of the situation. The offensive line pass protection fell in the toilet. All of his running backs became decimated to the point that you had to run DJ Dallas out there with a high ankle sprain, and you had to run Walker out there with a foot injury through the back half of the schedule because you didn't have healthy running backs. That's going to be a detriment to Geno Smith. That's going to be hard for him to find success then at that point, especially considering, Sup, you were sitting $57 million of dead money last year. You were starting 2 rookie tackles on the edge. And part of the reason that you had that $57 million of dead money is because your quarterback, after signing a recent deal, wanted to be moved out of town. So you as the team could then sustain the biggest dead money hit in NFL history in order to accommodate his special request. So part of the reason you didn't have a better team, part of the reason you didn't have a better offense there to supply better help there for Geno as the end of that 2022 season was coming along, as you didn't have the depth that you could supply when the front lines guys went down. The failures in a lot of respects came at times because stuff was failing around him. He had a defense that couldn't stop anybody, right? I'm not out of pocket on that. No real healthy running backs through the end of the year. Guys in desperate. So you're going to have to throw the ball a little bit more because of that. And because your defense isn't stopping anybody, you're going to have to throw even more to try to stay step for step with teams. To try to be able to, keep pace with teams in football games. Like, let's take the final game, Sup, with the Niners, right? First half, your offense is really good. Geno's rolling, right? You've got the lead at halftime, but that defense can't stop anything. It ain't stopping the Niners. It ain't stopping the running attack. So Geno and the offense quickly realized we got to score every time in order to win this out. So he has to start to press a little bit. But the poor pass protection, the running backs going into the toilet, the defense not able to stop anybody. If you want to look at where the regression comes from Geno, it's because he couldn't fit and play within the context of the offense like he did through the first 12 weeks. Geno was executing that offense in the first 12 weeks in the way that Russell was unable to. Command at the line of scrimmage, beating the blitz, throwing with anticipation. Things that Russell can't do, he was doing. And that's why it stood out so well. But the end of the 2023 was kind of got some explanations to it that go, I think, a little bit more beyond just statistically. And I've never pointed at just saying Russ was bad because of this statistic. I've tried to go to real specifics on it as I can. John says Russ changed so much over the years. I think he did too. I don't think it was always where Russ was at, but I think the ego and stuff kind of grew with time. Justin says once the run got bad, he wanted to skip the run game and abandon what made them successful. He wanted to be high volume. You want to be a high volume passer. Connor says, PFF wrote a whole article about Russell's decline called There is Nothing Fluky About How Russell Wilson and Geno Smith started the 2022 season. They said a lot of the things you just did. This was, and it's something I saw to a degree coming down the pike, and with that Giants breakdown after that, with a couple of those breakdowns of Russell Wilson after those games, those years where he played really poorly. Because it was starting to stand out to me as you watched him at times of there's too much boom or bust here. There's too much if we punt through 3 quarters because we can't find any consistency in moving the ball. And then we hope that we can have one magic quarter of Russell Wilson doing his magical best to bring us through. We need to be more consistent through the 3 quarters of this game. What's causing the inconsistency? Is it just bad coordinating? Is it bad coaching? Is it just a lack of talent? Or could it be some of the signal caller that you have at the head of this is not able to execute the offense in that way because his background has been more boom or bust when he's going to go let it rip. This also carried over to the Broncos last year, a team that was very good in the red zone. Guess what? Russell Wilson throughout his time here in offenses that executed here was really good in the red zone. Problem is, Broncos got into the red zone at the least amount of frequency of anybody in the entire NFL last year. This all falls in succession with what you saw from him in Seattle. The way he played there in Denver wasn't because Hackett was an idiot, wasn't because Denver's such a bad team. It's because this is just a carryover of the play that we had there when he was in Seattle. Kenny McIntosh is going to be a stud, I think. Have a good night. Justin out. Have a good night, Justin. Oh, you were saying it to somebody else. Sorry. Logan, I don't have any faith for Russ as a man. Great husband. I don't have any hate for Russ as a man. Great husband, father, charity giver, but his drama as a player and his obsession to have control of the team was far too much for me to be good with. I think it's fair, and I don't have any hate for him either. I think he's been every bit from what we see, awesome father, very good human being off the field. You can't deny what he does from a charity standpoint, going down to the cancer center as he did every week, becoming the Walter Payton Man of Award. All of that is, worth lauding. It's where people are complicated. It's where painting with a broad brush is hard one way or the other. Elevating somebody to godhood or trying to turn them into a demon. Things are more complicated than that. It's not usually one or the other on that. Chuck Norris being up. John Anderson says, yeah, I've never seen Pete throw shade at a player like that. Even when Earl flipped off Pete, he still defended him. Yeah. Marshawn flipped off the sideline. Earl flipped off the sideline. You've had some contentiousness at times, players popping off. I've never heard the way that Richard Sherman left, and he did a lot of basically burning bridges himself. And they never talked about it in that standpoint of him either. I think it was a little eye-opening in this given case that played out that way. Addicted, I think Geno will have to learn to hit Fant and Colby more on seam routes to be more effective against pass rush blitzes. My faith in Shane Waldron is growing. Me as well, and I think that's a great thought on your part. They had a couple of moments they hit last year. You had Disley in the Lions game up the seam for a touchdown, Parkinson in the Broncos game up the seam, but they didn't go back to it a whole lot. And there weren't a lot of attempts that were missed, in going back to it is even a try. Gar says, all right, gang, got to return from my smoke break. Keep it rolling, Brando. Sounds good, Gar. Thank you, brother. You have a good one. Logan says, Geno threw 7 interceptions with the run, averaging 3.7 yards per attempt from weeks 10 through 15. The offensive line allowing the 27th most pressures from week 9 through 17. Defense allowing 210 yards per rushing per game from week 10 through 15. Geno didn't have help. Thank you for supplying some backup to exactly what I was just discussing on Logan with it. That's the context that matters in this with it. Is that you as a quarterback, I don't expect you to have to put on the cape and be carrying a team on the back of your shoulders. You've got to have some support in and around you. And if that support fails kind of at every turn and you're left back to still have to try to put the cape on and make a go out of it, if you then fail, I don't think I'm going to find that tremendously surprising. I think that there's maybe a couple quarterbacks that can maybe overcome in that type of situation, but it's like 2. It's not like 7 or 8. It's like 2. It's like Mahomes and Burrow. It's basically it. I'm going to have to give Brando a break soon, y'all. Getting late. Yeah, we're going to probably call it here pretty soon. We're getting down to the end of it. And Sup, I'm sorry if I lost you, man. I know it's probably one with this as a discussion point that brings out a lot of feelings on this and emotions and can bring up anger and stuff like that. For me, it's a good discussion to have. I think it's a healthy discussion for a Seahawks fan base to have, and I can get the frustration for those that sit on your side of it that feel like it's a lack of maybe appreciating Russ to speak about him in these terms. I don't feel it's that way. I do think it's just being honest with the situation for what it is a little bit. But I, again, get the people that are on the side of he deserves nothing but reference. And I won't push too much back on that as I get the people that look at it through that light of things. Seahawks, blue and green. I hope the Lions have a good year too. Their fan base needs it. I think they're going to make some noise. I think Lions are my second favorite team, but I don't think they're ready yet. May not. They're definitely a little bit. They're definitely still maybe a couple players potentially feeling from away from it. I just like the culture they're building there, and the fact that they've been able to, with a guy that has every reason to probably not work, in Dan Campbell, he's finding a way to make something work that you wouldn't think would work on the surface of it. Going to Detroit, that kind of coach, I'm kind of rooting for them to find their way too. But now he says John Claude was a European kickboxing champion at one time. Yeah, I think Arnold would have him by some weight, but John Claude would send out one of those kicks and lights out. Sup says Cowboys think they're winning the NFC this year. The Cowboys, It ain't the start of a new NFL season, Sup, if we don't have delusional Cowboy fans telling us about them going to go win Super Bowls. And boy, they look like they've kind of screwed over the pooch in the situation there with their right guard there who wants to be paid, and then they go out and pay Trayvon Diggs first. Like, take care of Collins, man. Take care of the Hall of Famer. Did Brandon know anyone who watched Geno closely over the year? Russ got hurt. Geno balled out. He had that one fumble, but threw the ball great. I was a fan right then. He did play really solidly that year, filling in. Belly says, you know what's better than 2 beers? 25. That's true. That's a mathematical fact. Dayatel says, I agree that the issues with Russ were mostly visual and not statistics. Yeah. It's more just, it was harder. It's not as easy to see because statistics can sometimes give you a clear view of things. It was more about when you watch the play of it. And it wasn't that he had completely fallen off a cliff and had nothing to add or offer or couldn't still be somewhat effective. And he might still, like we're talking about on here, he could find some effectiveness here with the Broncos. As someone else was saying above, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 3,700 yards. I think Russ could put something like that together as a season, that playing within himself a little bit. But I dig Docs. Everyone is wanting the season to start right now, man. Nobody wants to wait. What the smells is I love talking about Russ saga. It's the most entertaining thing to happen to his teams in the Super Bowl. It's been pretty wild. Stales says also don't forget during Bloodsport era, Jean-Claude Van Damme would have been coked out of his mind. Dude would have been an absolute monster in a fight. Oh, he would have been unstoppable at that point with the coke. Coke Van Damme is the hardest Van Damme. He's kicking you with both legs at the same time as he's floating in air. Simeon Toko says, my grandma could have rushed for 100 in this defense last year. That's facts. You weren't stopping a stiff breeze. It says San Francisco hasn't had a 1,000-yard rusher since 2004. Frank Clark. Tell them when they call sea chickens. I'll have that one chambered. Sub says those rookies on the offensive line were also far better than any line we've had in years. That I would say you're fair on that, Sup, in the respect of your tackle play was better probably overall. I mean, Dwayne Brown's been playing pretty good for you at the left tackle position for a lot of years there, but I give that on the tackle play and maybe guard, but certainly that the center and right guard were bad spots for you. You would add better play in other times in recent years from center and right guard. Those weren't the greatest. But it's for the most of the year, you had a solid line. It just wasn't in that same shape week 12. And it was through the first 12 weeks, there's like a line of demarcation from where the play was in the line, to kind of where they went. I don't know who, but they got Brandon on 10. I'm probably just getting hangry. Simeon, sometimes a quarterback has to stand there and take a hit while throwing instead of running around like a crazy man. It's true. Sometimes you got to stand in the pocket, take the hit, deliver it on time. Witherspoon's going to have an awesome year for me to start liking. Witherspoon's going to have an awesome. It's going to have an awesome year for me to start liking him. Already behind the 8 ball, holding out, signing for an already guaranteed contract just to get all of it up front. It's going to sour some folks in that respect. I can get where you're coming from on that. Hopefully he comes in and balls out and makes everyone forget in that way. No, bro says Russ struggled all those years, made me realize Shoddy and Bevel did nothing wrong. I think that they did the most that they could with Russ. I think it was very hard. And I don't think it's anything that, many of us, I think, would have done the same thing in Russ's situation. You started into the league as this quarterback who plays the position unlike anybody else. You have your own style. You have your own way, and you find yourself seemingly getting better and better and better every year on the back of that style. Why would you change your way? Why would you allow the coach to force you to play within the box when playing outside the box is bringing you such great returns? And I think that that's what was going to make it hard for any offensive coordinators in dealing with Russ a little bit in that respect, was because you had to kind of find the marrying of your playbook with what they did. This was evidenced, of course, by the fact that Schottenheimer inherited reportedly, I think, 70% of the playbook when he was coming on. 70% of the playbook was already in place. You got to bring like 30 extra percent on board, which just speaks to them having kind of their way and their means. I think Carroll also leaned into it with Russ too. So, Carroll was probably a bit of the problem with this too, in that rather than forcing Russ to play a little bit more on script and more traditionally, that he just said, no, play the wild way you play and do it your way. And we found success doing it. So why change it? So some of this makes sense as to why they ran it this way too. They had tremendous amount of success from it. Hell, Russ won a Super Bowl and been to back-to-back Super Bowls on the back of that play style. Whitey Wise says JSN's looking like a Pro Bowler after 1 week of camp. One-handed leaping grab, tiptoe sideline catches, falling out of bounds, losing guys on a whip route. The video clips have been amazing. He looks great. He looks great. I haven't heard of a rookie receiver getting as much hype as he's gotten since maybe we'd go back to like a Joey Galloway. Not even DK was getting this much love, this many clip love, that type of thing. It's pretty cool. And he looks tremendous. Have yourself a good night, D-Boy. Appreciate you. Logan says, every stream I've been in since 2021 has been productive. This community y'all built is fantastic. Love y'all. Good. Have a good night. Hey, I agree, man. We have a great community. We don't always need to agree in here. I love the disagreement. You know, I get passionate about it. I know others get passionate about it, but that's expected here and that's treasured here. I absolutely love it about this place, that we can have these kind of discussions that aren't always easy discussions, but I think that they can be illuminating. I think we all get a little bit of a better perspective from them the more we discuss this stuff. And my community is right with me lockstep on this one, which is tremendous. Everyone knows what time it is when we start these streams. You know, we're trying to have some good, honest football discussion, you know. And Benelli, yeah, the Lions are a well-built team. They're going to play tough. You know, you can see what they're trying to do construction-wise. I worry a little bit too. The thing that might, you know, upset them is the Jameson Williamson thing seems weird with the betting thing and getting, you know, suspended already on that. They need him to be the big play guy to keep the heat off Amon St. Brown so he can just work underneath like he does. But I like what the Lions are doing. I like their signings and stuff, and I think they're going to be a playoff team this year. Are they ready to take that big step forward? I don't know. Like you said, they might be a little bit behind on that, but they're going to be pretty good, I think. Pretty good. Justin says Coke Van Dam needs to be a spirit animal. He does. He's got a layer of white powder floating around his head and super fast kicks. I think Docs Brandon, I would take David Carradine over Stallone, Arnold, or Van Damme. Oh no. Van Damme would own Carradine. Carradine might hold up a good fight for a moment, but Van Damme's got him. Free Indeed says Wilson's been on a steep decline since mid-2020 season. It's kind of where I've been with it too. Thanks for reminding me, D-Boy. Do folks please hit that like button if you haven't had a chance to already. I would really appreciate it. Helps the channel out. Helps me grow. Want to also, as we're getting this wrapped up again, just put in a little bit of a promo here, a disclaimer as well for Underdog Fantasy folks. We've got just a couple of bits. I don't know if anybody's know. We've got a few bits of news. We got new sponsorship at the Hawks Nest with the Underdog Fantasy. You can go play Underdog Fantasy this year. If you go there and you use my code NEST, they will match you up to the first $100 of your first deposit. So basically a free $100 if you go sign up over there. Isn't the worst thing to go get. So please do go over there and use my code if you're looking to maybe support the channel and you want to have a little fun with your fantasy this year. Want to have a little bit of something riding on it this year when you do fantasy. I want to thank as well Underdog Fantasy for reaching out and supporting the channel and sponsoring them as they are. As well, we've got a new store now open off the Etsy store, so you can go now get Hawks Nest merchandise in the Etsy store. Look down in the description below, and you can go and find that. You can go and find those items if you want to go get some Hawks Nest swag, some merch, as the kids say. Get some of that merch. So we've got that rolling, and as well, I will be on tomorrow at 12 o'clock on Dan Vine's YouTube channel. We'll be doing a show tomorrow at 12, so do please, guys, check out his channel over there, as I will be over on his end of the scale on things. Ryan, it's so awesome. Everyone counted us out for the most part. Yeah, but about that rebuild year, huh? People were really doubting if Pete and John could retain that talent needed to remain a top team in the NFC West. They were indeed, Ryan. Well said, man. And we feel very good about where we're at now. That's for sure. Brian says, why do I have this feeling this will be Pete's last year and he's setting up the next guy for continued success? It's possible. He's so just passionate about what he does, Brian. He just doesn't seem like a guy that is looking anytime soon to necessarily walk away. He was doing wind sprints today during practice. You know, there just seems to be no loss of energy from the guy in the way he's going about his business, which is great to hear, but it also leads me to believe that he's not going away anytime soon. And Benelli, I'm over getting ran over like we did at the end of the year last year too. Can't happen again. And if it starts at the start of this year, the team needs to take some steps to the trade to try to fix it. What the Smell says, thank you, Brandon 12s. Have a good night. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Snail. Sorry. What the Smell, is there a tip option on lives or just super chats? I think he just does a super chat thing. You can do a tip or whatever too. I think you can choose how much you want to put in on it. Snail says, fun fact, Carradine was actually a dancer, not a fighter. That adds up. That makes a lot more sense. Rumbler says, long night for me, but I'm glad I could catch the end of this one. Me too, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good night out there, Rumbler. Rockman Drums, last time we won the Super Bowl, we won every preseason game because we had depth in nearly every spot. Well said. And that is the case. Yeah, you had a team in that year that was, I think just about everybody that you cut ended up on an active NFL roster. Why do I says the difference between getting $21 million now compared to over 4 years is millions of money and interest. It's just 1 year, 5% on 20 million is 1 million. That's why he fought for 100% now. Good for him. Yeah, it's all good. I'm not super down on him. It's all good. If you want, you got to get your money as an NFL player wherever you got to get it. So got to get while the getting's good. The careers don't last long. Which Seahawk are you guys committing to for underdog? I couldn't stay away from Geno and Njigba. I'll be leaning to both of those two guys too, Justin. DK will be definitely in my wheelhouse a little bit too with it. Probably be leaning more for the receiver quarterback above anything else. And I will be doing some Saturday fantasy shows this year as well, kind of centered around some of the underdog stuff. Sector 7 just saw the news for the running back injuries. What the F? We tried to make sense of it, Sector. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully not too serious. Hopefully they're just being very, very careful and cautious here. Carradine was cool, but he went out tough, man. Tough way to leave this world to be discovered like that. So Megan Rhyme, Will Holtz laughing out loud, win sprints. He was out there running, man. It's like, Jesus, Pete, you're going to get a heart attack out there. What are you doing? Like Sup says, I think they're going to have to force Pete to retire. I've always said, Sup, it's the equivalent of having a player who tells you you're going to have to tear this jersey off my body if you're going to expect me to retire. Like, get to that extreme degree. It's going to be, I've always said, you're going to have to tear the whistle off his neck to get him to stop. Rumbler says, Brandon, I DM'd on Discord, just wanted to set a date for the fantasy draft that doesn't interfere with your streaming schedule when you get a chance. I will try to check it out after the stream here tonight, Rumbler, so I don't forget. But thank you for the reminder on that, brother. I'm sure it'll be okay. Sure it'll work good. A great camp. Brandon, speaking of martial arts, do you know who Michael J. White is? He has a nice and great kicks. I do know Michael J. White. Yeah, absolutely. He's a real interesting guy to hear talk about fighting and all that. He knows his stuff. Yeah, Michael J. White. Spawn, man. Can't forget Spawn. Spawn's kind of a subtle classic in certain respects. For being campy, at least. The running back purse probably ends when Pete is gone, says Preston. Probably Preston. Is he the cause for the mojo? Is it on him on this one? Justin says, Zach fortunately never had an injury to his shoulder before, so it shouldn't be bad. Might expect some first game hesitation from him, though. We'll kind of find out a little bit more soon here, hopefully. Justin says, I did scoop DK as well, second rounder. Kind of worried, but I die for my team. Hey, it's a win-win, though. If it goes great, you feel extra great about it because you got a little bit of dough for trusting your team as well. I think that they're going to be productive offensively. I think the JSN DKs or even Tylers are going to get their share of their touches and their catches. Not a bad way to go if you're going to lean on them in fantasy. They may not win you the day being one of those 1,500 yarders, but they will be the consistent guys who also don't come out there and give you the 3 or 4 points that can just kill you on a given week of fantasy. Yeah, it tells us people thought Holmgren was old and needed to retire until we got Mora. That's true. Many were like, did we really have to move off Mike at that point? At that point, everybody was like, hey, I'll wait, maybe not Mora, maybe not Ruskell. And then we bring Mike back. Garth Knight says, I disagree, Brando. Carradine went out like a boss. That's each his own, man. It'd be rough. I certainly wouldn't want my mom to be informed that was the way they found me. Your son has passed. No, God, no. How did he go? Was he trying to save someone from drowning or he was in a bad stretch of land and just something bad happened or he got robbed? No. No, it wasn't that. Rockman Drums, I would love to see a clip of Pete running through the whiteboard. Oh, me too. Me too. That was, of course, the story from last year with the Broncos game, getting him hyped up. Pete's got it, man. Rumbler says, for the first time in a long time as a Hawk fan, I feel confident this offense can remain elite even down to our third and fourth down strong backs. That being said, with our duo healthy, we are unstoppable. Well said, Rumbler. I agree. I agree. Nick said, Brando, Garth, now you guys are going to make me feel sad about Rob Williams. Sigh. Holy crap, what a sad mess. It's a tough way to go. I have at least a little more respect on Robin with going, because it's like he was dealing with that what Parkinson or whatever he had coming down the track. So like a dementia-like thing, I think was coming down for him. Dan tells us Lockett's my favorite late round sleeper. If I could get him a little later, I'd still jump on Tyler. Just wouldn't make him a prime time pick this year with it. Excuse me. Brian Wilson, okay. Pete or Rich Eisen in a 40? Eisen gets him, but that's just because Pete he's so old, he just doesn't have the flexibility he once did. He can't flip his hips like he did. Eisen still got a little bit left to do it, but, Pete would make it close. Gar says, Carradine lived life on his terms. Hashtag F it. You're right about that, man. There's no denying that with him. Whitey White says, Bobby looks like Bonnie too. All-pro Bobby DMVP level. Do we have a Ray Lewis situation getting a second ring? I would like to see that myself, man. I'd like to see that myself. Rumbler says, another thought. I cannot believe the Witherspoon disrespect. Seems to me that bitter Jalen Carter simps are finding any and all reasons to think the guy will not succeed. People were definitely a little bit touchy. People were a little bit touchy with the holdout, and I get it. It only lasted a couple days. I think this kid's going to end up making these people forget a little bit of their annoyance with him at this moment, because when he does get on the field, I think Rumbler Podcast, he's going to absolutely ball out. No doubt about it. Garth Knight going to finish this up right with a nice $5 donation to get this all good. It says, Coke Van Dam versus Carradine on PCP. Oof. I think you just get them both beating each other to a bloody pulp. And I don't know if there is a winner at that. They both do like the Rocky 1 situation where they both end up landing one shot that ends up knocking them both out at the same time. And kills them both also. It's a knock them out kill shot on top of it. It's both, Garth. It's both, man. Sub says, a lot of people desperately want a D-line help. I think Spoon's the better pick. It's what we all think. That secondary is a lockdown secondary. I still fully support the pick 2 Sup. I'm not bailing out on Witherspoon at this point, even with Carter getting some good pub out there with the Eagles. I think the Seahawks process of arriving at Witherspoon was one that was well thoroughly thought out. I think that they trusted the value of the board. That's when it comes to drafting, I'm real simple in that realm. Rather than get locked in on one guy for my team, just trust your value. Let me know that when I watch you draft and pick, that I can see that it's value that carried the day for you, that it was not need that carried the day for you. And I think the Seahawks did apply that to this past draft. I think Witherspoon's going to help this team win money, and I don't think that we're going to have any problem with this pick as we go into the foreseeable future. He's going to be a baller for this team. And Bauer Code decided, no, I want to finish off with the final donation, and he's going to come in with a big $20 donation as well. Empower. Thank you for that big $20 donation, man. You are awesome. Awesome for that support. I do appreciate you as also a member of the channel in addition to that support. So shout out to the hardest working man I know. Sorry I haven't been able to tune into as many streams. We'll try to pop in more. Gutted about the running back news, but JSN plus Olu plus McIntosh say different. Also, the white looks great on you. Well, thank you, man. It's kind of a light blue, but the camera washes it out a little bit, so it's the way it looks. But thanks, man. A little bit of a new shirt. Got to get some of the new. I'm always rocking the same old shirts here on the stream, so I'm like, I got to start up in my shirt game here a little bit more better. It's a bummer on the running back news. Luckily, we don't know of anything being serious yet, so we can kind of hold our breath, say a prayer, and maybe this stuff's going to come. We're going to come to find out in Power Code that it's just a situation where they're being real careful with these guys, real tentative with these guys, and that's understandable given the recent history of what we've had to deal with at the running back position as far as the decimation of injuries in recent years. But JSN is getting more hype than any receiver I can remember in my entire time as a Seahawks fan as a rookie wide receiver. The cuts, the players talking about him, the sensational catches that are coming out. I mean, the kid just looks like he's already ready to go here in a lot of respects. And that's going to be wonderful for this offense because we're going to need him. And that was a huge missing part of the offense last year, of course, with that slot receiver. We really would be nice to be able to lean into that a little bit more. Olu getting first team starts, first team reps, every bit of what I thought we were going to see from him in Power Code. I said the day he was drafted, this guy's going to end up starting more games at center for us than anybody else this year. I still maintain that. I think he's one of the steals of the draft for us. To get that at the end of the 5th round as we did, that value for that guy who's a pure scheme fit at the center position for what we're going to want him to do, magnificent. And so that he's starting to kind of tap into that already and show some of that out for the coaches, just all that more confirms that optimism I have for him. And McIntosh, you can have 2 running backs go down. Man, you want to see that 7th rounder come in and show you that if Olu wasn't the biggest steal in the draft for you in this draft, maybe it's going to turn out to be McIntosh above all else. And so he looks great. He looks quick. The vision has been phenomenal from him in some of these cuts we're seeing from him, where that one run where he's bouncing it outside, that's all vision there. He's pressing the hole first to suck Taylor in, and then he's bouncing it out like you would in a Madden game. That's the kind of stuff you do in a Madden, not on a real NFL field. So McIntosh does look good. He does look really good, and those guys do give you some encouragement. So hopefully the running backs can bounce back here in Power Code. But it is a little worrisome when your 2 second-rounders in back-to-back years are sitting on the sidelines through the first week of camp, and you're not really sure of how serious these injuries are in particular. Rockman Drums, I have zero remorse over the Carter non-pick. I wish the kid success. Me too. Greg, the fantasy football guys I see on Twitter have some bad takes on DK and his fantasy value to the Seahawks in general. DK seems to be a guy that's really hard for him. He's not able to get the top 100 lists. Coaches and scouts put him in the top 10 of wide receivers. If you talk to the general fan, they're like, yeah, he's a physical beast, but he's kind of underwhelming. The opinion out there seems to not be really clear on DK from a national perspective. And that's all the more better if you're out there drafting, because maybe you can get him at a little bit more of a depressed value because of it. Snail says, still say we should have taken Bijan Robinson instead of Spoon. I wouldn't have been I was a big Robinson guy, Snail. I like me some Robinson. Benelli, our O-line gives Geno time and busts open holes for our backs, and we'll be playing football in February. Our D is going to be nasty. Let's go. Brandon, how cool. Brandon, it's cool you have a job you love. Got to crash. Go Hawks. I do have a job I love, man. I got the best job in the world here. Well, Megan, tell how he said, what's up? Yeah, looking at the numbers, says Justin. DK didn't place too high, but the season will feature a crazy run game, which tires defenses, and much more crucial opportunities will be given to DK successfully. Agree. It's a spread around offense. We're not going to try to feature one guy like other offense. The Bills are going to throw to Stephon Diggs 170 times this year. The Vikings are going to throw to Justin Jefferson 190 times this year. You're not going to have any guy in your offense that you're going to target that much because you can spread the ball around. You don't have to. Press on, is Brooks really as good as people have been hyping him up lately? Because I'm kind of 50-50 on him. I'm not big on Brooks. I think he's a tremendous run stuffer. I think he's very fast, sideline to sideline. I think he's a pretty strong, capable tackler. He is absolutely god-awful in coverage. The man does not know how to play zone coverage. He does not know how to get around flood zone concepts, which dismantle him even further in coverage. It is what it is. And it makes it hard to assess him a little bit because you have 2 different edges of his game and how they operate, but I don't think it's changing anytime soon either. Justin, I agree. Golden Tate, Jason's got kind of that same Golden Tate body, kind of a thicker lower half, not your typical angular looking build of a receiver. Way more sudden in the short spaces than Golden, though. Way more able to, I think, with his lateral explosion, short area burst. Did I tell him not sure how I feel about Kobe staying in the slot? Him and Brown should switch. I'd be okay with that. I'm sure you addressed at some points his Rumbler podcast. Very encouraging INT from D. Bush. Lots of discussion about the D-line. Hopefully so, but Bobby's running mate playing well is huge. It's very huge. I'm encouraged to see it as well. Rumbler podcast. I bet Bush had been quiet through the first few days of camp, kind of waiting for something to happen with him. So it's good to hear that he was able to come forward a little bit there and make a play down in the red zone as he did. So hopefully, I haven't heard a lot else on him, but that was encouraging at the very least to hear from him on that side. Dave says, I agree. Olu was the plan all along and Brown is the backup plan. That's right. That's right. Justin Cooper says, I saw that INT from Bush. I waited for the cam to move to see who threw it. It was Geno. Geno, they got him. I think Geno's probably trying to work on some things down the red zone too. They're trying to work it to DK. They're probably trying to force some things they may not force in that manner in the regular season. And this is the time to work on it. I was relating to it earlier of being like a spring training pitcher who wants to work on a particular pitch as he goes out to start. That pitch might get crushed. He might throw it at he might throw it a little bit too often where the defense or the hitter knows it's coming, but he's trying to work on it. He's trying to kind of master a little bit more for the year. I miss the Orange Cat tonight, says Garth. Be well, Brando, and your Mystic Felines. She was kind of off from most nights. It's super hot here right now, Garth. They're just, turn on the AC. Turn on the AC. Ethan, since we now have a new receiver that can really bother defenses, do you think this makes defenses not double team DK as much, or do you think they'll still double DK? He can't beat us. DK is still going to garner his fair share of double teams, Ethan. I think it slides some of the doubles off him, so it's not at the insane rate it's at right now, where there's just this incredible prevalence of doubles and combo coverages on DK. So it's going to pull some of that away from him. You're always going to look at the situation between a slot and an outside receiver that can take the top off the defense. And you're going to say, I got to remove the guy that takes the top off the defense because the slot guy, he's just going to ding me for 7 yards, 8 yards, 11 yards. The guy on the outside is going to take the top off and go for 60 in one play. So that's what I really mainly want to protect against. DK will still get those double teams, but at a lesser rate. If you can pull off those double teams at, let's say, 25% less the rate that they've been running prior. More single coverage opportunities for him. More times Geno now looks to him, and that should then equal out vis-a-vis more production for him too. JSN and Lockett will eat up zone defenses. Man schemes, they might still double DK a bit. I agree with Day. They will for sure. Still kind of work it in, but just you're trying to dial back some of it. You're trying to have it where with DK, he's not one of the most top 2 or 3 receivers that's the most doubled in football, where you're getting a more legit opportunities for him to just work one-on-one, because both Lockett and DK have been 2 of the bigger killers of single coverage situations of any receiver in the NFL when you look at those metrics in recent years. Benelli, Brando, do you think we were going to take Anthony Richardson at 5? I think that we probably were. I think that was the one guy that they were looking to jump on if he was going to be there. The physical gifts were too much for them to deny. Justin says, yeah, I saw Olu won the best interior lineman in all of college, the Remington Award winner. Yeah, good player. So Rumbler, Brendan, did you hear about the Swift quake in Lumen just recently? I know those Swifties. I don't know if this is true, but my girlfriend was at the concert and told me that the seismic activity was higher during the Beastquake. Supposedly it was a 3. The Beastquake got a 2 on the seismic scale. So the Swifties beat us out. Those girls can scream, I'll tell you. Can't believe it. Can't believe it that they did it. I also think it's a little bit skewed, though. This is the way the Chiefs beat us, by the way, on the whole noise record thing, is they were taking the noise thing from the field level and then standing back from the field level. And like the Chiefs one put it like right into the fan, so you got the loudest because you were right next to the fan screaming. I think the same thing with the Swifties. They were all on the ground level. So you have all these people on the ground to cause that extra disturbance. It's harder when you have everybody up in the stands. That's my story, and I'm going to it. Damn Swifties got to rip some of the shine off a Beastquake. So not enough you're on the radio all the time. Damn it. All right, well, we are a good, Jesus, we've just about did 7 hours tonight. My goodness, I think we've hit this plenty hard today. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up over on that side of things. Again, I want to take a shout out here to my sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. Go over to Underdog, use my code NEST, get yourself matched 100% on your first deposit up to $100 and help this channel out as you show the love over there on that side of that. You guys can go check out as well. I did a little guest spot over on the Bleacher Report this past week. Go down the description section. You can find a link to that. You got to download the app, but if you download the app, you can check out that little show we did over there. And we do now have a store live. The Etsy store is live here for the Hawks Nest. So if you're looking to get some Hawks swag, go click that link, go into the store, and you can order yourself up some items right now if you so intend to do so. We will be back tomorrow with Dan Vine's show. I'll be over on his channel on Monday. We're going to be back here on Wednesday, and I believe that we also have a Thursday show this week with Seahawks Brendan Nelson. So another jam-packed week here of action coming at you. I'm working on some Boye Mafe video in the background, working on a Uchenna video in the background, so got some uploads that we'll be pushing out on my side of it too. In addition to that, be on the lookout for that. It's about to get hot and heavy this upcoming season. I appreciate you guys watching. I appreciate all the discussion, including those folks that I might disagree with. I hope anybody that we do have the disagreements understands and always knows this. Appreciate your perspective on this. I like the disagreement. I know that goes a little bit counter to what some channels want to do, where it's going to be an echo chamber. I don't want this to be an echo chamber. I like having the different thoughts and the different perspectives and all of that. So even when it comes at times maybe a little uncomfortable or a little bit intense or tension, I think it's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. It's the right thing for this channel. I appreciate you guys so very much. I love you guys so much. The love, the support that you guys give on channels is just unparalleled out there on YouTube from what I see out there. It's just unbelievable how much you guys got my back, how much you guys encourage me. I went over this Bleacher Report and I got nothing but love back from you guys. Good job. Keep going, doing what you're doing, Brandon. I really appreciate all that. The encouragement obviously does nothing but help and keeps pushing me forward here. Let me know we are on the right track. We're going in the right direction. We just got to keep the oars pulling in the water, and we're going to get ourselves there in no time flat. My name is Brandon Kane. I'll be back tomorrow over on Dan's side. I'll be back in a couple days. But until that time, you who's out there right now worrying about this running back situation and now thinking and starting to believe and think, could this be the thing that upends the season? No, it will not. We shall not be taken down by the beast mode curse this year, I tell you. I swear it. I know it. I don't know it, but I think it. Well, I don't really think it, but I hope it. It can't be again. This can't happen to us once more. As we said earlier, we've got to get ourselves a voodoo priestess or a shaman or an old priest and a young priest from the Catholic Church. One of those. We've got to take some extreme steps here because this thing ain't solving itself for some weird reason. But keep the faith. Running backs are not going to be the decider on this season one way or the other. We've got a stacked unit. We got a JSN who is ripping it up like few rookies across the league are ripping it up here in training camp as he did in minicamp. Let's see if he can keep building on this performance. So I'll be back in a day, back in a couple days, back on this channel. But until that time, I hope you don't forget. I hope you keep at the forefront of your mind that you're about to witness yourself one hell of a football season, and your team might just be ready to scratch the surface on getting out there and contending. So until we talk again, my fellow Seahawks faithful, don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.